The doors be opened. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Wild Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present today in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development in relation to Bill S6, an act to amend the Yukon Environmental and Socio-Economic Assessment Act and the Nunavut Waters and Nunavut Surface Rights Tribunal Act. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendments.
He's here, but we're just waiting to be.
Introduction of Private Members Bill, dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Dion, seconded by Mr. Bélanger, asks for leave to table the bill entitled An Act to Amend the Carriage by Air Act, Fundamental Rights. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill that I have the honor of tabling today is an act to amend the Carriage by Air Act, Fundamental Rights. This bill amends the Carriage by Air Act in order to specify that the latter does not have any right to undermine the official language's rights or any human rights under Canadian law. This bill brings a solution to a problem that we must solve as legislators, one that lessens the rights of Canadians, and this deals with a gap in the shield of our rights.
That the Canadian citizen, when taking an international flight under Canada's jurisdiction, could be entitled to damages if her or his rights are not respected in regard of the Official Languages Act or the Canadian Human Rights Act. I encourage all my colleagues in Parliament to support passage of this bill that will protect the rights of Canadians.
Hear, hear. Monsieur Dion, appuyé par
Mr. Dion, seconded by Mr. Dion, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Quand ce projet de loi sera...
When will the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Order. Mr. Garrison, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Navigation Protection Act, HoC River. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm introducing this private member's bill today to restore federal environmental protection for the HoC River by adding it to Part 2 of the schedule to the Navigable Waters Protection Act. This is protection that was removed by the Conservative government in 2012 in Bill C-38, the first of the omnibus budget bills. The HoC River system drains a watershed of some 403 square kilometres near the southern tip of Vancouver Island in my riding. The rock falls of the HoC River potholes divided into the upper HoC River and the lower HoC River systems. Protection of the HoC River watershed is particularly important for two quite separate reasons. The upper HoC watershed is the source for drinking water for the Greater Victoria area. The lower HoC River is becoming crucial for the restoration of local salmon runs, including Chinook, which are critical to the survival of the southern resident killer whales. Two volunteer-driven organizations, the HoC Salmon Enhancement Society with its Jack Brooks Hatchery on Rocky Creek, and the Juan de Fuca Restoration Society with its Charter Rivers Salmon Interpretive Center and Demonstration Hatchery, are doing key work in salmon habitat restoration and enhancement of wild stocks. Restoring federal environmental protection will play an important role in ensuring the long-term health of the watershed, so important to Greater Victoria's drinking water supply and to the continued success of salmon enhancement and habitat restoration work.
Mr. Garrison, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? at the next sitting of the House. Mr. Garrison, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Navigation Protection Act, Colquitt's River. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm introducing this private member's bill today to restore federal environmental protection for the Colquitt's River system. Again, this is protection that was removed for all rivers, lakes, and streams on Vancouver Island by the Conservative government in 2012 in Bill C-38. The Colquitt's River system drains a watershed of some 49 square kilometres in Greater Victoria, largely in the new riding of Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke. It begins in Elk and Beaver Lakes, but also includes Swan and Blenkinsop Lake on its way to Portage Inlet. As a heavily urbanized watershed, the quality of the watershed is under constant threat. A wide variety of volunteer groups have undertaken efforts to preserve and enhance the Colquitt system, and they've had success in restoring a run of between 200 and 400 coho salmon and dozens of chum salmon in the river. Restoring federal environmental protection to the Colquitts would support the important work of the Friends of Cuthbert Holmes Park, the Peninsula Stream Society, Friends of Swan Creek Watershed, the Habitat Acquisition Trust, and the Colquitt Watershed Stewardship Program in restoring the important role of the Colquitts in our local ecosystem.
Mr. Garrison, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves that the bill be now ready first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, Premier Lecture sur projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? You lose again at the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills, première lecture du projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow marks the second anniversary of the collapse of Rana Plaza in Dhaka, Bangladesh, a building that housed 5,000 garment workers. So I'm pleased today to present a petition that acknowledges the deaths of over 1,100 workers and injury to 2,500 more in that, the world's second largest industrial accident. The petitioners are reminding this House that it is the fundamental right of all people, wherever they live in the world, to be able to go to work without fear for their safety, health, or indeed lives. So they are calling upon the Government of Canada, Mr. Speaker, to endorse the Accord on Fire and Building Safety in Bangladesh and encourage Canadian companies that manufacture in Bangladesh to become signatories to that accord. Thank you.
Petitions, pétitions. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Punjab Assembly in India unanimously passed a resolution calling on the Canadian Parliament to apologize for the Kamagata Maru incident. The Kamagata Maru incident was a dark moment in Canada's past when, in 1914, 352 passengers aboard the steamship were denied entry into Canada based on discriminatory immigration policy. The ship was forced to return to India, and as a result, 19 passengers were killed, not to mention the many other hardships that were endured, Mr. Speaker. The petitioners are asking that the Government of Canada provide a formal apology in Parliament with respect to the Kamagata Maru incident of 1914, and I thank the petitioners and the individuals that took the time to sign the petition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petition.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to table today. The first is to ask for stable, long-term funding for the CBC, and we have to understand that the CBC is a very, very important organization for a riding such as mine. If it wasn't for the CBC, sometimes there would be no regional information at all. So I think it's critical for rural areas like mine to keep the CBC with stable funding. And the second is to ask the Canadian government to not go and take money out of the pockets of retired public servants by retiring their pension plan, which is a determined benefit plan, and former public servants are very concerned in my riding, not only in my riding, but in many other regions of Quebec. So we're asking the Canadian government not to go back on their commitments with their former employees.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to table today. It's my honor to table one against Bill C-51, which is the anti-terrorism legislation.
These petitioners point out that it will create, through weak and strangely overbroad definitions, not just abuses of the rights and liberties of Canadians, but actually not make Canadians safer against security threats. Petitioners are from Peterborough, Guelph, Waterloo, and other areas of Ontario, calling on this House to reject C-51. The other petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of the Vancouver area, urging this House to take action to fully investigate the occurrences of electoral fraud that occurred in the 2011 election, referred to as robocalls, but which often also included paid live callers who misdirected voters in an attempt to defraud voters of their right to vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petition, the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because communities like mine in Scarborough, especially in North Scarborough, actually don't have only access to public transit as surface-level buses, and people in my community realize the importance of creating a Canada public transit strategy, because Canada is the only OECD country that does not have a national public transit strategy, and it's estimated that over the next 5 years there will be an $18 billion gap in transit infrastructure funding. The petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to enact a Canada Public Transit Strategy which seeks to provide a permanent investment plan to support public transit, to establish federal funding mechanisms for public transit, to work together with all levels of government to provide sustainable, predictable, long-term and adequate funding, and establish accountability measures to ensure that all governments work together to increase access to public transit. I know how very important and needed it is in my community in Scarborough Rouge River and all of the northern and eastern parts of Scarborough, so I very much like to, I'm very pleased to present this petition on their behalf.
Petition, the honourable member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. One is on pollinators, for those folks, bees specifically, albeit there's 200 species of bees in this country. The petitioners are calling on the government to enact studies so that we can actually save the colonies from the types of collapse that we've seen across this country in numerous regions, so that we actually help pollinators as they're an intrinsic piece of the agriculture sector to make sure that it's successful. And they'd like to see that happen. And the second petition, Mr. Speaker, is about the Conservative government's to changes to EI. Petitioners are asking that those changes be rescinded. In fact, we go back and make sure that EI actually covers folks what it was intended to do. It's an insurance premium that folks pay. They expect to actually be covered when they get laid off. And so the petitioners are calling on the government to reinstate the benefits that they actually used to receive not that long ago, before this government actually took them away.
Petitions, l'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to table a petition concerning Canada Post. People in Laval and my riding have signed this, asking the federal government to reject the reduction plan that Canada Post has and to explore other possibilities to keep delivery. And people have said that between 6,000 and 8,000 jobs will be eliminated, and that such a reduction could result in the privatization of Canada Post.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Burnaby Douglas.
Oh,
That's okay.
it's still early in the morning. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing today to present a petition from residents of my riding of Burnaby Douglas that are calling on the Government of Canada to immediately act to prevent the new Kinder Morgan pipeline from being built in Burnaby. The petitioners note that this project, they're against the project. It brings, saying it brings massive environmental and economic risk, and the existing pipeline has already spilled 40,000 barrels of oil into the community. They also mentioned that this project won't create any more than 50 permanent full-time jobs, and the company has stated it will use temporary foreign workers to build most of this pipeline. So they're opposed to the process as well, Mr. Speaker, saying that the Conservative government has undermined the National Energy Board review process, resulting in an unfair review of this project and many local residents being prevented from sharing their concerns. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge the government to take this petition seriously. Thank you.
Petitions, petition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question Q1110 will be answered today. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. So ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Resume
Government orders.
Number 18 on the budgetary policy et sur le sous-amendement de M. Trudeau.
And on Mr. Trudeau's sub-amendment. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Today I started the speech and actually started by saying that it was actually very telling that the first Conservative speech after, obviously, the Minister of Finance came from the Minister of State for Agriculture, also the Minister responsible for small and medium-sized businesses, and member from both. The same one who actually advocates policies, economic policies that we could actually call crank economic policies, such as zero inflation and the return to the gold standard. And those policies, obviously, are policies that make no sense in modern economics, and yet the same member who advocated those policies gave the first speech trying to say that the budget was actually a budget that will be good for the economy. Monsieur le Président, ce n'est pas un budget.
Mr. Speaker, this is not an economic budget, it's a political budget, and I started discussing that yesterday, and in the few minutes I have remaining to me, I'd like to go over a few other aspects of it. Yesterday, I spoke about the balanced budget that they have achieved and the fact that they've done so very artificially, first of all, by using the contingency fund and selling GM shares at a loss, and on top of that, using the EI surplus, which would have reached $1.8 billion next year, and by chance, the deficit was $1.4 billion. In 2013, Jim Flaherty had specifically said that the government would never use the EI fund and that they would never do so to reach a balanced budget. He said it was part of the consolidated fund. He said the Liberals had done that, but that the Conservatives never would. So that is a negation of the policy that the Prime Minister, or rather the Finance Minister at the time, recommended. And on top of that, this surplus has now been put into the consolidated fund. This has been done to the detriment of the workers who have worked so hard and contributed to that in Eastern Quebec and in the Maritimes.
Access is being reduced, and a surplus is generated in the EI fund, which the Conservative government uses for anything and everything. Now the Conservatives are talking about ending discrimination. It's not discrimination. If one spouse earns $100,000 and the other one stays home, well, they're not dealing with the same realities as two couples each earning $50,000 or $30,000. They both have to work in order to make ends meet. So their situations are not equal. A single income earner, high earner, and two modest income earners with 3 or 4 children. They're forced to work in order to make ends meet. And they have to pay for child care in order to get a job, to be able to work. So the analogy on the Conservative side is not valid. And yesterday in the media, they said that the clerk of the Privy Council back then was not to announce any measures before they were tabled in Parliament. And this was advice that Cabinet ignored with disregard for the House. And that was reported in the media. That was the opinion of the clerk of the Privy Council, that the government shouldn't announce things before they've been tabled in Parliament. And then they're doubling the TFSA limit from $5,000 to $10,000. And the Conservative said 10 million people take advantage of TFSAs. That's absurd. It's absurd because, yes, maybe 10 million people have opened a TFSA, but that doesn't mean, we're not saying that TFSAs have no usefulness, but very few people can max out on their TFSAs. very few families have enough money to max out $10,000 a year. It's true that a TFSA is a savings vehicle, but it's also a tax shelter for the wealthy. So people with a lot of money who have no trouble saving 15 or 20% of their salary, but those people are exceptional. The current $5,500 limit is adequate, and raising it to $10,000 is once again only going to benefit the fortunate, the wealthiest few. So these are measures that will be extremely painful for the Consolidated Revenue Fund, and something like $15 a day childcare would benefit the entire country, particularly the middle class, especially where both spouses have to work and they only earn 30 or 40 grand each. But what the Conservatives are bringing in will be of no benefit to them, and I'm talking about income splitting. Now, of course, there is the child care benefit, and that's going to be boosted, but you have to put things in context, in perspective. This is not a gift. Increasing the child care benefit, the universal child care benefit, is largely due to the elimination of the baby bonus. That no longer exists. We're talking about billions of dollars that were redistributed when the child tax credit was scrapped and redirected into the universal child care benefit. So don't say that this is a gift to families. Basically, they did away with one tax credit in order to boost another benefit. Now, there are some things in this budget that aim to create jobs, but those are new democratic measures. And I know that on the other side of the House, they don't want to hear what I'm going to say now. But on February 6th, we presented an opposition motion here in the House, and I'm going to read it to you because it's very indicative. In February, the NDP moved that the NDP call on the House to balance the budget and support the middle class and job creation, manufacturing and small business. A, by extending by 2 years the accelerated capital cost allowance. B, by cutting the corporate tax rate for small business from 11 to 9% immediately. And C, by creating a tax credit for innovation to support investment in machinery, equipment, and property in order to stimulate growth and productivity. These are all things that are, coincidentally, in the Conservative budget. And they voted against the NDP motion back in February. They said, we don't understand the economy, and now look, they've stolen our ideas and put them in their budget. So, once again, this is not an economic employees, and we want to see a nationwide $15 a day child care program like what we have in Quebec. Quebec should be able to opt out with full compensation. We also would like to bring back the retirement age from 67 to 65. Conservative policies have been destructive for the economy, destructive for Canadian families, and a new Democratic government in 2015 will change the situation and truly work for Canadian families, the middle class, and workers. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Leader of the Liberal Party addressed the House in dealing with the budget, and I believe captured the essence of the major flaw of this budget, Mr. Speaker. That, in fact, what the budget really delivers is the most to those Canadians who need it the least. It is not a fair budget. It is not a budget that's going to generate the economic growth that Canadians need at this time, Mr. Speaker. It is unfairly benefits the rich instead of helping the middle class or those that aspire to be a part of Canada's middle class. It contains no plan at all for real substantial job growth. And a good example of that, we could make reference to the income split, or we can make reference to the infrastructure dollars. And my question to the member is, at a time in which Canadians are looking for strong leadership coming from the government in being able to deliver on economic growth, to deliver on fair taxation policies, would he not agree that the government has been found wanting in terms of being able to provide a balanced budget in terms of delivering on what's important to Canadians?
The honourable member for Rimouski Nejet Témiscouata Basque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is right for the most part, and that's basically what my speech said. The things the Conservatives are proposing, not just in the budget but in previous budgets, are counterproductive. They'll do the opposite of what the government says they'll do. 3 or 4 years ago, they announced a reduction with great fanfare of tariffs on certain imports. Well, it's basically been generalized since the preferential tariffs were done away with. So there's a difference between what they say they're going to do and what actually happens. And there's a gulf between what they offer the middle class and what they actually give them. They make fun of our understanding of the economy and multipliers and so on, but the best investments you can make are in infrastructure, social housing, and low-income families. But the contrary is what happens. The government is using this budget to give money back to the wealthy few. That's the opposite of what we would do when the official opposition becomes the government and the leader becomes Prime Minister in 2015. Questions and comments?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech on the budget, and appreciate very much his distinction between this budget being an economic budget versus a political budget. As the infrastructure critic for our caucus, Mr. Speaker, I look very closely for new infrastructure money, and there is none but for this curious Canada 150 community infrastructure program, Mr. Speaker. And this program isn't spelled out in the budget itself. It says that the government will announce further details on the program over the coming months. Now, I would note, Mr. Speaker, that over the coming months we are leading up into an election. And, Mr. Speaker, that community infrastructure program looks far more like a political action plan than an economic action plan. And I want to ask the member how responsible he feels this is to put something like that in a budget when cities across this country, communities across this country are crying out for federal support to deal with infrastructure deficits that amount to tens of billions of dollars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That's a good question. And given the time limits for my speech, I didn't have the opportunity to delve into the infrastructure dimension, so I'm happy to do so now. Investing in infrastructure is being used as a political pawn by the Conservative government. I'll give you 2 examples. First, the infrastructure minister in 2012, when the new Building Canada program was announced, not the funding, just the new program, Building Canada, was announced with great fanfare. They said the Communities Fund, not the gas tax, but the Communities Fund, could be used as communities wished for sports and cultural installations or facilities. Then when Building Canada actually came out, the municipalities were not allowed to use it as they saw fit. So municipalities had already planned waterworks or roadworks. And in Rimouski, for example, Rimouski was promised that they could use funds split a third between federal, provincial, and municipal levels, and now Ottawa is pretending it knows better than the mayor of Rimouski what Rimouski needs, and they're saying they can use the gas tax, the excise tax. But that won't be enough to fund the projects that Rimouski had undertaken. Second example, Mr. Speaker, is that the Minister of Infrastructure is still claiming that this is the biggest investment program. But when you look at public transit, which should benefit big cities like Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver, but they had very little funding to begin with, and it's not enough. Honestly, the funding for the first year in Toronto is enough to build maybe half a subway station. So the government boasts about investing in infrastructure, but it's completely incomprehensible. And the question about the 150th, it's being used as a political tool. It's reprehensible, and they will pay the price in 2015. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague. He comes from a relatively rural region like mine. Does he think this budget does anything for rural areas? Is it sensitive to the economic realities in rural Canada? Or all we get crumbs, and maybe not even crumbs? The honourable member for Rimouski. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Abitibi. Yes, we live in regions that are far apart from one another, but they are similar in many respects. In an interview yesterday on Radio-Canada, I answered a question about who were the big losers in this budget, and the answer is indeed the regions. There's a little bit of money that goes to the big cities. It's not enough, as I said, but there's nothing for the regions, nothing to meet regional needs, and nothing to offset the huge cuts that have been made in the past 4 years by this government, and that hit regions disproportionately hard. For example, funding for the Regional Economic Development Agency, or there's changes to EI too that hit seasonal workers hard in forestry, tourism, and fisheries. The government has not rectified the situation. They have not undone the damage they've done to regional Canada. So this budget is completely insensitive to the realities of rural regions, my region, maritime areas that need federal investment. The investment is not enough. And an area like the Lower St. Lawrence is being prevented from achieving its full potential because they've cut back on funding for research in that region. So this government is not using the resources at its disposal to help regions develop. They're turning their backs on regions like the Lower St. Lawrence and Abitibi. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask a question to both members. The government says they're going to invest in infrastructure, but the investment won't even begin for a few years. It's possible that in a few years, especially if there's a change of government and the economy bounces back, well, then there could be more. Does my colleague think that this is short-sighted in the sense that interest rates are low now? This is the time to invest. In the future, if things turn around, rates could go higher. And as Jim Flaherty said, everything's pointing up in the future, especially if there's inflation. There's a lot of money in the system right now. The central bank has expanded the money supply. This is the time to invest, isn't it? The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Basque. A very short answer, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I can't necessarily answer hypothetical questions about what might happen in the future, but the question is a good one. Inflation is now at record lows, and in that sense, no matter how high it is, no matter how high interest rates are, this is a good time to invest And one way to invest is in infrastructure, especially given the high multiplier effect. But what this government is doing is restricting municipalities' ability to choose the projects they want to go ahead with. What funding they do provide is insufficient, and that's according to the Canadian Federation of Municipalities. And then the Buildings Canada agreement, Quebec still hasn't even signed, and the excise tax on the gas tax is being restricted in how it can be used, and that's very harmful for Quebec and for provinces that haven't signed the agreement yet. We ask the government to speed up that process so that the whole country can have access to Building Canada. Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I advise the Chair that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Edmonton Centre. Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to rise in the House today to voice my support for Economic Action Plan 2015, to support jobs and growth, to support families and seniors, to ensure that communities prosper and ensure the security of Canadians. Despite the slicing and dicing by the opposition and some of the carping and complaining and hair-splitting by some of the more partisan members of the media party, I just want to say again in this House, Mr. Speaker, that the government has fulfilled its commitment to balance this budget. Economic Action Plan 2015, as I said, despite the slicing and dicing and the carping by the opposition, the budget is balanced, and it has been done using the fiscal tools at the government's disposal. Economic Action Plan 2015 will create jobs, it will create growth, and, Mr. Speaker, it will create long-term prosperity. Comme nous l'avions promis,
as promised, this is a balanced budget that lowers taxes for individuals and hardworking families.
Just add, Mr. Speaker, that this is a prudent budget. It is a prudent plan. It's a principled plan that will see Canadians more prosperous, more secure, and even more confident in our country's place in the world. And I'd like to speak this morning, Mr. Speaker, about those elements of the budget that are important in my constituency of Thornhill, just sitting atop the northern city limits of the Canadian metropolis of Toronto. As this House knows, Mr. Speaker, the government's long-term commitments to keeping taxes low is making life indeed more affordable for all Canadians. By reducing taxes year after year and enhancing direct benefits to Canadians, the government has given families and has given individuals greater flexibility to make the choices that are right for them. Canadian families and individuals will receive $37 billion in tax relief, Mr. Speaker, and increased benefits in 2015 as a result of actions taken since 2006. This includes measures announced by the Prime Minister, of course, last October 2014. But on their own, the measures announced last October 30th will provide more than $4.5 billion to annual tax relief and increased benefits to all families and children under the age of 18. I'll say that again, Mr. Speaker. These benefits will accrue to all families with children under the age of 18. The proposed measures also include the enhanced universal child care benefit that will provide an increased benefit of $160 a month for children under the age of 6, and a new benefit of $60 a month for children aged 6 through 17, backdated, effective to January 1st of this year. There is a $1,000 increase, Mr. Speaker, in each of the minimum dollar amounts that can be claimed under the child care expense deduction effective for this 2015 taxation year. and the family tax cut, a federal non-profitable, non-refundable tax credit of up to $2,000 for couples with children under the age of 18 is effective for the 2014 taxation year. Now, the House will also recall from the Finance Minister's speech, he referenced the fact that, as announced October 9th, 2014, the government doubled the maximum amount of expenses that may be claimed under the Children's Fitness Tax Credit to $1,000 as of 2014 and made the credit refundable, effective for the 2015 and subsequent taxation years. Parents, and I'm sure you know this, Mr. Speaker, but parents are already taking advantage of the new $1,000 maximum limit as they even now complete their tax returns for 2014. And given that the government recognizes that all Canadians are interested in increasing their physical fitness, to this end the government intends to establish an expert panel to study the potential scope of an adult fitness tax credit. Now, moving, Mr. Speaker, from families with young children to our seniors, the government has again renewed its support of seniors in Economic Action Plan 2015. It has, as a result of actions taken to date by the government, seniors and pensioners are receiving about $3 billion in additional annual targeted tax relief. In particular, since 2006, the government has increased the age credit account by $2,000, $1,000 in 2006, $1,000 in 2009, and based on these increases and adjustments for inflation, the age credit this year, tax year 2015, is just over $7,000, providing tax relief of up to $1,000 for eligible seniors. We've doubled to $2,000 the maximum amount of income eligible for the pension income credit. We've introduced pension income splitting, as you know, which the opposition parties say that they would revoke. And I believe that pension income splitting, which was the first phase, which has been extended this year to families with young children, is providing benefits right across the country and to folks in lower and middle income classes right across the board. Annually, over 2.2 million Canadians take advantage of pension income splitting. And as you will note, and as many seniors in my riding have communicated their satisfaction with, Budget 2015 reduces the minimum withdrawal factors for registered retirement income funds. The Old Age Security Guaranteed Income Supplement programs and the Canada Pension Plan and Quebec Pension Plan form the first two pillars of Canada's three-pillar retirement income system. But in order to supplement income provided by the first two pillars, many Canadians also rely on their own savings for income in their senior years. So I think that certainly, Mr. Speaker, I hope the opposition recognizes these benefits to families and seniors as they consider exactly how they will vote when this budget comes before the House. There's been a great deal of talk from my colleagues across the way about funding for transit across the country. And as you know, although some in the media, some in different parts of the country, some in the opposition seem not to have read what is quite clearly stated in the budget, Economic Action Plan 2015 proposes to provide $750 million over 2 years, starting in 2017-18, and $1 billion annually ongoing thereafter for a public transit fund. This is, Mr. Speaker, a guaranteed commitment to fund public transit across the country. Since 2006, the government has provided unprecedented support for public transit, committing close to $5 billion to date for public transit projects across the country. Projects that have been identified as priorities by municipalities and their governments. I see time is short, Mr. Speaker, so I'll just conclude by saying that and given the fact that we are going to see quite a very different budget presented later today by the largest province in Canada, one which will reflect the gross mismanagement of that province's economy for the last several years. Mr. Speaker, there is no fiscal imbalance in Canada. All governments have the capability to and competence and capacity to balance their budgets. But as I said, not all governments have either the intent or the competence. I would hope that my colleagues across the way will read very carefully the provisions in Economic Action Plan 2015 and support this very important budget.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to say I have a very specific question, a short question, a precise question for my colleague opposite with respect to his new passion and his government's new passion for a balanced budget, when since or over the past 7 years the government's been racking up deficits, a fiscal budget imbalance, and now all of a sudden there's an election on the horizon and they've discovered a new passion for balanced budgets. And they will only not balance it in the event of a situation, a dramatic situation. Over the past few years, we've been not in a recession, but in a period of growth. So 5 of their past deficits they ran during a recession. But can he, in fact, explain this new passion for a balanced budget when the government has brought down the 7 in a row, and this is the first one that's balanced?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question, although he seems to forget the international economic recession and the measures that were taken by Canada to alleviate and to respond and to recover from that recession. Indeed, we generated an historic deficit in responding to the international recession. And we made a commitment at the time to pay it back, to eliminate the deficit, and to balance the budget as soon as financially and responsibly possible. And that is what my colleague sees in Economic Action Plan 2015. We believe, as I said earlier, all governments in this country have the capacity to balance their budgets, extraordinary events like the international economic recession aside, and those must be addressed. And we believe that, and I heard some of his colleagues talking enthusiastically, the finance critic for the NDP talking enthusiastically yesterday about the legislation we have before this House regarding balanced budgets, and I would hope the NDP supports that as well.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
I listened very closely to the transit announcement, and while we all welcome a federal presence on the file, the presence is the problem. Nothing is present this year. No money until 2017. I mean, the budget shouldn't be called the 2015 action plan. It's the 2017 action plan. But the $1 billion doesn't arrive for years and years and years. What arrives in 2017 is $250 million. The funding formulas that are constant across this country on transit means that for Ontario, that's $80 million. For the GTA, where we represent ridings, it means it's probably about $40 million, which means it's $20 million for York Region and Durham and Pickering and everywhere else, including Mississauga, and it's about $20 million a year for the City of Toronto. $20 million in the City of Toronto doesn't even buy a fleet of streetcars. It doesn't build a subway station. It doesn't put track down. It's nothing. And $20 million just doesn't pull its weight in transit. But if this money was to be allowed to be used for state of good repair, you'd be making a contribution. Will the government allow this dollars to be used, $20 million for state of good repair, when $20 million will not build a new subway line, will not build a new streetcar line?
Member for Thornhill, you have a minute to respond.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Toronto for his question. And I would note that the Mayor of Toronto, along with the mayors of our other large metropolitan areas, have all endorsed the transit plan in the budget. And I would remind him he was a member of Toronto City Council when our government in 2007 pledged for 1/3 of the cost of the Spadina subway extension through my riding, through Thornhill into York Region. That money, that project is still not spent, is still not completed. It's years behind schedule for a variety of reasons I won't go into today. And that money has not been spent. The money that the federal government pledged for the Shepherd LRT extension, as Toronto City Council flip-flopped between subway, well, you didn't flip-flop, but certainly the city did. I think we have to realize that...
Order. Member's time is up, and he should know not to address comments to other members of the House, but to the Chair. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise in support of Economic Action Plan 2015, a budget that fulfills our government's promise to be back in the black this year. Pursuant to our long-standing commitment to responsible fiscal management, Economic Action Plan 2015 will see the budget balanced, and Canadians can rest assured that Canada's fiscal house is in order. Under this plan, the deficit has been reduced from $55.6 billion at the height of the global economic and financial crisis to a projected surplus of $1.4 billion for 2015-16. Mr. Speaker, this government has lowered taxes every year since coming into office. In fact, since 2006, government has introduced over 180 tax relief measures. The overall tax burden is now at its lowest level in 50 years. Canadian families and individuals have benefited from significant tax reductions that have given them the flexibility to make decisions that are right for them and not decisions that are made for them by bureaucrats. Canadians at all income levels are benefiting from the tax relief introduced by the government, with the low and middle income Canadians receiving proportionally greater relief. Mr. Speaker, Canada's debt to GDP ratio is less than half the average of all G7 countries, making us the economic envy of most of the world. Indeed, real gross domestic product has increased more in Canada than in any other G7 country since the end of the recession. We have done this and much more without resorting to higher taxes and higher debt, as those across the floor would advocate. Mr. Speaker, this budget is good news for Canada and Canadians today and tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, this will not surprise anyone who knows me, but I'd like to focus my remarks on one group of Canadians for whom I have the utmost respect and commitment, our veterans. The Government of Canada is dedicated to ensuring that veterans and their families receive the support they need, while understanding that there will always be more that we would like to do and more that we should try to do. With the implementation of the new Veterans Charter in 2006, the government significantly increased the range of benefits and services it provides to ensure that disabled veterans not only receive compensation for the pain and suffering related to their disabilities, but that they also receive support aimed at restoring their ability to function at home, in their community, and in the workplace. Like any program, Mr. Speaker, any new program, unintended gaps begin to appear, and it is government's job to address those gaps effectively. No government moves as quickly as people would like. And in truth, as a veteran, Mr. Speaker, I wish we could have moved faster. That said, Mr. Speaker, we have made very significant progress with action and the recommendations of the unanimous report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, tabled last June, and with more recent activities and announcements by the Minister of Veterans Affairs and his dynamic staff. Since implementing the Charter, the government has made important improvements to the new Veterans Charter to adapt it to the needs of veterans, allocating close to $5 billion in additional resources since 2006 to enhance veterans' benefits, programs, and services. We established a minimum pre-tax income of $42,426 for veterans receiving the earnings loss benefit, which provides income replacement to disabled veterans to age 65. We introduced a new monthly supplement to help severely injured veterans who are permanently impaired and unable to return to gainful employment. We increased the overall level of benefits provided to disability pension recipients by having the pension no longer offset other Veterans Affairs Canada and National Defence benefits. A lot of the credit for that goes to a veteran named Dennis Manouge, who advocated tirelessly for years. We expanded access to the funeral and burial program for younger veterans, and we improved online services. We also enhanced employment opportunities in the federal public service for veterans and Canadian Armed Forces personnel with the Veterans Hiring Act. We expanded Veterans Affairs Canada's network of operational stress injury clinics to better serve veterans suffering from mental health conditions. Building on progress to date, Mr. Speaker, the government recently announced additional plans to invest in significantly expanded benefits and services for veterans and their families, reaffirming government's ongoing commitment to veterans and their families. Beginning in March 2015, government has announced a series of complementary improvements to the spectrum of benefits and supports available to veterans and their families. Moderately to severely disabled veterans, those who need it most, will be provided with continued assistance in the form of a new monthly retirement income security benefit beginning at age 65 and continuing for life, and picking up where earnings loss benefit leaves off. As of April 1st, 2015, the permanent impairment allowance will be available to all Canadian Armed Forces veterans who have a permanent and severe disability, even if they do not require assistance to perform daily activities. These lifetime financial benefits are designed to compensate for the loss of employment potential and career advancement opportunities caused by disabilities suffered while serving in the Canadian Armed Forces. Between earnings loss benefit, retirement income security benefit, and permanent impairment allowance, moderately to severely injured veterans and their families will be assured of the necessary financial resources to maintain their quality of life in their retirement years. Mr. Speaker, the government also wishes to recognize the important contribution made by Canadian Armed Forces Reserve Force members. 25 to 30% of our combat commitment in Afghanistan was filled by reservists. As such, Economic Action Plan 2015 confirms modifications to the earnings loss benefit to ensure that part-time Reserve Force veterans have access to the same level of income support as regular and full-time Reserve Force veterans while they rehabilitate and transition to civilian life. Previously, a severely injured part-time reservist would receive a minimum of $24,300 from earnings loss benefit per year. That will increase by 75% to a minimum of $42,426 per year. This is in addition to other benefits this veteran may receive under the improved New Veterans Charter. Mr. Speaker, family members and informal caregivers are very often faced with helping to take care of seriously disabled veterans, and those dedicated people deserve our help. To better recognize this important contribution, Economic Action Plan 2015 confirms funding to create a new family caregiver relief benefit as to seriously disabled veterans requiring daily assistance from an informal caregiver. The new benefit will provide a tax-free annual financial support of $7,238 to eligible veterans so that they can purchase services to allow respite for their informal caregiver. Mr. Speaker, the disability award or lump sum kicks in after the final assessment of disability is made. Before that point, an injured veteran will probably have undergone a lot of pain and suffering through treatment and rehabilitation, such as recovery from surgery. To recognize that, Economic Action Plan 2015 confirms funding to create a new critical injury benefit. This new benefit will provide a tax-free lump sum amount of $70,000 upfront to compensate eligible Canadian Armed Forces members and veterans for the immediate consequences of very severe and traumatic injuries sustained in the line of duty. As part of our government's commitment to service excellence for our veterans and their families, we recognize that veterans suffering from severe and complex disabilities need access to ongoing professional assistance with managing their care. This critical element is provided by Veterans Affairs Canada case managers, and we're decreasing the ratio of veterans to case managers from 40-to-1 to 30-to-1 by hiring more than 100 permanent case managers who will have more time to provide dedicated one-on-one support. Mr. Speaker, we also recognize that it sometimes takes too long to get disability benefits started because of backlogs in the approval process. Economic Action Plan 2015 confirms funding to hire more than 100 new disability benefit staff to ensure veterans receive faster decisions on their applications. Faster decisions on disability benefit applications will in turn expedite access to other financial benefits, health care, and mental health treatment. To further support rehabilitation of our veterans, the government has expanded vocational training in order to provide eligible veterans and with the flexibility to pursue new career directions that are not directly linked to skills developed during their military service. Mr. Speaker, the budgetary process for all this is not simple and must comply with public sector accounting standards which have been in place for many decades. As such, the budgetary projections reflect the accrued value of future benefit payments to eligible veterans, which must be recognized up front. Consistent with that process, the value of the overall commitment of the government is making to veterans through these measures is estimated at $2.5 billion over 6 years, starting in 2014-15. And these amounts have been incorporated into the government's budgetary projection. By recording $2.5 billion at this stage, the government is setting aside funding to ensure that enhanced benefits will be available to veterans and their families in the years ahead. the annual cash value of these benefits provided will significantly increase over time. For example, as more modern-day veterans reach 65, they will become eligible for financial support under the Retirement Income Security Benefit. Mr. Speaker, people need to understand that all these figures are estimates and that Veterans Affairs benefits are demand-driven. That means that no matter the level of demand, it will be met. That is our solemn commitment to veterans and their families, backed up by legislation. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that this has been a difficult file, but it is absolutely not for lack of commitment to veterans and their families by every single member of this place and the other place. Veterans issues will always be a work in progress, and there will always be more work to do as circumstances change. The key word, Mr. Speaker, is progress. And with Economic Action Plan 2015, our government is continuing that progress. I'm proud of that, Mr. Speaker. I would welcome questions from my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened to my honourable colleague's comments with interest, and the member mentioned veterans in his speech. And I'm wondering if he will agree the government has a moral, social, legal, and fiduciary obligation to provide equitable financial compensation and support services to past and active members of the Canadian Armed Forces who have been injured, disabled, or have died as a result of military service, and to their dependents, which the Government of Canada is obligated to fulfill. Does the member agree this social covenant with our veterans exists?
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his very transparent question. In fact, we have been doing that, Mr. Speaker. We've been doing that since Robert Borden's speech in 1917. We continue to do that till today. We'll continue to do that to tomorrow, regardless of where it is written or not written. That is an obligation the government has. Every government of every stripe has tried to fulfill that. As I said, there's always work to do. It will always be a work in progress. In fact, the wording is in Bill C-58, and I'm sure my honourable colleague has read Bill C-58. There's wording in there that does, in fact, address that to formalize it, if that makes people more comfortable, that it's formalized in language, what has in fact been happening for decades and decades and decades, and will continue to happen.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank that member for his speech and for his service to this country. I know that he's sincere when he talks about the interests of veterans, and it must at some times be frustrated that he's swimming against the tide in that caucus. Also appreciate his reference to Dennis Manouche, who this government fought tooth and nail in court until eventually the injured veteran Dennis Manouche won in court and compelled the government to take action. He referenced case managers and disability claims adjudicators. And I want to focus my question in on those positions that are now being added. And I have two questions. First of all, case managers in the past worked from district offices for veterans. This government has closed those district offices. Does this member continue to stand by the decision of the government to close district offices? And secondly, the fact that this budget has announced 100 new positions for case managers, 100 new positions for disability claims adjudicators, is that tantamount to an admission that they cut too deep?
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. As far as the tide in this caucus, Mr. Speaker, there is no tide. There is not a single member of this House or the other place that is not completely dedicated to the interests of veterans and their families. That includes every member on this side and every member on that side and every member in the red chamber as well. So we need to stop that BS, Mr. Speaker. It's just not true. Now, with respect to adjudicators and case managers, it's not an admission of anything, Mr. Speaker. It's an admission of the fact that we are continuing to try to do more and more as we go along to make progress in serving our veterans. In 1938, we had no idea that we'd have hundreds of thousands of World War II veterans. 15 years ago, we had no idea we'd have thousands and thousands of Afghan veterans. In 20 years, we'll look back and say, 10 years ago, we had no idea we'd have thousands of veterans from whatever the new situation is. Mr. Speaker, government adapts, as every government has tried to do, liberal or conservative, in the best interest of veterans. It's an ongoing process. It will always be a work in progress. And to suggest that there's some lack of commitment on the part of anybody in this House is simply wrong and offensive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. A short question, please. We're almost out of time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member directed most of his comments to veterans, but I know he has a long career and interest in defence spending, and I wonder if he cares to comment. We hear a great deal from Conservative members that there was something called the Decade of Darkness, but the actual figures don't show that light has dawned. This budget at page 322 and page 323 says that defence spending for national defence budget will start increasing, but that increase starts in 2017. And I wonder if the honourable member is concerned that the Department of Defence is overstretched with missions in Iraq, Syria, and now Ukraine, and has fallen below the per capita and, in fact, the percentage of GDP spending on defence compared to any of our industrial country allies.
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre. Again, short answer, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the premise of that is only partially correct. It's not true. We've fallen below all of our industrial allies. As a military member, sure, I'd love to have more defence spending, but the simple fact is every government has a lot of legitimate calls on the Treasury, legitimate balance. We are bringing in an increased accelerator, Mr. Speaker, going up to 3%, which will ensure that the military has more funding year over year moving forward. We do ask a lot of them. They do extremely well with resources that will always have limitations, Mr. Speaker. I lived through that for 30 years. We did an awful lot. We would love to have more, but the military does a great job, and we're going to support them every step of the way as best this government possibly can.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to address this Conservative government's 11th and hopefully final budget.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, I'll also be splitting my time with the honourable member from St. John's East. After a decade of Conservative government, middle-class families are working harder than ever, yet falling further behind. Canadians spent the winter waiting for a plan focused on their priorities, giving their kids the best possible start in life and creating good jobs to support their family. Yet, instead of presenting a real plan to invest in middle-class families, a real plan to invest in middle-class families feeling squeezed, the Conservatives have presented a perversely distorted Robin Hood budget, taking from the poor and giving to the richest Canadians. Budget 2015 stubbornly moves ahead with a plan to spend billions on measures like income splitting for the wealthiest few, doubling tax-free savings accounts contribution limits, and tax loopholes for CEOs. Measures that overwhelmingly help those who need it least. At the same time, this budget fails to provide a helping hand for parents looking for childcare, fails to reduce the retirement age back to 65 for Canadian seniors, and fails to reinstate the minimum wage for federal workers. The Conservatives' unfair income splitting scheme will take billions from the middle class and give it to the rich. 85% of Canadians will get nothing at all. The Parliamentary Budget Office has highlighted this disparity, noting that only the wealthiest Canadian families will benefit from the Conservatives' income-splitting gift. Even Conservatives are critical of this scheme, with Conservative insider Michael Taube publicly equating income splitting to, quote, state-run socialism for the wealthy, unquote. The doubling of the TFSA contribution limits will just create more tax loopholes for the wealthiest, while ordinary Canadians working hard to pay the bills won't even be able to take advantage. In fact, most low to middle income Canadians can't afford to double their contributions to the TFSA, with fewer than 16% of working Canadians maximizing contributions under the current limit, according to the recent Broadbent Institute report. Conservatives know the expansion of the TFSA is unsustainable, and their plan is a huge burden on future generations, with indications doubling the limit could cost $15 billion a year within a few decades. The finance minister admitted as much when he stated that we should, quote, leave that to the Prime Minister's granddaughter to solve that problem, unquote. Really, Mr. Speaker? Shame. New Democrats oppose placing this financial burden on the backs of future generations for the sake of the wealthiest Canadians. It is morally unconscionable that the finance minister expects his granddaughter's children to clean up the financial mess his government is intentionally leaving. Speaking of leaving a mess to future generations, this budget shockingly makes no mention of the environment or climate change, offers little support for First Nations or coastal communities, and their transit commitments do not start soon enough or go far enough to meet the growing challenges facing Canada's urban centres. Budget 2015 also demonstrated once again that the Conservatives take BC for granted. For instance, New Democrats have repeatedly urged the Conservative government to reverse cuts to marine safety, reverse the Conservatives' closure of the Kitsilano Coast Guard base, and cuts to marine communication and traffic service centres. But this budget has failed to do that. The budget also fails to address BC's need for significant investments in housing and infrastructure, providing no additional funding for new affordable housing or roads or bridges. Canada's New Democrats have presented a significantly different vision that will ensure a prosperous long-term future for our country, proposing practical steps that will help fix the damage done by this Prime Minister and create good jobs and opportunities for families, new supports for small businesses and manufacturing, and a $15 federal minimum wage, and public, affordable, accessible childcare. There are currently 900,000 children in Canada whose parents lack access to quality, affordable childcare spaces. 900,000, Mr. Speaker. In many parts of the country, parents face monthly childcare bills in the thousands of dollars. Canada's New Democrats have presented a plan to create or maintain 1 million affordable childcare spaces across Canada to ensure parents don't pay more than $15 a day for a childcare space. Our plan would build on the successful childcare plan or model from Quebec, where research from economist Pierre Fortin showed that affordable childcare helped 70,000 mothers join the workforce and boosted the economy by $1.75 for every dollar invested by the government. Now that's a plan that makes sense for families and for the economy. Canada's New Democrats are also committed to making life more affordable for Canadians by raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. Under this Prime Minister, Canadian families are working harder than ever, but falling further behind. The Liberal government before them eliminated the minimum wage for federally regulated workers in 1996, and the Conservatives have done nothing to boost wages since then. The introduction of a $15 an hour minimum wage, federal minimum wage, would help fight growing income inequality and provide leadership to increase standards for workers in all sectors of the economy and regions of Canada. All Canadians who work hard and play by the rules should be able to make a decent living. Restoring a federal minimum wage will help make life more affordable for many workers and help build a fairer, healthier, and more sustainable society. New Democrats are also understand the importance of increasing productivity by making smart investments in our roads, bridges, and public transit to help families get around faster and help Canadian businesses get their products to their customers. Yet this budget does nothing for local roads and bridges, contains no new spending for new affordable housing, and nothing for tourism, sports, recreation, or cultural infrastructure. While this budget does contain new money for public transit projects, it's a pittance of what is required to meet the growing challenges faced by municipalities in the Lower Mainland, like Coquitlam, New Westminster, and Port Moody. Most worrisome, investment is contingent on municipalities borrowing money from private lenders, requiring them to use, quote, alternative financing and funding mechanisms involving the private sector, unquote. This raises very real concerns about whether the stringent rules will once again keep infrastructure investments from getting out of the door in communities that remain opposed to public-private partnerships. On a positive note, Mr. Speaker, after a relentless NDP campaign, the government decided to use the copy and paste functions and inserted our proposal to lower the small business tax rate from 11 to 9%.
Yep.
To create the good local jobs, and they inserted that into their budget. Whether it's the local coffee shop, hair salon, or bakery, small businesses continue to be the engine of our local economy and the backbone of thriving, prosperous, and sustainable communities. It's these small business owners who create jobs, employ our neighbors, and support our charities. That's why the NDP has prioritized supporting small businesses as part of our practical plan for jobs and the economy. Why then is the government making incremental reductions that won't be fully realized until 2019, rather than providing immediate help for Canada's hard-working small business owners who create 80% of all new jobs in this country? Instead of offering immediate tax relief to the richest 15% of Canadians through their income-splitting scheme, would it not make more sense to provide this immediate tax relief to companies who are already creating good jobs and investing in our communities now? In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Canada's economy is only strong when we have a thriving middle class. This budget does nothing to address Canada's struggling middle class. Instead, it focuses on handouts to the wealthiest 15% of Canadians. The leader of the official opposition is a principled leader with the experience and the plan to help grow the middle class, create good jobs, protect our environment, and fix the damage done by this Prime Minister and his Conservative government. In October, Canadians will have a historic opportunity to support the NDP's practical plan for Canada when they reject the Conservative approach and elect the first ever federal New Democrat government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed listening to my honourable colleague's speech, and I have two basic questions for him. The NDP are suggesting raising the federal minimum wage to $15 per hour. Why not $25? Why not $30 an hour? Why stop at 15 if politicians can dictate wages without any regards to the economics? So to my colleague, my first question is this: why not $25 or $30 an hour? My second question is he kept referring to maximizing the TFSAs as only for the rich. Now, my question is in many ways much more personal here, Mr. Speaker. My grandma, who's in a nursing home, 98, coming 99 this summer, maximizes her TFSAs every year. Wow. Her income, well, I'm not sure what it is under $20,000 a year. 60% of people who maximize TFSAs have an income under $60,000 a year. So my question to the honourable member, why does he want to raise taxes on my grandma in a nursing home who makes less than $20,000 per year?
The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleagues' questions. And in terms of the federal minimum wage, first of all, there is no minimum wage for federally regulated workers currently. The previous government, to the Conservatives, the Liberal government, eliminated the federal minimum wage in 1996. The Conservatives have not done anything on that front. So we feel a measured response to increasing to $15 an hour would lift those federally regulated workers to a minimum of $15 an hour, which is a basic level of, which isn't even the living wage that many organizations across the country are calling for. In terms of investments with seniors, Mr. Speaker, we believe that the New Democrats have the best comprehensive plan for seniors for the country, and in terms of the TFSA, raising the contribution level would not allow most seniors to contribute. They unfortunately do not have that kind of disposable cash to put into investments. They have to put it towards rent, food, prescription drugs, health care. They, at the end of paying all that, unfortunately, aren't able to invest in those kind of wealthy schemes, which would be nice to all take advantage of if we were in that position.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. I listened with interest to the statements about small business. There are different types of small business. There are multi-millionaire lawyers who are self-incorporated and are consultants to other multi-million-dollar corporations. They are a small business because there is one employee in their corporation. Cutting their taxes is cutting taxes for affluence. But there are also small businesses that employ 10 or 15 people and run a corner store or run a small manufacturing base. Cutting their taxes creates jobs and creates opportunities for other Canadians. Would the NDP support a plan that tied the small business tax cut to job creation rather than simply making affluent consultants pay less tax?
The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question from my honourable colleague. I think it's unfortunate that that his leader has decided that he won't support small business, while the leader of the NDP has categorically stated he will invest in small businesses. We feel that small businesses are the engine of job growth. 80% of jobs are created by small businesses, whether it's 1 or 5 employees or a self-employed business. They are still creating jobs, and they are doing a lot for our country, and those are the investments that I think are wise. That's what an NDP government would do. That's what the official opposition leader has committed to do, and we will continue to support our small and medium-sized enterprises right across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to have an opportunity today to speak on the Conservative budget. The budget itself, of course, is no pleasure, but to have a chance to talk about what's wrong with this budget, where it's lacking, the negative direction it's taking this country, and to talk about some of the things that our party, the NDP, would do instead is something that I cherish. This budget, this Conservative budget, actually spends billions in handouts to the wealthiest at a time when the government should be investing in accessible childcare, affordable housing, and supporting seniors who are struggling to get by. The needs of places like Newfoundland and Labrador and the people of Newfoundland and Labrador and the Atlantic who have critical issues that need to be addressed, like regional economic development and supporting our communities. Issues such as a constitutional obligation of this government to support Marine Atlantic are absent from this budget. Absent as well, where is the $280 million that this government promised the government of Newfoundland and Labrador in a fishing industry development fund in response to the consequences of CETA, Mr. Speaker, and the request to remove their powers to expect local processing on fisheries? Where is that, Mr. Speaker? All of these are absent. And you know, what we've got instead is a claim for an allegedly balanced budget after 9 years in which they actually increased the size of the deficit by a total of $150 billion. They now have an allegedly balanced budget, and this supposedly is the talking point that they think will take them to the election and supposedly bring them another majority government. That's not going to happen, Mr. Speaker, because people are starting to realize that this Conservative administration, in fact, is not the prudent fiscal managers that they claim to be. How did they balance the budget, Mr. Speaker? What have we got here? We've got, they claim to have a balanced budget, and how did they get there? They got there by taking $2 billion out of the contingency fund. It used to be $3 billion, now it's only $1 billion. They achieved $2.1 billion by selling off the GM shares to add to the budget, and if they had waited actually another couple of weeks, they would have actually made another $100 million. Now there's prudent fiscal management. Another $3.4 billion, where did they get it? They stole it from the EI fund, the Employment Insurance Fund. $3.4 billion. So we've got $3.4 billion, we've got $2.1 billion, and we've got another $2 billion shaved from the contingency fund. And that's where they come up with a phony balanced budget. Are we really talking about prudent fiscal management, or are we talking about a shell game that's designed to confuse people and let people believe that they somehow or other have magically balanced the budget through prudent fiscal management? What we really have had, Mr. Speaker, is that they've taken away important sources of income from the government, like the corporate taxes that are necessary to pay for the services that Canadians need and deserve. And they've done that in a way that was basically a corporate gift. We are now very likely the lowest corporate tax rate in the whole OECD. The wealthiest nations in the world, they have a corporate tax rate that is, all of them have a tax rate higher than ours. We would do something about that, Mr. Speaker. And if you want to call that raising taxes, yes, that would be raising taxes. You know, my colleague in the provincial government, provincial party in Newfoundland, when confronted with the notion that the NDP supposedly is a tax and spend party, he says, yes, we are a tax and spend party. We tax fairly and spend wisely. And this government is doing the exact opposite of that. It's taking away the kind of taxes that other countries routinely and all across the world make corporations pay their fair taxes, and this government is giving away revenue and then taking away the services that revenue pays for. Now, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the things that they do have in this budget that I mentioned in terms of making special arrangements for the wealthy, well, the first one that's obvious and jumps out at everybody is this income splitting proposal. $2.4 billion. Income splitting for families with children under 18. Income splitting that does zero for single-parent families, who are amongst the poorest families in the country, and families without children under 18, or parents who are in the same tax bracket. With the cost of $2.4 billion, this gives no benefit, zero benefit, to 86% of families, but actually helps the wealthiest. Now, is that wise spending of the government money? Is that good for the future of this country? Is that good for solving some of the problems that Canada has? No, Mr. Speaker. And you add on top of that the significant increase, almost doubling, of the tax-free savings account, and what do you get? You get another program that helps and is designed to help amongst the wealthiest of Canadians. Now, you know, we just heard someone opposite talk about his mother, in age 96, putting money into a tax-free savings account. That's wonderful. That's wonderful that she's able to do that. But, you know, the reality, we need a reality check with this government, because they're ignoring the vast majority of Canadians. You know, 51% of employees in a survey done by the Canadian Payroll Association, this is not a left-wing think tank, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Payroll Association, last September said 51% of employees said they would find it difficult to meet their financial obligations if their paycheck was delayed by 1 week. So they're living from paycheck to paycheck. They're not putting away $10,000 each or $20,000 per couple into a tax-free saving account. They are just not capable of doing that, because they're doing their very best to try and meet their obligations paycheck to paycheck. And that's just people who are working, Mr. Speaker. That's not people who are unemployed, or people who are looking for, have been looking for work for a long time, or who are disabled, or who are living on social assistance because of difficult circumstances that they have. These are people who are actually working. So where is the benefit to the people of Canada to have this tax-free saving account almost doubled? It's not there, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't do anything to solve the problem that Canadians have now. And what's the government's solution? What's the government's answer? the finance minister's answer when someone says this is putting an unfair burden on taxpayers to take away this source of revenue and it's going to grow over the years? He said, well, we'll let the Prime Minister's granddaughter solve that problem. That's the answer, Mr. Speaker. We'll let the Prime Minister's granddaughter solve that problem somewhere down the road. Well, Mr. Speaker, we have a plan that's going to make our children and our grandchildren better off because we want to have a program that serves their interests now. And one of the most obvious ones, we've announced it already, it's something that is gaining more and more traction as time goes on, and that's the National Child Care Plan for maximum $15 a day child care. What will that do, Mr. Speaker? Well, that will ensure that single parents have an opportunity to get to work, to finish an education, to make sure that their children are going to be looked after and have a better income for themselves. It's going to make sure that couples are able to work as well as look after their children instead, Mr. Speaker, of having what in many cases is the next highest expense next to their mortgage, Mr. Speaker. That's what needs to be fixed in this country to make life better for our children and our grandchildren and not go the other way, which this government seems to be quite happy and content to do. So, Mr. Speaker, there are measures that we have proposed that will do positive and good things for the future of this country, help solve some of the problems of inequality, ensure that families have a better opportunity to look after their families and the future of their families, and this government ignores those needs in a crude attempt to try and buy people's votes with their own money. It's an old game, Mr. Speaker, and it's one that's not going to work because Canadians are the wiser. So we look forward, Mr. Speaker, to an election coming up later on this year because we have plans and proposals that we believe can help solve some of the problems that Canadians have. We have a vision for a more equal Canada and a greater opportunity to work together to build that country instead of tearing it down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question come on side. The honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I really appreciate his, Mr. Speaker, the member's honesty. They were clear in his speech that their party is in favor of increased taxes to be able to pay for a number of the programs that they have indicated that they're interested in, and I'm actually looking forward to debating those issues at election time also. But I'm a little confused, Mr. Speaker. On one hand, in the same speech, Mr. Speaker, that they talk about, well, corporations need to pay their own way. Their taxes are definitely going up. And then their previous speaker from their party was taking credit for the small business tax rate going from 11 to 9. So 90% of the businesses in this country are small businesses. So are they for increasing taxes on business, or are they against taxes going up on business? They're a very confusing message. I don't think they know what they actually stand for, Mr. Speaker. I'd be interested to see what he has to say about that.
Order. The honourable member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, we have noticed over here that the honourable member is confused on many occasions. He didn't actually need to tell us that. But, you know, if he'd been listening, he would have known that the leader of the NDP several months ago gave a major speech in which he called for a decrease in small business tax rates down to 9%. Pretty clear. That was very clear, Mr. Speaker, and for a call for an increase in the capital cost allowance on manufacturing, something that's desperately needed in his neck of the woods, Mr. Speaker, in Ontario, because of the hollowing out of the manufacturing that's happened during this government's administration. So we're trying to fix that, Mr. Speaker. So we do understand what needs to be done, but we don't support the notion that major corporations, highly profitable corporations, can have tax cuts and keep that cash, sit on that cash for years and years, Mr. Speaker, and not use it to create jobs.
Questions and comments. Question come on side. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, and like to thank this member for his speech. As a fellow Atlantic Canadian, we do certainly have some issues in common. He talked about the EI fund, and certainly because of the dominance of seasonal industries in my province, issues around employment insurance are extremely important, and the gutting of the program in previous budgets has had a terrible effect. But the question that I want to ask the member is a quote directly from the budget with respect to EI to get his take on it. And in the budget it says, taking steps to ensure that employment insurance claimants are aware of their job search responsibilities when moving or considering moving for work. The government will also ensure that individuals willing to move are not excluded from employment insurance training opportunities across the country, which I would take to mean that those who are not willing to move will be excluded. I would invite my colleague for his comments with respect to this particular provision regarding availability of EI under this budget. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his question. And yes, one of the things that's happened over the past couple of decades is employment insurance, which used to be called unemployment insurance, is now unavailable to the majority of people who are unemployed. And that's happened, and I have to say, starting with his party's government in the 90s and continuing through to the efforts of this government to, in fact, make it more and more difficult for people to get employment insurance when they need it. And you talked about seasonal industries. We have a tremendous number of seasonal industries in this country. Seasonal workers are needed for seasonal industries. And when you treat seasonal workers as if they're repeat offenders, I think is the phrase they sometimes use, treat them with disdain and make the program unavailable to them, then you're destroying some of the important parts of the economy of this country, including tourism, including forestry, including fishing, and I could go on, Mr. Speaker. So they've done a lot of damage to the economy, particularly rural and seasonal economies that need to have a variety of jobs throughout the year and need to have unemployment insurance when they can't get it. This phrase that he talked about, it sounds like code for another attack on workers, Mr. Speaker, so I will agree with him on that.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always a joy to speak in this House on important issues, and particularly at this point in time when we've just presented from this Conservative government Economic Action Plan 2015. And Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the great member to the north of me here in Bruce. Mr. Speaker, what are budgets? Budgets, in whether it's in our business or whether it's in government or in our personal, you look back a little bit and assess what has worked, what hasn't worked. Take a look at your business plan, and then you move forward with the analysis of what you have, what the requirements are in your business, and in this case, in the government. And then you secure with that what is needed for the present. What is needed for the present, and when you have that, you always keep. And I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that since 2006, we've had the incredible leadership of a Prime Minister in this country, and also the finance ministers of this country and the new finance minister that just presented his first budget, that not only have the intuition of what is coming, but what is needed. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, how do we move forward so that as a country and as a government, we can continue on the path that we've been on? So in 2006, when we got elected, there was a budget that came out that was presented, and in 2006, 2007, and 2008, this Conservative government focused around how are we going to start to continue and pay down on that debt, in which we did, almost $40 billion over those first three budgets. Mr. Speaker, we did that with the initiative of starting, for example, of lowering the taxes. But then in 2008, actually, when we had talked as a government about there was something coming that didn't look very good, and it wasn't just in Canada, but it was an international recession that struck in 2008, stayed for 2009. In 2010, this country was coming out of it. I might add, Mr. Speaker, that this country of Canada was the only country that was basically coming out of it in the industrialized world. But we made an agreement in 2008 because what was happening was a worldwide recession. Now, I don't want to overestimate or underestimate the significance of that event. I know in the 90s, when the Liberals were in power, there was a blimp in the economy. They actually, I believe, manufactured this huge issue about how bad it was for Canada. But this wasn't. This actually was global-wide. And it reached deep into the pockets of everyone, every industry, every family, every business, every government. In fact, it was the worst since the Great Depression of the 30s. So when we did that, quite honestly, there was a lot of good discussion here in this House. And it was agreed by the parties that we needed to do something to help stimulate the economy. So we did. Now, we put forward one of the largest stimulus packages in Canadian history. There were guidelines that this government of ours put in place that it would be temporary. Temporary for 2 years, because we actually wanted to see what was going to happen at the end of that. What happened is that businesses started to, because we had implemented a lower tax, giving back people the money that they needed to help, and to businesses to help stimulate the economy. And so here we go. We came out of that better than any country just about in the world. So we now have Budget 2015. What's it called? It's called Canada's Action Plan 2015, like it was in 2014, Canada's Action Plan, in 2013, Canada's Action Plan, 2012, 2011, 2010. Why? Because our government has the true belief is that you build a plan around economic growth. Canada's Economic Action Plan is the reason why. We now have the lowest tax rate for individuals in this country in 50 years. It is why we have the lowest tax rate for our industry and our businesses and small businesses, the lowest that it has been. We're here to rebuild our country, and we have done it, but we're not done. And that's why you look to the future when you're building a budget. So this plan also looks not just at the present, it has a vision for the future of how are we going to build and help continue to create the jobs on top of the 1.2 million net new jobs that have been created by businesses in this country. We've created the environment. Governments don't create jobs that actually create much economic growth. Businesses do that. Individuals out in our country. Mr. Speaker, I come from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. All of us will say it's we have our greatest ridings, and that's a proud statement that all of us should adhere to. My riding is quite honestly very, very much all small businesses and agriculture. And so when we look at what the significance of leaving the money in the taxpayer's dollar, the pockets is, Mr. Speaker, we have done what our people want and what small businesses want, and that is to give them an opportunity to grow and to hire people. So what have we done? Let's start with families, because the foundation of every country, the foundation of not just only my riding, but that doesn't matter if I lived in the rural riding that I do or whether I lived in the most urban riding. The foundation of this country, folks, is families, and those families run small businesses or work for the majority in small businesses. And what I know as a grandfather now and a father of 3 children, and I'm proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that by July we should have 10 grandchildren. I'm a little further behind my colleague who just announced yesterday that he has 32 grandchildren. What it does is focus on the significance of what families do for this country. And if we leave the money in their pockets, and as a government only take from people what we need to provide the services and run this country like a business, we're not a business. Governments will never be a business, but we should run them like a business with that same principle. And so when you do that, you look to families and say, what can we do to help make you a solid family and to leave money back in your pockets? Well, we've done a number of those things, particularly with over our tax cuts over the years that have taken it to about $3,400 less for a family of 4 than it was when we got elected in 2006, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, we've just added universal child care benefits and program. Not only does it raise the from 6 and under to $160 a month, Mr. Speaker, it goes from now 6 to 17, and it also talks about what we can do for income splitting for parents. Mr. Speaker, the greatest asset to many of these is also the tax-free savings account, and I'm sure I'll get some questions about that. And I see you've already given me the opportunity to say I should be hitting my conclusion. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to do that in conclusion. We made a promise to balance the budget, which we did. We made a promise to maintain a strong and stable economy. We promised to create jobs and promised to cut taxes. I'm proud to stand here today, Mr. Speaker, because not only did we say it, we've done it. So Budget 2015 is a budget for hardworking, responsible Canadians, and Mr. Speaker, we'll make sure they receive what they deserve. Thank you very much, and I look forward to questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. However, what I do find somewhat problematic in the budget that was put forth by the Conservative government is the lack of concrete measures to offer affordable childcare services for Canadian families. Now, that's something that's frankly missing. The NDP put forth a plan. The government doesn't seem to have taken it into account at all. They spend their time boasting about having increased the universal tax benefit, but they're refusing to tell Canadians that those benefits are considered taxable income. So they're taxed directly. It's a taxable benefit. So the government is giving with one hand, but has no problem to take it back or claw it back at the first opportunity with the other. So I'd like to understand why the government is so bent on taxing Canadians who are working hard and who need child care, and when the NDP has proposed a system to create spaces at $15 a day and to leave the money in the hands and pockets of Canadians' families, so they won't have to pay huge amounts to ensure that their children receive child care. So I wonder if he can explain why the government is taxing people on the one hand and projecting these false benefits on the other.
Thanks. Thank you very much, and I thank my honourable member for her question. And so I think maybe missed part of my comments is that we now have the lowest tax regime for individuals, and that's families, in 50 years. Actually goes back to Prime Minister Diefenbaker's time, another great Conservative. It also we talk about what we're doing. We believe, you see, that you should give the option Because I was still over on this side, believe mums and dads actually are still the ones that should make the choice. Now, that may not be the belief of everyone, and that's fine. We just believe that that's it. So we now provide money for families. Every family in Canada, Mr. Speaker, every family in Canada with children now benefits from the universal child care program that we have. See, the $15 a day is a bit of a challenge for those that work night shifts, that have vacations, that work on weekends. Not ours. Actually, mums and dads make those decisions. They can hire someone to come in. They can use family. They can use, but they're the ones, Mr. Speaker, that are the ones that give them the choice. You see, there's a different ideology. We believe parents make the decisions. I don't think that the government should be making all the decisions for families.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask this member about seniors living in poverty. He talked about the economic action plans, and it was either Economic Action Plan 2011 or Economic Action Plan 2012 that made the decision to increase the age of eligibility for the old age security and the guaranteed income supplement from 65 to 67. And the result of that is that poor seniors would receive a 2-year delay in receiving about $13,000 a year. So it was tantamount to reaching into their pocket and taking out $28,000. These are for our poorest, most vulnerable seniors. So my question for this member is, which of the measures in this budget is addressed to those vulnerable seniors who are being forced to pay more than their fair share to bring the budget into balance? What's going to help them? Will it be income splitting? Will it be the universal child care benefit? Will it be the increased limits on TFSAs, or the ability to have less tax on their registered retirement income funds? These are seniors living in poverty. Which one of those programs will benefit them the greatest?
The honourable member for Lambton Kent Middlesex. You only have about 40 seconds.
Thank you. I find that. Thank you very much, by the way, for your question. What the member forgot to mention also is that we've also increased the GIS for seniors. The GIS, as you know, part of the old age security that will for those that in most need. What we know is that we will, and as every government has, Mr. Speaker, will have programs which we have for our seniors. We've actually now got the lowest ratio of people in poverty in Canada, less than 5%. So we have work to do. But I think to say that we haven't done, or Canada's not in a good position in terms of how we dealt with seniors is misleading. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House today and speak about the budget, and most importantly, speak about a balanced budget. We've gone through. When I was first elected in 2008, we certainly were in some very serious and challenging economic times, and that's putting it lightly. We were in the midst of the worst economic downturn in a generation. We've been able to carry through that time over the last number of years, almost 7 years now. We were able to provide stimulus to the Canadian economy, to keep Canadians working, to lessen the blow to our economy. And then as time passed by, we were able to eliminate some of the stimulus and get back to balance. And that's what we've done. And now the economy is responding like it should. And, of course, in the budget, you'll notice there are many years of balanced budgets moving forward. Another key indicator, of course, is our debt-to-GDP ratio. We've been committed by 2021 to have that at 25% of our debt-to-GDP, to that ratio. We are by far heads and tails above other developed countries, G7 countries. We're way ahead. So that's encouraging. We've added 1.2 million jobs there's been 1.2 million jobs added to the Canadian economy since 2009. The marginal effective tax rate when we first took government in 2006 was at 33%. Today it's at 17%. That's allowing businesses to keep more of what they earn so they can reinvest. And another kind of checkpoint as to where we are is on the fiscal balance with our provinces, municipalities, and cities. Currently, we're at about 50%. So 50% of the taxes collected in this country are from the province and the municipalities and the cities. So we have our fiscal balance. And again, when we look at other countries, other developed countries, this is one of the best rates going. And of course, in the budget document, it is the best going. Now, in Huron Bruce, we are Ontario's west coast. It's a rural riding. It's a very rural riding, a mixture of agriculture, tourism. Of course, energy production is significant as well, light manufacturing. And so this budget really does address a lot of the needs and initiatives that we need to keep the economy growing in Huron Bruce and to the greater region of southwestern Ontario. Small business tax rate. You'll remember in 2008, I believe it was, we took that number from 12% to 11%. In this budget document, we're dropping that level from 11% to 9% over the next number of years. In addition to that, we've increased the threshold. A number of years ago, it was $300,000. It's increased to $400,000, and now it's at $500,000 of earnings. This is allowing employers to keep what they earn, reduce the tax on that, and again, being able to reinvest. There is a fairly large automotive manufacturer in my riding. I worked for them years and years ago. There's an auto supplier innovation fund. That's $100 million over the next 5 years. We know that in Ontario, there's a tremendous number of automotive part manufacturers, and they're Linamar and Magna are two of the large ones that come to mind. This fund over the next 5 years will help automotive parts suppliers be able to do some innovative things. One of them is reduce or improve fuel efficiency and be able to likely also reduce emissions. These are important investments, and certainly for my former employer, Westcast, they're in the exhaust manifold business. So anything they can do to improve fuel efficiency with the large manufacturers is a great benefit to them. Another one that's important to remember as well is the Auto Innovation Fund. There's been over $1 billion invested in the Auto Innovation Fund. Large manufacturers like Ford, Toyota, I believe Honda, again Linamar and Magna have all benefited from the Auto Innovation Fund to keep our local economies moving. Another important investment in this budget is the extension of the accelerated capital cost allowance, allowing manufacturers who purchase machinery and equipment in their facilities to accelerate at 50% per year. This has been extended for 10 years. This is something that our government has remained committed to for a long period of time. This helps to increase investment and spur manufacturers to continue to innovate and modernize their facilities. Also coupling with this is now making Canada a tariff-free zone for machinery and equipment purchased in a facility, manufacturing facility. There were 1,800 tariffs. We've eliminated those. That's a savings to manufacturers of about $450 million per year. So when you couple that with the accelerated capital cost allowance, we're really starting to put some dollars into job creators to create future jobs, become more efficient, and to be able to sell around the world. So that's great. We've committed our investments in IRAP. For those that have been involved in that, they'll know what the acronym is, but really to help with research, innovation. And I'd also like to mention the member from London West, who's the Minister of Science and Technology, that the percent of the percentage to GDP of science and research and innovation in this area is the highest amongst the developed world, so the G7 economy. So we're doing things for today, but with the investment in research and technology, we're also making those investments for tomorrow. In addition, I did mention that agriculture is obviously a massive economic component to the Huron-Bruce economy. The lifetime capital gains exemption is very important to farmers that are looking to transition their farms to the future generations. We know that farms are farm families. They put everything they have into their farms. The ability to increase the lifetime capital gains exemption in this government's time frame has doubled from $500,000 to $1 million. And so an important recognition of the importance of farm families in our communities. All the while, too, Mr. Speaker, I should mention that the annual budget of agriculture has seen the commitment from this government. It's billions of dollars per year in non-business risk management and business risk management. So we're certainly thankful in our areas for that. A couple of additions to that budget is increasing the Trade Commission. We know the importance of the Trade Commission's role in our countries that we serve and that we have embassies there, as well. The Market Access Secretariat. This has proved to be a vital investment, the Market Access Secretariat, to growing trade, but also maintaining what we have, making sure that if a market does get closed down for a brief period, if there is an interruption, that they're working, they have the great relations to get that open again so we can get our beef or pork or whatever it is back into those markets. As well, the Agri-Marketing Fund, we've made enhancements there. Now, many of the members on this side of the House are going to talk about the family tax plan and the benefits therein. This is important to families in Huron-Bruce as well. Being able to split your incomes. I see there's 1 minute left. I've probably got 45 minutes worth of material here, Mr. Speaker. But to highlight the fact that families can now split their incomes, we've increased the universal child care benefit from $100 to $160 per month. For children over 6, $60 per month. Those are new dollars, as well being able to have it fully refundable now for your children's activities, whatever they may be. Parents will see that. $6,600 in tax relief to the average Canadian family since our government took office. That's important because today we're going to see the provincial budget. They take and they take and they take from Canadian families. This government has provided tax relief time and time again back to Canadian families, in addition to seniors. I know I'll probably get a question on seniors as well. Doubling the tax-free savings account, it's great for families, it's great for seniors. In addition to that, reducing the minimums for RIFs at 71 is also beneficial. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll take questions.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question for my colleague concerns healthcare in Canada. We have a new reality. It's a reality faced with an aging population, and all experts agree that the health system as it stands today is not ready to deal with that new reality. So how is it that the Conservatives will cut back on transfers to the provinces who already now are very much in need and they're looking for leadership? So how can the member defend a budget that's going to balance their budget on the backs of our seniors and on the backs of people who want to have appropriate health care services and that are accessible? Because currently what's provided for in the budget is $36 billion less in health care transfers. So how can they balance this on the backs of the people who need health care?
You're on, Bruce.
Thank you. And I mean, the member's welcome to sit in the House all day and ask as many farcical questions as she wants. That's her right as a member of Parliament. The fact is that the transfers, the health transfers, $32 billion to $40 billion, The annual budget CIHR through Health Canada is $1 billion a year for health research. Social transfers are going to be at $14.6 billion in a couple years, increasing each and every year, and as well to help seniors in the future age better and deal with issues that are facing our seniors. The Canadian Centre for Aging and Brain Health. That is a 5-year commitment that we've made in Toronto to help start to figure out some of these serious issues like Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. That's delivering for seniors. That's delivering for health care in this country.
Absolutely. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
One of the most significant issues facing smaller municipalities, and particularly municipalities in the part of the country that the member opposite represents, is water quality. Federal changes to water quality standards have sideloaded millions and millions of dollars on the smaller municipalities to upgrade water facilities. There is not a penny in new infrastructure money that recognizes these new obligations in this budget, and in particular small towns in Bruce Peninsula where water quality has been a significant issue over the last 20 years, and cuts to water quality support has played a significant role in putting people's health at risk. Why has this government refused to step up on water quality, refused to invest infrastructure dollars in in those projects, and why for 2 years now have cities and municipalities across this country received $0 in funding specified for water infrastructure?
The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Again, I mean, this member is welcome to sit in the House all day and ask farcical questions as well. He got up about 10 minutes ago and was complaining about the federal government transferring $20 million a year to his city. The riding of Huron-Bruce receives $6.6 million a year in gas tax funds. They've received over $100 million in infrastructure since 2008. They have made their investments. They have made umpteen investments in Huron-Bruce to the point now where they have no water problems. They've invested in sewers, they've invested in water and water treatment, they've invested in roads, they've invested in bridges, they've invested in community centres, all because of this government and his provincial cousins. The Liberal government in Ontario drags their feet every chance they get because there's money ready to go for more investments in infrastructure in this province. Why don't you go and call your premier in Toronto and ask her why she's slowing things down?
Before before we resume debate, just remind all honourable members. Order. If members would like to continue with this discussion, they're welcome to do so anywhere outside the chamber. But I would also ask all members to direct all of their comments directly to the chair rather than directly at their colleagues. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the MP for Abitibi-Temiskaming. I'm pleased to rise today, Mr. Speaker, to speak to the Conservative government's latest and last budget. It's not a budget without some provisions worthy of support, but it is a budget for the few. Not for the many, and the few for whom this budget will make a difference are by and large the wealthier few. The income splitting provision, for example, will cost $3 billion in lost revenues to the federal government. Singles are excluded. Single-parent families, accounting for 1 in 5 Canadian families, are obviously also excluded from the program. Families with partners in the same tax bracket, accounting for another 30% of Canadian families, also excluded. In fact, 9 of 10 Canadian households, Mr. Speaker, will receive nothing at all from this program. The increased limit under the tax-free savings account also heavily favors higher income earners. While the immediate cost impact of revenues is significantly less than the income splitting provision, the longer-term impact is significantly greater. At maturity, the cost to the federal government is estimated to be upwards of $15 billion annually. This is not a sustainable way to budget, Mr. Speaker. These two measures alone continue the long-standing trend in this country of undoing the progressivity of our tax system. Even prior to these measures, Mr. Speaker, our tax system was the 4th least effective among OECD countries in reducing income inequality, with only Israel, the United States, and Chile having less progressive tax systems. A progressive tax system is but one of the many buttresses against income inequality that successive federal governments have dismantled over almost 30 years. And it leaves us, Mr. Speaker, with a country not quite as advertised, not as generous as most Canadians would like it to be, think it ought to be, with a level of income inequality that Canadians are both surprised by and disheartened by. The figures are, in fact, quite shocking, Mr. Speaker. The wealthiest 20% of Canadians own 70% of the country's total wealth. The poorest 20% own less than 1%. In fact, the bottom 50% own just 6% of the country's total wealth. And the gap is growing thanks to budgets like this one. In fact, income inequality has become the hallmark of Canadian cities. In some Canadian cities, this owes in part to stubborn, persistent levels of unemployment, but the problem exists also, Mr. Speaker, in booming urban economies with low unemployment rates. It's really about the changing labour markets in Canada's global and globalizing cities, Mr. Speaker. A study released just this month by the Metcalfe Foundation, focusing on the working poor in the Toronto region, also looked at 9 of Canada's 10 larger cities, including Calgary and Edmonton, cities until recently at least booming with the extraction economy. In only one city, Quebec City, did the percentage of working poor actually decline, and then just marginally. Toronto and Vancouver, Canada's 2 richest and most globalized cities, are becoming, in the words of the report, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, giant modern-day Downton Abbeys, where a well-to-do knowledge class relies on a large cadre of working poor who pour their coffee, serve their food, clean their offices, and relay their messages from one office to another, end quote. With tongue-in-cheek, Mr. Speaker, I'll share the report's good news. The good news is, Mr. Speaker, that the population of the working poor in Toronto grew by only 11% between 2006 and 2012, a far cry from the 39% growth in Toronto's population of working poor for the first 5 years of this new millennium under a Liberal federal government. But while the growth rate has moderated, Mr. Speaker, it is particularly worrying that the number of working poor is growing at all in the context of a shrinking number of those actually working. That is, in the context of a falling employment rate in Toronto. It is getting increasingly difficult, Mr. Speaker, to make ends meet in Canada's richest city. While workers fall behind, costs continue to rise. While the percentage of working poor has increased by 11% in Toronto, childcare costs have gone up by about 30%, rent by about 15%, the cost of public transit by about a third. So a recent study by the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives sets the living wage in Toronto for a 2-parent family of 4 at $18.50 per hour, with full-time work weeks for both parents. No money left over for TFSAs there, Mr. Speaker. No return on the tax form for a split income. That's just paying the basics and getting by. So what we're seeing in Toronto, Mr. Speaker, is the suburbanization of working poverty. It's cities like Markham with a 27% increase in working poverty, Ajax with a 25% increase, that are having the highest growth rates of working poverty. It is people moving out of Toronto, Mr. Speaker, to escape high housing costs, but moving to places farther from employment centres and farther from public transit. This is Canada's richest city, Mr. Speaker, and there's nothing in the budget that acknowledges this as a reality. This remains a government that, after 10 years, still doesn't understand cities, still doesn't understand that with 80% of Canadians living in cities, a federal budget must address the realities of urban life in Canada. So this year, there will be $3 billion given back to the wealthier few in the form of income splitting, and nothing, Mr. Speaker, to address the pressing need for public transit. There will be, in fact, more than $6 billion given back in income-splitting tax returns before a single new federal penny gets invested in public transit. And even then, in the third year out, this Conservative government proposes that we start up the gentlest of inclines to meaningful dollars caught up in red tape and bureaucracy of their mandatory P3 scheme. On the issue of housing, however, there is not even a recognition of need. Long-term operating agreements that provide housing subsidies to over 600,000 households in Canada will continue to expire. In Toronto, where 45% of renters can't afford the homes they live in, there has been virtually no growth in new purpose-built rental housing since 2006. And in Toronto, while 90,000 households, that's about 200,000 or so people, Mr. Speaker, sit on a waiting list for affordable housing, only 260 new units opened up in 2013. There is nothing, Mr. Speaker, nothing in this budget to remedy or ameliorate this situation. Mr. Speaker, if this budget was worthy of being called an economic action plan, it would surely address a set of economic circumstances at the heart of my riding in Beaches, East York. There, a Target store has shut down, leaving nearly 200 workers without jobs. The history of that site, Mr. Speaker, tells a story about the neglect of urban economies by not just this government, but by successive federal governments over a long period of time. The Target store started its life out as a Ford auto plant. Its workers were the highest paid factory workers, Mr. Speaker, in the British Empire. A prosperous East End of Toronto was built on jobs like that. But over time, we've seen those kinds of jobs slip away. The auto plant gave away to high-end unionized retail, an Eaton store, then to a Zellers, but still with a unionized staff, and finally to a Target store, a foreign-owned, non-union discount retailer that has now picked up stakes, leaving an enormous hole in the center of this community. A community, Mr. Speaker, where over a third live below the poverty line, a community with double Toronto's unemployment rate, a community with an expansive shadow economy as people desperately seek survival jobs in Canada's richest city. The finance minister promised every assistance to those who lost their jobs in the Target chain, but he couldn't even write a budget, Mr. Speaker, that would make a meaningful difference to the circumstances like these. Couldn't even write a budget that even hinted at some hope for change, Mr. Speaker, because, Mr. Speaker, this is a government for the very few, for the wealthier few. It writes budgets, as it always has, for its own electoral constituency and leaves the rest of Canada out. Most troubling, Mr. Speaker, this is a government blind to urban Canada, to the communities in which 80% of Canadians live. It fails to see and address the challenges of Canadian cities, and it fails to see and harness the great potential of Canadian cities and the people who live in them. It fails as a government, and this document, Mr. Speaker, fails as an economic action plan for Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. I listened to that story and hear many of the stories that define the riding that I represent not too far away. The question I have for the member is that we heard earlier today from the Conservative side that there is transit money in Toronto. They spoke specifically to the Shepherd subway. And I'm curious as to whether or not the NDP would sustain that investment and would continue to spend the $625 million of federal money earmarked for that project on the Shepherd subway.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
I thank the member for that question. The NDP understands the need of all cities right across this country, big and small, Mr. Speaker, for federal transit funding. The NDP recognizes, Mr. Speaker, the critical place that cities hold in the economy of this country. They recognize that public transit is both critical infrastructure from an environmental, economic, and social perspective to the 80% of Canadians who live in urban communities, Mr. Speaker. And it is our intention, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the federal government does its share to make sure that cities across this country get funding required to build public transit to serve the people of those cities, to serve the economies of those cities, and most certainly we will be increasing transit funding when we form government over what this current government proposes to do.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Carbonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech. I think he gave us a good overview of this budget. It's a budget that will only benefit the wealthiest 15% of Canadians, and the middle class is having a harder and harder time making ends meet. I know my colleague, as a member for Toronto, is very concerned about transit. I live in a riding where it's more of a suburb, but we would like to see transit developed further. Now, the NDP believes in investing in public transit, but it requires a partnership between public and private sectors. And I think there could be some problems with that funding formula. So I'd like to know what he thinks about that for the city he represents.
Which is East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the funding formula in this budget for public transit is a very curious one in light of this government's proclamations that they respect the jurisdictions of other levels of government. This government is imposing through the public transit funding, when that funding finally comes through in 3 years from now, a funding mechanism that will require that cities engage in private-public partnerships to build their public transit. Mr. Speaker, it ought to be left to cities to determine the best way, and the citizens of those cities to determine the best way to build the transit that they require. And this government ought not to be imposing on cities a funding mechanism that many cities, Mr. Speaker, the councillors and mayors that I talk to are struggling with under the mandatory P3 screen that already exists for infrastructure. It imposes on cities enormous administrative burdens that the federal government does not pay for, and it delays money getting out so that the infrastructure can actually be built. It is similar, Mr. Speaker, to the same disrespect that this government has for other funding obligations it imposes on cities across this country. It has decided, in its wisdom, to amend the regulations to wastewater treatment, Mr. Speaker. The implications of that are $18 billion of required capital expenditures that are going to have to be borne by municipalities across this country alone, Mr. Speaker, and these are not insignificant amounts. They are enormous amounts of money that this government has imposed on municipalities with absolutely no support. So Metro Vancouver, Mr. Speaker, is going to have to pay $1.5 billion in order to implement these new regulations. Halifax, almost $1 billion. Cape Breton, $423 million, Montreal, Quebec, over $1 billion, and so on and so forth. And for smaller communities, Mr. Speaker, these become incredibly onerous per capita charges. So if you go to the town of Burgeo in Newfoundland, Mr. Speaker, the province of the member sitting directly in front of me, the per capita cost is somewhere between $24,000 and $27,000, Mr. Speaker, to implement these wastewater treatment regulations with absolutely no support from the federal government to those municipalities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, the budget before us shows the extent to which the Conservative government and Liberal ones before it have made bad decisions, put all their eggs in one basket, and failed at economic diversification. This budget will benefit mainly the wealthiest few. Look at the increase in the TFSA limit that will go from $5,500 to $10,000 a year. Yes, the majority of Canadians have TFSAs, but I can assure you that the vast majority of people don't even max out at the current limit of $5,500 per year. This is an increase that will only benefit the most wealthy among us. And what about income splitting? Not only will income splitting only benefit the wealthiest 15% of Canadians, it's also something that will encourage women to stay home instead of getting a job, because it will end up being beneficial to have a big difference in spousal incomes. And without affordable, subsidized childcare, the cost of childcare is such that if you have 3 or 4 children, ultimately, unless you can get a really high-paid job, there's really no incentive to go out and work. So this, again, benefits the wealthiest, but it can have a regressive effect, a detrimental effect on women in the workforce, and I find that disappointing. Then there are funds that are being recycled, passed off as new funding. But when you look closer, you realize this is money that was already announced and already earmarked. And often when new funding is announced in the budget, you see that the money's only actually going to be spent in 2017. And we all know there will be a federal election in October 2015. So there's a very good likelihood that that money will never actually be spent. In addition, Mr. Speaker, this budget is, yes, balanced, but at what cost? It's being balanced at the expense of the contingency fund. So they've raided our contingency fund quite happily, and that will make it harder for us to respond to any real crises in the future. Nothing about climate change. We could have a climate disaster. We've seen in recent years that many disasters are at least partly due to climate change. Look at the flooding that has occurred in various parts of the country and that have cost the economy and Canadians dearly. The books have also been balanced by selling off shares in General Motors. Instead of, they've also failed to spend money that was earmarked. It went unspent. It was supposed to help Canadians. It wasn't spent. Then it went back into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. And same thing with the EI surplus. It was scooped off and plunked into the Consolidated Revenue Fund. So what we're seeing here is a lot of playing around with the numbers to balance the books. And this budget does absolutely nothing for rural areas like mine. Let's look at the infrastructure fund. The current funding doesn't even meet the need of a single major Canadian city. So what do you think is going to be left over for smaller municipalities like mine? There might be 150 or 200 taxpayers in a town. How are they supposed to be able to afford to renovate their infrastructure? There's the roads in cities and towns. Some municipalities have 2 or 3 bridges that need repair. There are municipalities in my riding, and in one, since 2008, they haven't had drinking water. The water that comes out of their taps is yellowy, and so that makes it hard even to wash your whites. And that's been the case since 2008. Municipalities need money for their water mains, for their sewers. And after the big cities take their share, there's only going to be scraps left over there might not even be crumbs left for smaller municipalities like the ones in my riding. Also, for a number of years now, there have been public service cutbacks, and those cutbacks were largely at the expense of rural areas like mine. Positions were chopped at Service Canada. The CRA counter was cut. The Canadian Armed Forces Recruitment Centre was shut down. So people are getting poor service, and government officials in those offices are forced to tell people, I'm sorry, I can't give you any more information. Go on the internet because I can't tell you anything more. So they're being prevented from even truly helping people. They've even been denied permission to manage the money that was earmarked for their region. For example, for the summer job program, it's administered in Laval, 600 kilometers away. They decide who's going to get the money in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. These are people who've probably never set foot in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, deciding for us how to manage the money that's been earmarked for our region. And this goes for many different programs. We can no longer administer our own funding. It's been repatriated elsewhere. People often accuse us of being centralizing, but I think this is the most centralizing government we've ever seen, the worst. People are having a harder and harder time making ends meet. Costs are increasing all over, fees and charges, and that's never offset by minimal increases to certain benefits that we might get. People are paying more for everything, every day. Banking fees, automated teller fees, and there's no one putting a stop to that. Ordinary people have to pay $2 to get a paper bill or invoice. They're told, pay on the internet. But what they don't understand is that in some places people can't even afford internet connection because it's not just the service provision, it's the computer you have to buy. Sometimes these people don't even know how to use computers, and they're told, just pay your bills on the internet and you'll save money and you'll have more services. But over the years, the places where you could go, like internet cafes or places where you have community internet access, those have been scaled back. So people have been completely had by this government. They can't even go to those centers to access the internet anymore. What about housing? For years now, there's been a housing shortage. Not only are people that are not getting housing, but this is also a damper on economic activity. Because people can't find housing, even if they come to Abitibi-Témiscamingue to work, if they can't find housing, they go home, they go back, they leave the region. So this is a hindrance to economic development. So that's just another blight on this government's record on regional economic development. Thank you.
For Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to my colleague across the way, and I was actually quite disappointed, in fact, when I hear her talk about income splitting and saying it's detrimental for women. Very interesting, because I don't think anywhere in the budget it talks about income splitting. It's only for women. It talks about the higher income spouse. And my recollection is that could be either partner in terms of their income. And I'd like to point out, just for her clarification, that in fact it should be up to mom and dad to decide about income splitting and decide whether in fact they want to stay home with their child. And one more point I'd like to make to that individual. In fact, my son and daughter-in-law decided to one of them would stay at home. And guess what? It was a stay-at-home dad. He looked after the kids. So I don't see how this is just against women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, for each dollar earned by a man, women only earn 70 cents. So yes, income splitting is not specific, doesn't apply specifically to women, but when you face facts and see the reality, in most cases, the vast majority of cases, women earn less than their husbands. Yes, it's true, there are exceptions and a different choice is made, but in the vast majority of cases, women are the ones who are going to stay home because ultimately they'd be working for virtually no pay if they did decide to go back to work, because when you look at the tax incentives they wouldn't benefit from, when you look at the cost of childcare, when you look at the cost of transportation to and from work, and all the other costs, they might be earning $1 or $2 an hour at the end of the day after all those costs are covered. So when women look at the situation, they decide, yeah, it's better, they're better off staying at home. So yes, this policy will ultimately lead to more women staying at home, staying out of the workforce, and I think the member opposite should realize that it is still mostly women who suffer inequality in our society, and unfortunately, his government has not done much to help women.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments of my colleague, especially the comment about regional economic development. As you know, Mr. Speaker, I come from PEI, and in our province, the government closed the citizenship offices and the regional offices of Veterans Canada. So like my colleague, they also closed down the CRA service counter. So my question is about this government's priorities. She made a few comments about the decision to postpone spending in this budget. They decided to delay spending to help students and defense. So, but some things are happening right away. So what's the message? Why is some money flowing immediately and other money not till later? The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, some things apply immediately. Those things that benefit the wealthiest few. The TFSA limit increase applies immediately. Income splitting kicks in immediately. So the stuff that helps the rich is going to happen immediately, but the rest is delayed, postponed, deferred. They say it'll be a bit later, because we know full well that this government is going to be replaced after the next election, and Canadians will elect an NDP government that will truly care about Canadians' real concerns.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on Canada's Economic Action Plan for 2015, the budget. And I'm excited about this budget. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I only have 10 minutes because I will be sharing my time with the member from Medicine Hat. And even though I only have 10 minutes, there's so much in this budget I want to talk about. But before I do that, I just want to congratulate the member from Medicine Hat. I understand this will probably be the last budget he'll be presenting on. I just want to acknowledge the great work he did in the Ag Committee and the great work he's done in the background here in Ottawa to represent the constituents of Medicine Hat. He does such a wonderful job, and we'll definitely miss him. But you know, Mr. Speaker, we want to talk about the budget, and I want to talk about how the budget and what it means to the people of Saskatchewan and what it means to the people in particular the riding Prince Albert. You know, one thing I found out when I went throughout the ridings and did our pre-budget consults, and when I talked to constituents, they said, you know what, Randy? You need to be focused on jobs and the economy. You really need to be focused on doing the things that are right so that our kids have jobs here in Saskatchewan for now and into the future. Well, that's one thing that this budget definitely presents. When you look at that, you've got a balanced budget. It's balanced. They're excited and they're happy about that. Saskatchewan's the only province that has a provincially balanced budget, and now we have a federally balanced budget, and the people of Saskatchewan respects and understands the importance of that. Not only that, we're going to have a surplus of $1.4 billion. $1.4 billion surplus. That's huge, Mr. Speaker. When you look at what we had to face in 2008 with the economic downturn and recession and how we handled that and how we had to go into deficit in order to provide the jobs and the growth that was required to keep people working right across this great country, you know, we did that in such a strategic way. We put in water treatment plants, we put in sewage, we put in roads, we put in the infrastructure that is required for our economy to grow into the future. So we're excited to see the fact that we're going to be, you know, basically the best debt to GDP ratio in the G7, and you know, 1.2 million net new jobs created, and those are high-paying jobs. So again, when they talk to me about being focused on the economy, this budget is definitely focused on the economy. The other thing that they asked about is, can you support the family? What can you do to help the families to make sure that they become strong and they thrive throughout this? And boy, we've done that since we've come into power. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the support we've given to families, an average family has had $6,600 in their pocket to spend because of this government. We've done things in such a way that we've balanced the books, but we've also allowed the taxpayers and families to keep money in their pockets. And that's $6,600 that they can spend as they see fit. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's other things we've done for families. When you look back to previous budgets, we've increased the amount Canadians can give and earn tax-free. We've removed over 1 million Canadians from the tax rules. We've introduced the Children's Arts Tax Credit, the Children's Fitness Tax Credit, the Family Caregiver Tax Credit, the First-Time Donor Super Credit. A lot of examples of what this government has done that's progressive and beneficial to all Canadians, and that's going to be exciting because I know when I go back to the riding of Prince Albert this weekend, they're going to say thank you for doing these types of things. You know, we've also expanded the universal child care benefit. Mr. Speaker, for a child under 6, you're now going to get $160 a month. Not $100, $160 a month. If you're at the age of 6 to 17, you're going to get $60 a month. $60 a month that you never received before. That's exciting, and they're going to thank us for that, and I know they are excited because that's something they asked for. We're going to introduce the family tax cut. You know, we're going to let the family decide how they want to raise their family, but also how they want to have their income split. And that is a great thing. When you think about it, when you can take your income and split it with your spouse or partner and bring down your overall family tax to such a rate that you can benefit your entire family structure, what is wrong with that? That is such a positive and progressive tax idea. It's just wonderful, and I think Canadian families are really going to be appreciative of that fact, that they're going to be able to share their income, look at it, and actually make decisions based on what's best for their family and their family situation. Mr. Speaker, when we go through looking at what we've done, you know, let's talk about what we've done for small businesses. You know, the tax rate has reduced from what was 12% to 11%, and now it's going to go down to 9%. 9%. That's fabulous. When you go to the business community, the small business guy, that's the little bit of relief that he can take advantage of and actually go and hire another student or hire another employee. You know, Mr. Speaker, that's a big deal. And that means a lot. It acknowledges that we understand small business, and we're going to help them as they grow their businesses. And hopefully someday as they grow their small and medium enterprises and they take on trade and look outside the great country of Canada, we'll be there to support them with benefits like EDC and BDC and allow them to take advantage of this big market that we're opening up for Canadian enterprises. You know, that's one thing this government has done very well compared to previous government, and that is the aggressiveness that we've been into the world market, signing up free trade agreements with countries like Chile and Peru, Colombia, Honduras, or just a few in the Western Hemisphere. CETA is going to be a tremendous, tremendous agreement for Canada. And of course, as we look forward to agreements like TPP and Canada-Japan, these types of agreements are actually going to cement our ability to grow and foster our economy and take advantage of markets and have preferential access compared to our competitors, at least be on a level playing field with them. And again, the benefits will come back right into every small town in Saskatchewan, so we're excited about seeing that. You know, we've also got support for seniors in this budget, Mr. Speaker. You know, seniors came to us and said, you know what, we want you to change what we have to withdraw. It's not fair. So we did that. We made that change in the RIF so that they can actually withdraw as they see fit. The minimum is different now. That, again, is a benefit that will help seniors as they go through and enjoy their retirement years for sure. Another small thing that a lot of Canadians have been taking advantage of is the tax-free savings account, the doubling of the amount from $5,000 to $10,000. Now, a lot of people may not put $10,000 in it. Some may put $6,000, some may put $5,000, some will put $2,000 or $3,000, but it's there. And if they should come across some cash and they want to go $10,000 1 year, they've got the ability to do that. And I look at that as part of the suite of packages that you have when you plan for retirement. So when you look at RRSPs, you look at the tax-free savings account, when you look at your pensions, you've got a suite of things that you can work with as you plan for your retirement, and that'll be something that'll pay dividends greatly into the future years as we see Canadians go into more retirement years down the road. You know, when I look at the farming community, you know, the average age of farmers is getting older. And that's something that has to be a reality that we're looking at to see what we can do to bring more young farmers in. And the best thing you can do to bring more young farmers in is actually give them a market to sell their product in. And by removing the Canadian Wheat Board and giving farmers the freedom, we're starting to see a whole pile of young farmers coming into the agriculture community. This is exciting. When you go to a town hall or if you go to the post office, it's funny. You walk in there and I look around and I don't recognize a lot of these young people that are in our community. They come back to farm. They come back to take advantage of raising a family on the farm. But in order for them to do that, they realize that they have to buy the land and somebody has to sell the land. So we have a large number of farmers throughout the age that want to retire. The $1 million capital gains exemption for the selling of farmland is huge to them. You know, these guys have worked hard. The families have worked hard. They've gone through a lot of things throughout the past 30, 40 years. They've seen droughts, they've seen floods, they've seen they've had their hands tied by the Canadian Wheat Board. They've seen rail issues. Every year there's something new, and they've had to deal with it. Yet they still claw their way through, survive, and thrive. And now as they approach retirement years and they go to sell their assets, this will allow them to have a proper nest egg as they go into retirement years. And I think that's just appropriate, and it's something that they asked for, and it's something that we provided in this budget. So, Mr. Speaker, I know the farming community is very excited about that. But, you know, the other things that we did for them was the export market development programs. So, again, $20 million over 2 years, helping them expand their exports. You know, we grow more than we could ever consume here in Canada, so we have to be able to export that product around the world to get the maximization of prices here in Canada. And every once in a while, you need to have some help in market development to sell those products that we normally don't consume here in Canada. So this $20 million will definitely go a long ways. You know, again, whether you're talking about farmers or small business and small, medium enterprises, you know, one thing they've told us in the Trade Committee is that they wanted to see us enhance the Trade Commissioner's services. That's something we've done in this budget. In 2015, we put $14.3 million over 2 years and $9.3 million per year thereafter to expand the footprint and resources of the Canadian Trade Commissioners. These guys are great. They're located throughout the world. So if you're a small, medium enterprise and you're going to a new market, let's say you're going into Brazil, you phone up the Trade Commissioner and say, this is the product I want to sell. I'm going to go into Brazil. What can you do to help me? And they actually will go into the marketplace and they'll say, you know what, here's some really good potential partners. Here's some potential customers. Here's the things and nuances you need to know about this marketplace. They do that over and over again to help small and medium enterprises take that leap into that becoming an export country. You know, Mr. Speaker, 10 minutes is definitely not enough to talk about this budget. But one thing I will say about this budget, when I go back in the riding tonight and tomorrow and throughout the week and talking to people, they are going to be happy with this budget. In fact, I called it a blue jean budget because anybody who's ever worn blue jeans will receive a benefit from this budget. And I'm excited about that. I'm proud to say that I'm part of it, and I'm proud to say that this Conservative government did keep its word. It did balance the budget, and in fact, going forward, we'll have balanced budgets that will leave our economy strong going into the future for our kids and grandchildren. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question and commentaire, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I listened to him, as many of his colleagues did, to boast about the universal child care benefit, but what I didn't hear him talk about is something that's important to Canadians, and what they must know is that it is a taxable benefit, so it will be taxed. If Canadians won't benefit from all of the funding because they'll have to set aside money to ensure that they have enough money to pay the tax on it when it's clawed back so they don't end up with a bad surprise. I think it's important for people to be well aware of that and to take it into account in order to judge that measure specifically. What I don't understand is why the government isn't offering a real choice to Canadian families to benefit from tax measures such as that type of credit, but while at the same time benefiting from $15 a day child care spaces that would help to offset or to cover off a broader spectrum of needs for our Canadian families. Families who don't have access to private daycare services, they would have access to affordable childcare. So I wonder why that choice isn't something that's offered as a choice in the budget as put forth by the NDP.
Albert.
Well, thank you. And, Mr. Speaker, I hope I get as much time to ask the question as she took to ask it. Mr. Speaker, you know, when they talked about the NDP plan for $15 a day daycare, what a joke. In Kinistino, Saskatchewan, how is a family going to take advantage of $15 a day daycare when they work 12, 18 hours a day? So I'm sorry, the 9 to 5 unionized worker from 9 to 5 that wants to provide this service isn't available in Kinistino. That family will not be working from 9 to 5. They work at 6 in the morning till midnight in harvest and spring seeding. If you're working at shift work, this program does absolutely nothing for the average Canadian. But what does work, Mr. Speaker, what does work is giving that money to the families and let them decide how they want to raise their kids. If it's grandma, if one of the spouses or partners wants to stay home, that's their choice. So let's leave the money with the people that actually earned it and know how best to spend it. Unlike the NDP, who want to take every dollar out of your pocket and dictate to you, just like as if you're 2 years old, okay, you get $10, you get $5, you voted NDP, you get $25. No, Mr. Speaker, let's leave the money in taxpayers' pockets and they can do as they see fit.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask this honourable member about poor seniors, those seniors who are living in poverty. Almost immediately upon obtaining their majority government, this government decided to increase the age of eligibility for old age security and the guaranteed income supplement from 65 to 67. The result of that is to take $28,000 from the pockets of our poorest seniors. And so my question for this member is this. Within this budget, those seniors who've had their pockets picked to the extent of $28,000, which of the measures is going to help them most? Is it the TFSAs, the RRIFs, or the income splitting?
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, maybe I better explain that it's 2023 when this actually will take place, where the seniors go from 65 to 67. Not today. Not today. There's been no pickpocketing of any senior here today at all. In fact, if you looked at it now, Mr. Speaker, with the changes in RRIFs, they're going to have more flexibility on the money that they've saved and how they're going to spend it. So don't be confused by liberal smear and confusion campaigns. Let's look at the truth here, Mr. Speaker. Seniors are better off. You know, this government, Mr. Speaker, took 1 million people off the tax rolls. 1 million people no longer pay taxes. That's this government. That's not a Liberal government. Liberal government, when they are in power, yeah, they balance the books, but that was at the expense of seniors' health, my health, and everybody else's health, and how they cut to the provinces. That was shameful, Mr. Speaker. We balanced the budget without going to the provinces and reducing the transfers to the provinces. They did not. In fact, if you look at the transfers to the health care, they're increasing year after year after year, yet we still have a balanced budget and a surplus of $1.4 billion. What can they complain about? Nothing. So they make up things, and that's what this member has done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Prince Albert, who is sharing his time with me today on the budget speech. And I also want to congratulate him also for all of his hard work on the Ag Committee, and he was a very good support for me and an inspiration. Also, I want to thank him for his work on the international trade file. He's done an outstanding job. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege for me as a member of Parliament to get up and speak on Canada's Economic Action Plan 2015, titled Strong Leadership, Balanced Budget, Low Tax Plan for Jobs, Growth and Security. And I want to thank our hard-working Finance Minister, the Honourable Member from Elgington Lawrence, his long hours, late nights spent working on this outstanding budget. I also want to recognize the hard work of past years by our late beloved, the Honourable Jim Flaherty. God rest your soul, Jim. We got here thanks in part to your vision and talent. As promised, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance so proudly pointed out with reason that this Economic Action Plan 2015 is a balanced budget written in black ink, Mr. Speaker. Promise kept. Indeed, I believe we will soon be faced with similar choices as well when we go to the next federal general election campaign this year. So I urge all Canadians to choose wisely between the risky economic plans and plans to increase spending and taxes by the NDP and the Liberals and our Conservative government proven track record of delivering on economic promises and our low tax plan. I believe our Economic Action Plan contains a number of initiatives that will be particularly beneficial to the people of Medicine Hat constituency, whom I have the tremendous honor and privilege of representing here in the House of Commons since 2008. And I will talk a little bit about all of them. A very important part of this plan encourages investment in Canada's manufacturing sector, and this maintaining a low tax burden on business to encourage investment in Canada by providing manufacturers a 10-year tax incentive to boost productivity, enhancing investment, among other things. This will come as an extension of the accelerated capital cost allowance for investment in machinery and equipment used in manufacturing or processing for 10 years until 2025. I know this is an important initiative in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, as I have met with stakeholders who have continually pointed out the necessity of such incentives to grow their businesses here in Canada, thus creating more jobs right here in Canada for Canadians. 2015 budget also proposes to lower small business tax rate to 9% by 2019. And this is good news for small business owners, Mr. Speaker. Another major section of the Economic Action Plan is that by 2017, the EI premium rate will be lowered. This is expected to result in substantial reduction in the EI premium from $1.88 in 2016 to an estimated $1.49 in 2017, a reduction of 21%. One of the big beneficiaries is, of course, our farmers. And my colleague talked about the farmers. And I have many farmers in Medicine Hat, and they'll be very pleased that we are increasing the lifetime capital gains exemption for those who own farm property who meet the criteria to $1 million. This will be very helpful to our farmers who are the backbone of our rural communities and certainly are critical to make sure that the cities are fed. It's estimated that the measure will reduce capital gains taxes of owners of farm and fishing and business by about $50 million over the 2015-2016 to 2019-20 period. Also, to support agriculture, grower exports, our budget will further boost agriculture marketing by $12 million. And our Economic Action Plan will help train the workforce of tomorrow. It does this by supporting provinces and territories to facilitate the harmonization of apprenticeship training and certification requirements in targeted Red Seal trades. It will help by providing $1 million over 5 years to promote the adoption of the Blue Seal certification program across Canada. And it will help by making a one-time investment of $65 million to businesses and industry associations to allow them to work with the willing post-secondary institutions to better align curricula with the needs of employers. Our action plan will also support Canadian workers, and I know this to be important to many of my constituents. It will do this by investing $53.8 million over 2 years to extend the employment insurance working while on claim pilot project to August of 2016. We'll continue to pursue negotiations with provinces and territories on the $1.95 billion per year labour market development agreements to reorient training towards labour market demand. Economic Action Plan 2015 will provide $35 million over 5 years to make permanent the Foreign Credential Recognition Loans Pilot Project. The government recognized that the skills trades are essential to Canada's economic prosperity to reduce barriers to accreditation in the skilled trades and improve labour mobility. Our action plan proposes to extend further support to the provinces and territories for implementing recommendations made by the Canadian Council of Directors of Apprenticeship to harmonize apprenticeship training and certification requirements in targeted Red Seal trades. For example, the jurisdictions will work towards adopting common sequencing for technical training curriculum content and similar total hours for training in both class and on the job. Our Economic Action Plan proposes to reallocate the $35 million over 5 years starting in 2015 to make Foreign Credential Recognition Loans Pilot Project permanent to support internationally trained workers in their pursuit of foreign credential recognition. I know this will be beneficial to many of my constituents in Medicine Hat. To build on the achievements to date, our plan also promises $18.1 million over 2 years, starting in 2016-17, to expand the activities of Market Access Secretariat to new agricultural trade commissioners abroad and play a more active role in setting international science-based standards and build on the opportunities created by our trade agreements. I'd also like to point out that the transition of the Canadian Wheat Board to a private competitor on the world stage is complete, and with this deal, it certainly opens up more opportunities for our farmers, our grain farmers in Western Canada. And I thank the hardworking Agriculture Minister, but the Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloyd Minister, for his hard work on delivering marketing freedom for the many grain farmers in my constituency. Our action plan will help families make ends meet and help our seniors. In October of last year, the Prime Minister announced further tax relief and benefit increases for all families with children. These proposed measures include enhancing the universal child care benefit, increasing the maximum dollar amounts claimable under the child care expense deduction, and introducing the family tax cut. The government has also doubled the children's fitness tax credit amount and has made it refundable. Our economic action plan builds on this record of support for Canadian families by proposing to increase the tax-free savings account annual contributions to $10,000. Our action plan also proposed to extend employment insurance compassionate care benefits from 6 weeks to 6 months. This budget will also implement a new home accessibility tax credit for seniors and persons with disabilities. The proposed 15% non-refundable income tax credit would apply on up to $10,000 of eligible home renovation expenditures per year, providing up to $1,500 tax relief. Eligible expenditures will be for improvements that allow for seniors or a person who is eligible for the disability tax credit to be more mobile, safe, and functional within their home. Our action plan also provides, recently announced for Veterans Economic Action Plan, confirms funding to create new retirement income security benefit for moderately to severely disabled veterans who receive income replacement under the earnings loss benefit of the Service Income Security Insurance Plan. This new benefit will provide additional financial security by guaranteeing that income of eligible recipients after age 65 who do not fall below 70% of 65 income through National Defence Service Income Security Insurance Plan and through Veterans Affairs Canada Earnings Loss Benefit. The Permanent Impairment Allowance and Permanent Impairment Allowance Supplement. This will ensure that moderately to severely disabled veterans have the necessary financial resources to maintain their quality of life in retirement years. Starting in 2017, our plan will increase the amount of money for the Department of National Defence by $11.8 billion over 10 years. This is good news for our Canadian forces and our ability to keep our country safe. It also enhances national security by $292.6 million over 5 years in intelligence and law enforcement agencies for the investigative resources to counter terrorism, by providing $12.5 million over 5 years starting in 2015-16 and $2.5 million ongoing thereafter, and additional funding to the Security Intelligence Review Committee to enhance its review of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service, and by providing $58 million over 5 years in 2015-16 to further protect the Government of Canada's essential cyber systems and critical infrastructure cyber attacks by investing $36.4 million over 5 years. Systems in addressing cybersecurity threats. By no means, Mr. Speaker, this list is exhaustive, and I encourage all Canadians to visit budget.gc.ca online to see the details, and I want to thank members for their attention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm from Newton North Delta, and Newton is Surrey, part of Surrey. And recently in my area, in my community, we've had, I would say, a huge number of shootings, 23. And last Sunday, there was tragically a fatality, and a 22-year-old young man was killed, shot by gunfire. Devastating on the family, devastating on the community. And I've been pushing in this House for additional resources for communities like Surrey so we can fight and have resources to take on the gang violence, the drug-related activities, and of course the kind of activity we've had. And as I've gone through this budget, I've not been able to locate anywhere where there is funding for real issues like crime and safety in my community. And from a government that talks about being tough on crime, could the member please point out where in this budget is there money allocated to help cities like Surrey fight crime so my neighbours and my constituents can feel safe?
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I am sorry to hear about the individual who has passed away, and our condolences to the family, Mr. Speaker. I know it's a really difficult situation, and I understand that the police need to ensure that they continue to work. And the resources, I know that will have to come from the provinces and the communities they're in. And the taxes, of course, are paid by the citizens of Surrey and, of course, from Canadians across the country. And so I certainly hope that they'll be able to resolve those issues in terms of the crime. And I don't know, with all of the gun violence that they're talking about, whether that has, because of weapons coming in from the country. And I know under Bill C-42 that, in fact, Mr. Speaker, that CBSA will be able to work with the RCMP to ensure that if illegal guns are coming into this country, that they can follow them and certainly track them down and stop that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was mildly bemused to hear the member from Medicine Hat extolling the virtues of the changes made to the EI program in his remarks on the budget. In particular, he talked about the working while on claim pilot that has been extended. There are many, many things that the government has done that's been very bad with respect to EI benefits for those in seasonal industries. Few as unpopular as that particular program. But my question for this member, it also relates to EI. It comes from page 163 of the budget. At page 163, it says that the government will be taking steps to ensure that employment insurance claimants are aware of their job search responsibilities when moving or considering moving for work. The government will also ensure that individuals willing to move are not excluded from employment insurance training opportunities across the country. Is this a veiled attack on those who aren't willing to move?
The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Well, I'm just amazed at the question, Mr. Speaker. You know, from my experience, and I'm only one individual, I took every opportunity to find work and move across the country. And certainly that was something I saw as I needed to do for myself, my family. And Mr. Speaker, and he talks about EI, it was the Liberal Party, as I understand, that took somewhere between $50 and $60 billion out of the EI program and used it for their own pet projects, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know where that member can actually stand up and have any credibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm following up on the question from my friend from Charlottetown. Perhaps the honourable member for Medicine Hat is unfamiliar with the way the employment insurance system works. You're actually told if you're searching for work but leave your own community to search for work, you're cut off EI for those days in which you go search for work somewhere else. It's fine to say that in his experience he was able to search wherever it was to get to work. But with the constantly changing rules for employment insurance, the shrinkage of benefits, the fact that so many people who are unemployed are no longer able to access the system. I hear from constituents waiting on a phone line, a 1-800 number to nowhere, where they wait for hours and hours to find out when their claims will begin. These are people in a system that was intended to cover them in the event of unemployment. They've paid into the system. These words in this budget seem to suggest that if they're not willing to move, they may not have access to training benefits. And we certainly know the way the system works. If you go looking for work, you're often cut off your employment insurance at that moment. Perhaps the member can address the question.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat. A short answer, please.
The short answer, Mr. Speaker, is that, you know, I understand that certainly people are unemployed and they need to find work. And my understanding is if they, in fact, can prove that they were out of the community and looking for search work elsewhere, that they can prove that, then that should be able to continue their claim. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kings Hants.
Today I'll be speaking, of course, on the federal budget, but I was splitting my time with a member for Etobicoke North.
This budget provides no real plan for jobs and growth. It gives the most to those who need it the least, and it keeps Canada in a deficit.
The Prime Minister's claim of a balanced budget is about as credible as George W. Bush's claim in 2003 when he declared mission accomplished on the Iraq War. History proved the president wrong. The U.S. remained in Iraq for another 7 years. And I think history will prove that this Prime Minister is wrong to declare victory on deficits. It's a cautionary tale against premature declarations of victory. This lesson's lost on the Conservative government. Instead of learning from history, the Conservatives are using this budget to declare mission accomplished on a fiscal year that won't even end until March 31st, 2016. The budget shows that after 7 consecutive deficits, the federal Conservatives have yet to balance the budget. Now, Mr. Speaker, Canada hasn't been in a recession since May 2009. So, in fact, the Conservatives have been breaking the principle of their proposed balanced budget legislation since then. And now they've fabricated an illusory surplus on the eve of an election. And how they do that, Mr. Speaker? Well, number one, they cut the contingency reserve. That's right. They had, in the past, kept the contingency reserve that was put in place by Finance Minister Paul Martin. They'd kept that intact. If they had actually done that this year, the budget would have shown that the Conservatives are in deficit until at least 2017. Slashing the rainy day reserve is just plain reckless. Last year, then Finance Minister Jim Flaherty agreed, and he said it would be, quote, imprudent to cut the contingency reserve. Earlier this year, the then Employment Minister, now Defence Minister, promised that the government would not touch the contingency fund. He said, quote, we won't be using a contingency fund to balance the budget. A contingency fund is there for unforeseen circumstances like natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, this Finance Minister and the Prime Minister didn't listen to either of them. Instead, he's recklessly cut the contingency reserve, leaving the government with no room for any unforeseen events. The Finance Minister's reckless streak doesn't end there. His budget also depends on a 50% increase in oil prices. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Canada knows better than to build their forecasts around the hope that oil prices are going to go up in the midterm. The Conservatives should be similarly cautious. It's reckless to build a budget around rosy assumptions. The cut to the contingency reserve, in fact, isn't the only item in this budget that is larger than the illusory surplus. There's also the one-time asset sale of GM shares, a $2.2 billion sale of GM shares that's actually bigger than this illusory surplus. And that confirms, Mr. Speaker, the reason why the Finance Minister sat on his hands and delayed the budget until April, after the fiscal year had already begun. Mr. Speaker, since 2010, job growth in Canada has been stagnant. And with the fall of oil prices, Canadians have been losing their jobs. The Bank of Canada has called the economy in 2015, quote, atrocious. The Governor of the Bank of Canada actually took action. In January, he stepped in with a historic interest rate cut in order to strengthen the economy. Meanwhile, the Finance Minister has been nowhere to be found. He went into hiding, avoiding questions in Parliament for months, and now we know the real reason he did this. The Finance Minister was putting politics ahead of the economy and the Conservatives' political fortunes ahead of the Canadian priority of having a real plan in a timely manner to create jobs and growth for Canadians who need that. He delayed the budget so that the sale of GM shares would count towards this fiscal year instead of last. Mr. Speaker, that's not a plan, that's a gimmick. It's not just unsustainable, it's pathetic, and it's playing politics with the livelihoods of Canadians. The Canadian economy desperately needs a plan for jobs and growth. Instead, the Conservatives remain committed to their fiscally irresponsible plan for income splitting and the doubling of the TFSA contribution limit. They've spent the surplus even before it arrived, and they're spending it on those who need the help the least. Neither income splitting nor increasing the TFSA limit does anything for job creation. Neither of these measures will create the jobs and growth Canadians need or help young Canadians find work. But both of these measures skew benefits towards the rich, doing little for the middle class and those Canadians working hard to join the middle class. Doubling the TFSA limit is particularly reckless because the cost of this measure will ramp up dramatically over time in the future, and it will gut the capacity of future governments by tens of billions of dollars every year. According to the PBO, a third of that cost will be borne by provincial governments. And because TFSAs don't count towards income-tested benefits, it will also result, perversely, in billions of dollars each year in additional old age security payments for wealthier seniors. At some level, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister seems to understand that doubling the TFSA will create a problem for the next generation.
Yes.
He has said, quote, when asked about that problem, he acknowledged there'd be a problem, and he said, why don't we leave it to the Prime Minister's granddaughter to solve that problem?
Shame.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian parents believe in building a better country for our kids and our grandkids. We don't believe in burdening the next generation with today's tax breaks for the rich. We don't believe in gutting our social safety net to pay for those tax breaks. The Conservatives don't get this. They've grown out of touch with the challenges faced by middle-class Canadian families. Instead of building for the future, the Conservatives have engineered, effectively, a reverse home mortgage on Canada's fiscal house to help them pay for giveaways to the rich. Doubling the TFSA limit will dramatically reduce the government's capacity in the future to invest in what matters. All of this is bad enough, but it was only 3 years ago, just shortly after the last election, that these same Conservatives falsely claimed that they had to raise the age of OAS from 65 to 67 because of financial pressures. They falsely claimed the OAS program wasn't financially sustainable. Then they passed these measures in Bill C-38, the spring 2012 Omnibus Budget Bill, which resulted in cutting OAS and GIS to Canada's most vulnerable seniors for 2 years. When fully implemented, Bill C-38's cut to OAS and GIS will take $32,000 away from each of Canada's poorest and most vulnerable seniors. The government is taking that money, the Conservatives are taking that money from low-income seniors at precisely the time when doubling the TFSA limit will start to get really expensive to the government, and the extra OAS payments for wealthier Canadians will kick in. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are playing the anti-Robin Hood. Mr. Speaker, it used to be that there was an adage called, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Under this Conservative budget, it's now official government policy. Raising the age of OAS and doubling the TFSA limit takes money away from the poorest, most vulnerable seniors, and it gives it to the rich. It gives that money to the select few who have an extra $10,000 burning a hole in their pocket every year. Keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, some families will be wealthy enough that there will be, in fact, 2 adults who can each contribute. It's $20,000. I don't know a lot of families like that in King's Hands. People are working hard. They're struggling. Middle-class families are barely getting by. But the Conservative decision to take from the poor and give to the rich is unfair, and it's un-Canadian. It's another example of how out of touch the Conservatives have become with the priorities of Canadians and the challenges of middle-class families. This budget, Mr. Speaker, has no plan for jobs and growth. It does next to nothing to help Canada's struggling middle class. It does the most for the people who need it the least, the rich, and it keeps Canada in deficit. A Liberal government will have a real plan for jobs and growth, support for Canada's middle class, and, Mr. Speaker, we will balance the books.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to my Liberal colleague's speech, and he wrapped up saying that we have a plan for job creation and long-term prosperity. That's all very well and good to say that, but as we've seen up until now, we've waited and waited and seen nothing. We in the NDP have a plan, and the fact that Conservatives found it so good that they've incorporated it into their budget in decreasing, for example, the small business tax from 11 to 9%. These are tangible suggestions that the NDP has put forward. Where is the Liberal plan? How long are they going to make Canadians wait to hear some concrete plan from them?
Monsieur le Président, why?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Patience. we'll present a solid plan for the economy, a plan for jobs, for job creation, and also to promote economic growth. It will be a sound plan, and it'll be positive for the middle class. A plan to invest in infrastructure, and a plan that will help young people. It will help them find jobs. But it's important for the member to wait, because I'm sure that she's really going to like our plan for the Canadian economy. And I hope she'll support our Liberal plan for Canadians, because we've worked very hard on this plan, and I hope she'll agree with our ideas for economic growth for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always wonderful to listen to the Liberal members opposite talk about their plans and then say, we have a great plan, we're going to do all this, but you're just going to have to wait and see. Well, on this side of the House, we're not actually all that worried or waiting with bated breath to see any plan that the Liberals produce. It really doesn't matter. But I'm curious, just for interest's sake, because our plan, of course, includes record levels of transfer payments. And let's talk about a bit about that plan. $923 million to my home territory in the Yukon. Record levels, 73% higher than previous Liberal governments. But of course, the Liberals back then balanced the budgets by cutting those, slashing those transfer payments to the provinces and territories, affecting health care, affecting education, affecting social outcomes, affecting economic outcomes, affecting the territory and provinces' local abilities to set local priorities and local initiatives. So I'm just wondering if the honourable member in his plan that nobody has ever seen and probably nobody ever will see, does that include slashing those transfer payments to the provinces and territories again? Does it include slashing the important family tax cut that we've put in place in this? Does it include increasing taxes? How on earth will the Liberals ever reconcile their history with what they anticipate their future to be? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, this is quite amazing that a member of the Conservative caucus would actually accuse someone else of not having a plan when they can't even present a budget on time, Mr. Speaker. Now, of course, they say the reason was falling oil prices. Now, Mr. Speaker, if that was the real reason, then how did Alberta or Saskatchewan, both of which are more dependent on oil prices for their fiscal framework, actually come up with a budget? The reality is, Mr. Speaker, the only reason they delayed the budget was because they needed to book the sale of GM shares, a one-time asset sale this year, so that they could create this illusory surplus on the eve of an election. They could cobble it up and tell Canadians the books are balanced. Canadians won't be fooled by that, Mr. Speaker, and I was proud to be part of a government, Paul Martin's government, that negotiated with the provinces and territories, that actually sat down and met with premiers, that invested and put in place a 10-year health care plan, that increased investments in health care from the federal government by 6% per year. That was before this government unilaterally imposed a cut to those transfers by half, in fact. Now it's only growing by 3% per year, Mr. Speaker. We will take no lessons on fiscal responsibility or working with the provinces from this government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by thanking the good people of Etobicoke North, the beautiful community where I was raised, and for the privilege of serving them. I hope our community members know that our constituency office is their home, and that we are always here to celebrate the good times and to provide support during the challenging times. Mr. Speaker, I will not be supporting the budget, as it gives the most help to Canadians who need it the least. The Conservative Party's proposals will benefit the rich on the backs of the middle class, and that is simply not fair. For example, the Conservatives' priority is a $2 billion tax break for the rich. What's more, the Conservatives are doubling the TFSA limit by taking away tens of thousands of dollars in old age security for seniors. In the long term, doubling the TFSA will help the rich and do nothing for the middle class. Mr. Speaker, our Etobicoke North community needs jobs. I have worked hard to get a $500,000 job program and to help my constituents find jobs they need to support their families. I personally review resumes, often doing 2 and 3 drafts. I get people into job programs. We follow up with them to see if the program is meeting their needs, and we provide other necessary supports such as clothing and food programs. But finding jobs in this economic climate is not easy. Unemployment last year, including youth unemployment, was still higher than before the recession. In fact, according to CIBC, job quality in Canada is at its lowest in a quarter century. For the past 16 months, job growth has been under 1%, the first time this has occurred outside of a recession in 4 decades. Mr. Speaker, over the past year, close to 80% of the people I see need a job. Many are youth with bachelor's, master's, nursing, and law degrees. Some have been out of school with no work for 2 years, despite spending each day sending out resumes. Many are internationally trained professionals, and some are people who have been downsized after working 20 years for one company. They are good people with good skills, and they would be an asset to any organization, but they are struggling. In some cases, they cannot feed their children. In some cases, they cannot buy their medications for diabetes, heart disease, and multiple sclerosis. And in some cases, they cannot pay for their children's dental care. We do the best we can to help. Mr. Speaker, I have already heard from our youth looking for jobs. They want the Conservative government to know that $7 million to, quote, support the relocation of youth and immigrants to areas where job opportunities exist is, in their words, inexcusable. Perhaps the government is unaware that youth unemployment rate in Ontario stands at 20%, and that 1 in 5 young Torontonians cannot find a job. They also want the government to know that they would like to have the opportunity to stay in their community, to get a job and work, and to be near family if they choose. They should not be forced to look elsewhere. They also ask where the government understands the gridlock and lack of transit in Toronto, and that it can take 2 hours to commute from our community to the downtown core for a job. Mr. Speaker, they see through why there will be no new investment in community infrastructure for 2 more years, even when cities are calling for help today. Mr. Speaker, our Etobicoke North community and Canada deserve a better plan, investing in jobs and growth for the middle class and those working hard to join it. Mr. Speaker, I will now turn my attention to 2 of my critics' roles, namely international development and status of women, and what was not in the budget. I will begin with international development. According to a new study by Engineers Without Borders, 94% of Canadians say it is important to improve the health, education, and economic opportunity for the world's poorest people. After reviewing the budget, one humanitarian responded with, quote, "Was there development in the budget?" Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government is once again balancing their budget on the backs of the world's poorest. Liberals believe that development assistance must help reduce systemic poverty by stimulating the creation of democratic institutions, economic opportunity, and job growth. The government has announced a Development Financing Initiative, or DFI. DFIs work with the private sector to promote development and investment in developing countries. While DFIs can be effective in job creation, which is a massive need for developing countries seeking economic progress and stability, these institutions must be managed properly in order to ensure that development outcomes are prioritized. Mr. Speaker, I have several questions about this new organization. First, where is the money coming from? According to the OECD, Canada's aid spending dropped to 0.24% of GDP in 2014, down from 0.27% the previous year, one of the country's lowest rates in more than a decade. It is very important that the DFI be funded with new money and not from the current Overseas Development Aid or ODA budget. Will the Minister of International Development and La Francophonie look elsewhere for funds? And when will funding start? A decrease in ODA spending is not the only worrying trends I see with this budget on the topic of international development. The Conservative government has shifted its aid priorities to reflect its commercial and political interests to the detriment of the poorest and most fragile countries where local capital is limited and short-term risks are too high for banks or other investors. Mr. Speaker, the last issue I will address is what is in the budget for women. The budget focuses on women entrepreneurs and women on boards. These are important issues. I have many questions related to the government's proposals, which I will table as a written question to the government. But the major question is, why is there no money attached to the action plan for women in business? Mr. Speaker, last night I attended a fundraiser for our local women's shelter, Ernestine's, which daily undertakes life-saving work and is a refuge and a touchstone in our Etobicoke North community. Men and women attending the fundraiser wanted to know what was in the budget for ending violence against women and girls. They were clear that we need a national action plan to end violence and that we need an inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women. They do not accept the government's roundtable on missing and murdered Indigenous women as sufficient or acceptable, and they asked me to bring this up today. They also asked that I discuss the Canadian network of women's shelters and transition houses latest report that shows in just one day, 231 shelters welcome 122 new women and 81 children, but they had to turn away 302 women and 221 women due to a lack of resources. Moreover, only 20% of shelters said that they felt, quote, well-equipped to help women with mental health concerns, and only 31% said they could help women with substance abuse concerns. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to raise concerns I have heard from our Etobicoke North community concerning jobs, economic growth, lack of infrastructure, and lack of real help in the budget, and for the opportunity to raise concerns of stakeholders regarding international development and women and men who support Ernestine's and want the violence to end. Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this budget because it fails our communities and it fails Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I think we share a lot of the same concerns. We want a national inquiry, we in the NDP, into murdered and missing Aboriginal women. I think this is something all MPs should support, and we'll all continue the fight for that. I know that the member was an expert, well-known scientist before being elected, so I know she's concerned about funding for science in Budget 2015, and this is something we've seen since the Conservative government came to power. Systematically, they have cut funding to scientific research, and they've moved the funding to applied science, applied research to help industry, and that's good, but it's also important to support basic science. Could my colleague comment on that? The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I've enjoyed serving with her on a number of committees. I want to start with missing and murdered Indigenous women. We absolutely need an inquiry in this country. We've heard from the families. We've heard from the provinces and territories. We've heard from Indigenous organizations, and we've even heard from international organizations that we need an inquiry. And quite frankly, the government is on the wrong side of history. This is a national tragedy, and we need that inquiry. When it comes to science in this country, there has been a war on science over the last many years. I will give an example. There were cuts to the Granting Council several years ago. There were tying scholarships to business. And there are muzzling scientists. People should be able to publicize their research. Canadian taxpayers pay for that research, and we cannot be muzzling our scientists, and we have certainly heard from international journals like Nature that Canadian scientists are being muzzled.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention today, and I do applaud her for her passion and commitment to violence prevention programs against women. Of course, that's important, I think, to all members in this House, certainly important to me as a Member of Parliament for the Yukon, and some of the long-term investments and personal contributions that I've made to that very topic long before I got into politics. I'm just wondering, though, if the member would help me understand as we move through a whole suite of legislative programs that are designed to prevent violence against women, that are also designed to afford people in our communities a greater opportunity in life, be that work, be that shelters, the homeless partnering strategy, the $252 million designed for the action plan against violence. All of these things formulate a suite of programs and services that help reduce risky lifestyles and outcomes for Canadians. But time and time again, the Liberal members vote against that. And I understand their position on missing and murdered Aboriginal women, but that's not the only source of action. They speak about that as though that's the solution, and that's it, and the only solution. So I'm just curious why the member would vote against all of those other measures that are indeed improving the lives of Canadians day to day that we're investing in, and stand up solely and only and speak about just a national inquiry and not help on all the other fronts. I find it a little disingenuous, but I'd like to give her the opportunity to respond to those very pieces she's voted against.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
I'd like to thank my friend across the way. Like he has talked about, I spent close to 2 decades fighting to end violence against women and girls. When I taught women's health at the university, there was not one class that I did not have a young woman stand at the end of that class and say she was suffering abuse. Whether it was by a boyfriend, by a family member, and I got that young woman help that day. What we hear from stakeholders across this country is we need a national action plan to end violence against women. We do not have that national action plan, and we need the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women, and we simply do not need re-announcements of funding announcements already made.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for Mississauga South. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in this House today to speak on Budget 2015 introduced this week by our government. In response to the greatest global downturn since the Great Depression, our government introduced the necessary and strategic investments to keep Canadians working and maintain confidence in the economy. These investments paid off as Canada rebounded out of the recession faster than any G8 country with the best results. Indeed, since 2009, Canada has generated the greatest real GDP growth, created over 1.2 million net new jobs, 80% of which are full-time and in the private sector, maintain the greatest performance of private sector investment, and maintain the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio. This last point is particularly important, Mr. Speaker, whereas many nations tried to fight the recession by flexing fiscal and monetary policy almost without limit, our government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, prudently balanced strong public investments to support the economy with necessary reductions in federal discretionary spending. The result, Mr. Speaker, is that our Finance Minister stood in this House this Wednesday and announced a $1.4 billion surplus along with a $1 billion contingency. The result, Mr. Speaker, is that without the implementation of this government's disciplined and prudent cost-saving measures, the current deficit would have been $17.2 billion. The result, Mr. Speaker, is that our economy is healthy, strong, and growing. Circumstances of other nations have proven that neither reckless spending nor severe austerity is the answer. Success comes from long-term disciplined leadership. A fact that I am particularly proud of, Mr. Speaker, is that this government did not balance the budget on the backs of honest, hard-working Canadians. No. Nor have there been any cuts to critical services such as health care or key programs such as infrastructure, which remains at a historical high. No, Mr. Speaker, we balanced the budget while simultaneously reducing the tax burden on Canadian families to record lows. The GST was lowered from 7 to 5%. Small business taxes have been cut. Various tax credits have been introduced for caregivers, volunteers, and those with disabilities. We introduced the tax-free savings account, raised the minimum income from Canadians can make before federal tax rates are levied, reduced the lowest income tax rate, lessens EI contributions, and introduced assistance for first-time homeowners. Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but the bottom line is this. As a direct result of our government's policies, for the typical Canadian family of two parents with two children, savings an average of $6,640 every year. Mr. Speaker, balancing the budget has never been just about sound and responsible fiscal management. It has been about principle. Our government promised Canadians that they would balance the budget, and Canadians sent the government back to Ottawa in 2011 with a clear majority and a mandate to do just that. This budget also cements another promise made to Canadians, that of introducing income splitting for families. The principle for this government has been and remains that you keep the promises you make. With my remaining time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight specific initiatives from the budget that will particularly benefit my constituents in Nipissing-Temiskaming. For seniors, we're reducing minimum withdrawal rates for registered retirement income funds, or RIFs. We're introducing a new home accessibility tax credit. Seniors and persons with disabilities will be able to claim up to $1,500 in tax credits for specific home renovations. For families, we're increasing the TFSA contribution limit to $10,000 so Canadians can improve their investments and have easier access to cash flows when they need them. And may I just point out to the opposition is that the majority of middle-income Canadians who will benefit from TFSAs, not the wealthy. The facts are that 11 million Canadians have TFSAs and 60% of them make $55,000 or less. We are expanding eligibility on student loans to make post-secondary education more affordable. $184 million for students applying to short-term programs and $119 to reduce expected parental contributions to loan programs. We are expanding EI benefits for Canadians that need to leave work for compassionate care purposes. Benefits will be increased from 6 weeks to 6 months. Budget 2015 confirms the family tax cuts and benefits introduced last fall. They are income splitting, increasing the universal child care benefit and children's fitness tax credit. For small business, We are improving access to financing. Available financing will be increased to $1 million from $500,000, and eligibility will be broadened from $5 million in revenue to $10 million in revenue. We are further cutting taxes on small business, reducing the tax on small business by 2% from 11% to 9% over 4 years. We are further reducing EI premiums. Surplus gained by the EI fund will be reimbursed to employers and employees through lower EI rates. For the space sector, we are investing in Canada's satellite industry, $30 million to support satellite research and development projects through the Canadian Space Agency. As you know, my honourable colleagues may recall, Mr. Speaker, I've recognized Nipissing-Temiskaming's entry into the space sector on several occasions, and I'm very pleased that the government continues to mark its growing importance to our economy. These investments will ultimately serve to expand the space industry in Nipissing-Temiskaming and create high-paying, high-skilled jobs. We are further recognizing the increasing importance of space to Canada's economy and security. For aerospace and manufacturing, we are accelerating aerospace supply chain competitiveness and performance. We continue to provide accelerated capital cost allowance measures to help manufacturers grow and create jobs. For agriculture and agri-food, we will be promoting Canadian farm exports and improving competitiveness. Over $18 million to expand the Canadian Market Access Secretariat and provide more support to farmers trying to access foreign markets. $12 million of additional funding will go towards expanding the agri-marketing program to increase demand for Canadian agricultural goods. We're also increasing lifetime capital allowance for farmers from $750,000 to $1 million. Finally, for infrastructure, we continue the improvement of the $53 billion New Building Canada plan announced in March 2014. An additional $750 million will go to improve public-private partnerships, in addition to continuing to provide $5.3 billion per year for provincial and municipal projects. New Building Canada plan expands on the $33 million Building Canada plan introduced in 2007, which included increasing contributions from the Gas Tax Fund, which supports municipal projects as well as making them permanent. We remain on the right track, Mr. Speaker. Canada's fiscal position is the envy of the world. Taxes continue to fall for families and small businesses, and key investments in infrastructure, research and development continue to be realized. The budget is balanced, and further measures have been introduced to ensure that it stays that way, with immediate penalties to senior government leaders who fail to keep it so. Furthermore, Canada is now uniquely positioned to attack its sovereign debt, and will do so by applying unused contingencies to it to maintain at least a 25% debt-to-GDP ratio. All this to say, Mr. Speaker, in this budget 2015, promises made, promises kept. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question that I have for my colleague opposite is a question that I've asked to several of his colleagues, and I still haven't gotten a clear answer on it. So I would hope that this time he will be able to shed some light on this incomprehensible aspect of the budget. The government is boasting about taking steps to help Canadian families by talking about the universal child care benefit. However, that benefit is taxable. It will be considered additional income for tax purposes and will be taxed. So I'm trying to understand, in this so-called fiscally responsible agenda by the Conservatives, I'm trying to understand how that measure, in fact, will help Canadian families who will have to set aside part of the money given to them by the government in order to pay the taxes on it later. So I don't see how a measure like that will be directly beneficial for Canadian families. To my mind, it's incomprehensible, and it will have the opposite effect, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thanks to my honourable colleague for her question. Clearly, TFSAs are broadly based. 11 million Canadians have TFSAs. 11 million, 60% to income owners of income earners, rather, of 55,000 or less. So this is a measure, Mr. Speaker, that is directed at the average Canadian. Most Canadian families will benefit by it. I think Canadians as a whole will open, and this measure will be strongly supported as a firm measure of helping families in our current budget.
Yeah. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd note that this is an unfair budget that dedicates a lot of tax dollars, tax expenditures to the wealthiest families, and virtually ignores the middle class. The middle class are actually the job creators. When they're doing well, our economy is doing well, as opposed to flatlined like it is under this government. But I would say it's not only unfair, it's disappointing and deceiving when it comes to the armed forces aspect of the budget, much trumpeted by the minister, but the reality is not a penny for 2 years and nothing to fill the gaps of medical professionals that have forced injured soldiers to wait months for help with their potential PTSD and other conditions. And I'm wondering whether the Conservative member opposite is aware that while an escalator has been announced, there has been a de-escalator in place since 2010. It will take more than a decade to build back just the cuts under this government. And in fact, this budget will lead to the lowest percentage of GDP in defense spending, 0.8, actually a 20% decrease as a share of the gross domestic product compared with today.
The Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. Mr. Speaker, I don't get this. This budget has nothing for the middle class. There's a myriad of opportunities to help the middle class, to help low-income Canadians. It's right through the budget. Mr. Speaker, perhaps my honourable colleague can tell us what their party would do. They have no plan. They have no plan. As a matter of fact, their leader has said, we don't even have to go through this exercise. Budgets balance themselves. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, to be fair, I think my honourable friend and her party should take the time and read through all the goodies, that are in this budget for honest, hard-working, average Canadians.
Before we resume debate, I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received, which is as follows. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable David Johnston, Governor-General of Canada, will proceed to the Senate chamber today, the 23rd day of April 2015 at 4 p.m. for the purpose of giving royal assent to certain bills of law. J'ai l'honneur d'informer.
I have the honour to inform the House that a communication has been received. Here is the text. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to inform you that the Right Honourable David Johnston, Governor-General for Canada, will be going to the Senate today, April 23rd, 2015, at 4 p.m. in order to give royal assent to certain bills. Sincerely.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed an honour today to speak about Budget 2015, our Economic Action Plan for Canadians. And I'd like to, what I do traditionally at this time of year when I'm speaking about the budget is I like to pick a few initiatives that are my favorite and tell you about them by page number. And so I'm going to start with the Home Accessibility Tax Credit on page 245, and the reason why it is important to me and important to my constituents in Mississauga South. Mr. Speaker, because seniors and Canadians with disabilities may face special challenges related to gaining access to their home or being mobile or functional within it, making improvements to improve safety, access, and functionality of a dwelling can be costly. So this tax credit, the Home Accessibility Tax Credit, will help seniors and elderly Canadians stay in their own homes. Some people may install a railing, grab bars, wheelchair ramps, walk-in bathtubs, chair rails, or perhaps non-slip flooring. Canadians will be able to claim $10,000 of eligible expenses under the the new Home Accessibility Tax Credit, which will result in federal tax relief of $1,500 for the 2016 taxation year. These improvements will enable seniors and disabled Canadians to be more mobile, safe, and functional in their own home, ensuring that they can live healthy, independent lives in the comfort of their home or in their family's home. I'd also like to talk to you, Mr. Speaker, and tell you about page 190, the Canada 150 Community Infrastructure proposal, and a new measure again. So in addition to the unprecedented spending on infrastructure by this government, you probably know about the 10-year new Building Canada plan. This dedicated fund is for renovation, expansion, and improvement of existing community infrastructure in all regions of the country. Community-based facilities, like the Small Arms Building in Lakeview in Mississauga South, contribute to the quality of life and heritage of small communities and large urban areas alike across Canada. The Small Arms Building is an example of a community infrastructure with a rich history and one with enormous potential. It was at this location that over 6,000 employees worked during World War II, making Lee Enfield rifles for the entire Allied effort. And most of these employees were women, Mr. Speaker, doing their part to support the war effort from home. There are big plans for the improvement and renovation of this iconic place, and infrastructure funds like this one, which will be cost-shared with municipalities, community organizations, and not-for-profit entities, will support projects that celebrate our shared heritage as well as create jobs and improve quality of life. I'd also like to talk to you about an important initiative on page 240 of the budget. Mr. Speaker, that's extending compassionate care benefits. Family and friends have been described as the invisible backbone of the Canadian healthcare system. Giving care can often place people in grave financial hardship, especially when they're forced to quit their job or work fewer hours as a result of the responsibility of caring for a loved one. It is for this reason that Budget 2015 and this Conservative government will extend EI compassionate care benefits from 6 weeks to 6 months. We don't believe, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians should have to choose between keeping their job and caring for a gravely ill family member. I've heard from my constituents in Mississauga South about this issue and the hardships that they face. And there's more in the report of the Parliamentary Committee on Palliative and Compassionate Care about the financial realities associated with caring for a dying family member. With this enhancement, the government is ensuring that the employment insurance program continues to help Canadians when they need it most. I'd also like to tell you about a lesser-known measure in the budget on page 303, Mr. Speaker. That is the renewal and enhancement of Canada's honours system. This is about the Canadian honours system. It will bring it closer, the system of citations and honours for Canadians closer to all Canadians, with a commitment of $13.4 million over 5 years, plus $2.8 million in ongoing support to modernize the system. Why does this matter to the constituents of Mississauga South? Because it is important to commemorate great Canadians, and it will increase the number of nominations to, in particular, the Order of Canada. So I'm hopeful that a great Canadian resident of Mississauga South, an icon and true patriot, hockey commentator Don Cherry will be recognized soon. Just imagine the jacket he would wear for the occasion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the time.
The chair regrets that have to interrupt the member from Mississauga South. She will have 5 minutes remaining when this matter returns before the House. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Ahunsik. Mr. Speaker, in April 1915, the first great genocide of the 20th century began, involving the Armenian population of Anatolia and Western Armenia. 2/3 of Armenians living in the area died because of the deportations, famines, and large-scale massacres. This took place during the Ottoman Empire. Recently, we saw the Syrian city of Kasab once again, with a majority Armenian population, be the victim of hate. We therefore have a duty to remember during this year commemorating the 100th anniversary. That's why, on behalf of the population of Ahunsik Quartier-Ville, I was recently present at the unveiling of a Kachkar, which at the Armenian Evangelical Church. For this Christian community, this cross is a reminder of the suffering of the people, as well as this physical demonstration of the Armenian diaspora.
Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today once again proud of the many hardworking volunteers who are showcasing what a great community and country we live in. For the past 3 years, hundreds of local volunteers, businesses, service clubs, and farm families have been working tirelessly in preparation of hosting a major event in the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry. The 2015 International Plowing Match and Rural Expo will be held in Finch, Ontario, only 45 minutes south of Parliament Hill, from September the 22nd to the 26th. Mr. Speaker, the event is something to see. The village of Finch, population of a few hundred, will host an expected 80 to 100,000 visitors from all over Ontario, Canada, the United States, and beyond. I want to thank the many families and volunteers who are working so hard to bring it all together. As we all say, Mr. Speaker, we are proud to be from SD&G.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago today, all parties in this House agreed to establish April 23rd as the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Mass Atrocities. It was my great honour to work with local activist Norm King and others to call for the creation of this National Day. This morning, I attended an event marking this day at Carleton University, organized by students from Sir Wilfrid Laurier Secondary School in Orleans. I was impressed and inspired to see these young people passionate and making a difference. They believe that a better world is possible. This month marks the anniversary of mass atrocities in Rwanda, Cambodia, Kosovo, Bangladesh, Armenia, and throughout Europe during the Holocaust. Today is a day to remember past crimes against humanity and to resolve to act to make sure that such crimes are not allowed to happen again. The world deserves better, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve better, and our children deserve better. As parliamentarians, we must do our part to help prevent mass atrocities.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, this week our government delivered a balanced budget to Canadians, made possible through prudent leadership and a commitment to provide what matters most to Canadians. Canadians know that budgets don't balance themselves, and they know that sponsorship scandals and satellite offices around the country do not allow for balanced budgets. Canadians do know that sensible and careful decisions provide room for tax cuts and a plan for the future that will benefit families, seniors, veterans, and all Canadians. The constituents of Willowdale know that lowering the amount of money that seniors over the age of 71 have to take out of their registered retirement income fund annually is important. They know that putting more money back into the pockets of families with children under the age of 18 allows them to provide what is best. They also know that reducing gridlock in Willowdale with the Public Transit Fund will benefit the entire community. Mr. Speaker, our economic action plan is working. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, last night I was working late and I was interrupted by cheers and honks, and I thought it had to do with the Ottawa Senators beating the Montreal Canadiens 1-0 to push themselves into into Game 5 of that series. But actually, Mr. Speaker, it was just the thousands of Canadians still celebrating the balanced budget that we tabled this week. Mr. Speaker, that balanced budget includes $923 million for the Yukon Territory, increased transfer payments, record levels, constant dollar increases year after year under the leadership of this Conservative government. Contrast that with previous Liberal governments who balanced the budgets on the backs of provinces and territories by slashing transfer payments to my home territory. Mr. Speaker, these important transfers allow local governments to determine local priorities for their health care, their education, their social responsibilities, their environmental concerns, and their economic opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that I'm part of a government that's ensuring local determination by local governments. We'll continue on that track. We'll resist any opportunity that the Liberals want to do to raise taxes. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, April is Parkinson's month. About 100,000 Canadians live with Parkinson's disease, and this will double by 2036. Parkinson's is not a normal part of aging, but 85% with this neurological disease are over the age of 65.
The persons affected and their families are faced with many challenges, particularly with the shortage of neurologists, the genetic discrimination on the part of insurance companies, and financial considerations, as well as the stress of caregivers.
Society of Canada calls on the federal government to take a leadership role to implement a pan-Canadian senior strategy and to ensure Canadians with Parkinson's have access to the compassionate care benefit, which they currently don't have.
We need legislation to ban this practice of genetic discrimination on the part of insurance companies concerning people suffering from Parkinson's. The government recently dashed the efforts of the Senate to attempt to pass such legislation.
Honourable Deputy de Manicouagan.
Honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, today I want to salute the courage and commitment of the people of the Town Council of Franklin who have been fighting for the survival of the primary school. To preserve this essential infrastructure, the Municipal Council has fought for years, and they have tried to provide credits to encourage families to send their children to this school. The efforts of the small communities on the North Shore to offset devitalization and save their schools should engage all Canadians, as education and equality of opportunity are fundamental values in this country. Without the possibility of studying in my communities and pursuing a higher education, I would never have the job I have today, and I know that's the same for many of my colleagues here in the House. That's why I want to assure my constituents and around all Manicouagan that their fight to maintain local schools is also mine, and that of all members, I hope, in this House.
Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly rise today to congratulate this year's Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League champs, the Melfort Mustangs. The Mustangs ended their 19-year drought and won the Saskatchewan Junior Hockey League championship, and they go on now to Fort McMurray to play in the Western Canada Cup to determine which two teams go to the Royal Bank Cup, which will be held in Portage la Prairie, Manitoba. This year's team, Richard Palmer, Adam Fauchu, were co-named Coast MVPs for the playoffs, and Melfort resident Trevor Blevins has won two SJHL championships, one as a player and one as a coach. So on behalf of the constituents in the riding of Prince Albert, I want to congratulate this team. They've done us proud, and we wish them all the best as they go on to the next level of their play. Thank you.
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand in the House to honor a distinguished veteran of my riding who recently passed away. Mr. Donald Andrew Potbank courageously served Canada for the entire duration of World War II.
He fought with the 4th Canadian Armoured Division. He received the Chevalier Medal of Honor for his participation in the liberation of France. He served in England, France, Belgium, and the Netherlands, and he was a survivor of Normandy's Juno Beach. I had the honor of welcoming Don to Ottawa last year for his very first visit to Parliament Hill. He shared many accounts of his service with me, including the fact that he had 3 tanks shot out from under him while actively engaged with the enemy. He was also a veteran who took the time to share his experiences with our local students for Remembrance Day. He was gifted at putting the war into perspective for our younger generation. Le décès de Don représente une grande perte
I extend my heartfelt condolences to Don's family as they prepare for his funeral next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to acknowledge the life and contributions of Rob Baxter. Mr. Baxter was a popular teacher at Walkerville High School who died at the age of 37 of a brain aneurysm this past March. Rob made such a positive impact on our community due to his overall optimism, positivity, and uniqueness. At Walkerville, he took the time to know his students, whether as a teacher rep to student council, working in drama productions, or just simply sitting down to lunch. Rob touched everyone he met. Kara Christoff, Prime Minister of Walkerville Student Council, captured the magnitude of Mr. Baxter's passing best when she said, quote, "The loss of our mentor, our friend, our amazing librarian, the most spirited teacher, and most importantly, the man who brought sunshine and smiles to everyone in the school will have an impact on everyone." Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my community, I would like to offer the Baxter family our deepest condolences. Rob will be sorely missed, but his legacy will continue to spire.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
There are reports federal and New Brunswick Liberals have made a backroom deal to raise the HST in my home province. According to one Globe and Mail columnist, the man who ran Premier Brian Gallant's election campaign, the Liberal MP for Beauséjour, did not want an HST increase, lest it corrode the Liberal brand before the next election. MLA Blaine Higgs, the respected former finance minister, has said the Gallant Liberals backed off raising taxes on working families to avoid hurting the federal Liberals. And what are New Brunswick Liberals saying? Minister Rick Doucette had said additional tax increases have not been ruled out. And last month, Minister Victor Boudreau, with a straight face no less, released a report that said voters actually want an HST increase. Our Conservative government cut the HST by 2 points to help working families. I call on the Premier to come clean and spell out his plans for the HST. Are Liberals going to raise taxes? Yes or no? Voters deserve a clear answer before October 19.
The honourable member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise today in the House of Commons to highlight the 75th anniversary of the women of Quebec gaining the right to vote. The NDP wishes to pay homage to all women who, through their courage, tenacity, and persuasion, have managed to overcome the misogyny and conservatism that prevailed at the time. We also want to pay homage to the forward-looking and courageous men who supported them through their efforts. Today, there's only one political party that has managed to reach the parity zone so long hoped for. In the last elections, the NDP had 40% of its elected members women, and among the many young women who have forever changed the face of this parliament by showing that balancing work and family life is possible even at the highest levels of power. Whereas the Prime Minister has abolished the Thérèse Casgrain Prize for volunteerism to personally reappropriate it, the NDP commits to giving this great lady back her acclaim. Happy anniversary, women.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Erindale.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Minister of Finance tabled a great budget for middle-class Canadians. It is a balanced budget, just as we promised, and it is cutting taxes for Canadians. For example, the new family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit will benefit 100% of families with kids. The vast majority of benefits going to low and middle-income families. The Liberals and the NDP will take this away. They want high taxes on middle-class families, high taxes on middle-class businesses, high taxes on middle-class seniors, and high taxes on middle-class consumers. That's their plan for the middle class, Mr. Speaker. Our government's plan is reducing taxes on the middle class.
The honourable member for Westmount, Ville Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to celebrate Yom Ha'atzmaut, the anniversary of the founding of the State of Israel. 67 years ago, barely a few years after enduring the horror of the Holocaust, Jews came together from many countries to build a sovereign state called Israel.
Canada quickly recognized this new state, and in and of itself, the creation of Israel was an amazing achievement. It showed the determination of a people to build their own country. Over the 67 last years, Israelis have worked with determination to develop a modern and prosperous economy, an innovative and ingenious country a flourishing culture based on a liberal democracy, and all of this even though they're at the heart of a very unstable region.
This occasion, I would like to extend our sincerest congratulations to Israel for everything it has accomplished as a country in the past 67 years. Be assured that Canada will remain your friend and ally in the years to come.
The honourable member for Lotbinière Chute de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, despite the opposition's high tax plans, our government tabled a balanced budget that will continue to make life more affordable for Canadians. Our government's tax relief will save the typical family of four nearly $6,600 this year. But Liberals and the NDP would raise taxes on middle-class families. They would take away the tax-free savings account that are used by the vast majority of Canadians to save for their kids' education and to save for retirement. They would increase taxes on the middle class with a carbon tax. Mr. Speaker, that is their plan, not our plan. We will continue our low-tax plan that is working for Canadians all across Canada, and as well as in my riding de Lotbinière, Chute de la Chaudière.
Mr. Speaker, not only are Canadians burdened with a budget that only helps the wealthiest few, but they have a government that can't even get the facts straight on its own budget. The member from Mississauga South doesn't know that the contingency fund is being used to balance the books. And the Minister of the Environment bizarrely claims no budget has done more for climate change, even though climate change isn't mentioned once. Not once. An extra 2.5 months should have been plenty of time for the Conservatives to prepare more than a muddy document even they don't believe. And on top of this, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister are balancing the books on the backs of the next generation. With such a poor and confused sales job, it's almost understandable that the Liberals keep flip-flopping. New Democrats are the only party that stands consistently behind our principled policies, and principled policies are what Canadians can expect in our 2016 budget.
Speaker, my constituents in Richmond Hill were pleased to see our Conservative government continue to lower taxes for Canadians with our balanced budget. Indeed, families across York Region are looking forward to receiving the benefits from the family tax cut and the enhanced universal child care benefit. These benefits will leave 100% of families with kids with more money in their pockets, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals and the NDP will take this away. They want high taxes on middle-class families, high taxes on middle-class businesses, high taxes on middle-class seniors, high taxes on middle-class consumers. That's their plan for the middle class. Our government's plan is reducing taxes on the middle class, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal and the NDP plans would take these benefits from away from hard-working Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, we will not let that happen. Our Conservative government will continue to support the people that know best how to raise their children. Mom,
Oral questions. Questions now. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on February 5th, New Democrats proposed to cut small business taxes from 11% to 9%. Together with the Liberals, every single Conservative in this House voted against it. The Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, every single one. Then, lo and behold, the budget proposed that exact same cut, but just not until sometime after the next election. Who are business owners supposed to believe? The Conservatives who voted against that very cut 2 months ago, or the Conservatives who are now promising it in order to get re-elected?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, it's rather amusing that the NDP is trying to take credit for a Conservative tax cut. The NDP leader is kind of like the rooster who crowed when the sun came up and therefore thinks that he made the sun come up. The reality is our Conservative tax cut will help small businesses. It is the biggest tax reduction in 25 years. It will allow small businesses to hire more employees, grow and expand, and it is only possible because we have restrained spending and balanced the budget. That is our low tax plan for jobs and growth, and it's working.
The The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, one person who's not crowing about his budget is the Finance Minister.
Where is he?
Parce que 2 jours après le
Because 2 days after tabling his budget, the Finance Minister would rather hide than answer questions here in the House. He thinks it's perfectly normal to stick our grandchildren with the bill for the Prime Minister's tax handouts. We understand his wanting to run and hide, Mr. Speaker, but can the Finance Minister explain to middle-class families why their grandchildren will have to pay for the Conservatives' handouts to the wealthy? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I find it funny that the NDP leader thinks that people with an income of $60,000 are too rich to get tax cuts. In fact, 60% of people who max out on their tax-free savings accounts earn $60,000 or less. They're the ones who will benefit from our decision to double the contribution limit. They're the ones who will save money. We're going to cut their taxes, and the NDP would increase them.
Voici un fait irréfutable.
Here's an irrefutable fact. The tax cuts the Conservatives are proposing are not available to 85% of Canadians.
Leading up to the budget, a senior government minister told Canadians there was no way Conservatives would touch the contingency fund. Then the Finance Minister took $2 billion out of, wait for it, the contingency fund. And then yesterday we had a rather confused Conservative MP ambling along claiming that Conservatives weren't touching the contingency fund at all. In this total Conservative confusion, where's the Finance Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Speaker, the honourable member talks about irrefutable facts, so let me share one with him from the Finance Department on page 235 of the budget. There he will find, and I quote, about 60% of individuals contributing the maximum amount to their tax-free savings accounts had incomes of less than $60,000 in 2013. These are the very people who would benefit from increasing the tax-free savings accounts to $10,000. They are overwhelmingly seniors who are taking money from their RSPs, putting them in their tax-free savings accounts so that they can have a nest egg for a secure retirement.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister claimed that Mike Duffy was appointed to the Senate on the basis of a signed declaration swearing he was a resident of Prince Edward Island. But if you look at the Declaration of Qualification, it doesn't mention anything about residency requirements. You know, questions were raised at the time that Mike Duffy didn't meet the eligibility requirements. We know the Prime Minister's office received advice from the Privy Council regarding Duffy's appointment. Senate appointments are the Prime Minister's responsibility. On what basis did he push Mike Duffy's appointment ahead despite the clear warning signals that as a resident of Canada, he wasn't eligible to represent Prince Edward Island?
Excellent. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, as I've answered on a number of occasions, the constitutional practice on this has been clear for almost 150 years, Mr. Speaker. It's disappointing now, of course, to see that the NDP are trying to make a victim out of Mr. Duffy, who faces very serious charges, Mr. Speaker, charges that stem after an independent audit and after a police RCMP investigation. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the NDP, 68 members, face very similar type of indiscretions. Almost $3 million worth of taxpayers' money were redirected to illegal offices.
Deliberate
and I suggest they do the right thing and
money.
repay that money to the taxpayer. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Victims, they really are out of touch. The real victims here are the Canadian taxpayers who are on the hook for that Prime Minister's patronage appointments to his pals. Speaking of which, the Duffy diaries raise all manner of questions about his involvement with Enbridge and the Prime Minister's office. The Vancouver Observer has found Duffy had numerous meetings with Enbridge executives, and yet none of that's in the lobbying register. We've had the diary stating the Prime Minister was asking Duffy for briefings on his meetings with Enbridge, and yet all these entries have been blacked out of the diaries. So will the Prime Minister confirm that he did meet with Duffy on Enbridge? Was Duffy the Enbridge pipeline to the Prime Minister?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Duffy, of course, faces very, very serious charges, Mr. Speaker. It's Mr. Duffy's actions that are in front of the court right now, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, there are 68 members of the NDP caucus, including the leader of the opposition himself, who stand accused of redirecting inappropriately some $2.7 million worth of taxpayer funds, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the opposition actually owes taxpayers $400,000. I would hope that he would do the right thing and start to pay back that money.
Yeah.
Order. I'll ask members to come to order while other members are answering the question. The honourable member for West Melville Marino has the floor.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear the current finance minister won't be around to solve the problem, but we won't have to wait for the arrival of the Prime Minister's granddaughter to see what happens when you double the TFSA contribution limit. Soon the costs will shoot up exponentially. The wealthiest Canadians will be the prime beneficiaries of this policy, as with income splitting. Why is the government giving the wealthiest few Canadians preferential treatment instead of doing things that will benefit all Canadians in an equitable fashion? Mr. Speaker, the Liberals and NDP talk about the costs of tax cuts. They're the ones who believe in big bureaucratic programs. They're the only ones who see tax cuts as costs. To us, tax cuts are savings for taxpayers. So, Mr. Speaker, we are putting money straight in the pockets of taxpayers. People with an income of $60,000, they will benefit from these tax cuts and TFSA limits.
Mr. Speaker, with a contribution limit of $5,500, tax-free savings accounts are generally available to most Canadians, but only 1/3 actually participate, and less than 1/4 of that third can contribute the maximum. So doubling contributions mostly helps wealthier Canadians at a cost of tens of billions of dollars. Meanwhile, support for low-income seniors is cut. The lowest income, most vulnerable seniors will lose $28,000 from their OAS and GIS. So why the double standard?
Right. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, for Liberals and NDP who believe in spending billions of dollars on new bureaucracies, they believe that cutting taxes is a cost. We believe that cutting taxes is a savings. The difference is they believe that the money belongs to the government and the bureaucracy. We believe it belongs to the people who earned it. And nobody deserves it more than seniors whose average income is $60,000 a year, who are proven to be the biggest beneficiaries.
The honourable member for Wasken.
Mr. Speaker, here are this government's priorities. Cut support for low-income seniors, take $28,000 from the most vulnerable elderly women living alone, and use that so-called saving to pay for more expensive TFSAs for the wealthy. Or, just don't worry about it, let your grandchildren pay for it. On top of $4,400 in new federal debt already larded onto every newborn child by this government, our grandchildren will be stuck with another $15 or $20 billion in TFSA costs, only for the wealthy. How is that fair?
Right. The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, this from a party whose leader thinks budgets balance themselves. That same leader said that he defines rich people as those who live off their assets. Mr. Speaker, seniors live off their assets. Now the Liberal Party is standing up in the House to say that anybody who earns $60,000 or less is too rich and should pay higher taxes. Mr. Speaker, 60% of those who already max out their tax-free savings accounts and will benefit from the Prime Minister's decision to double those account limits. are earning $60,000 or less. This is a tax cut for the middle class. They'd take it away.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, Mike Duffy's diary shows that he repeatedly spoke with top Enbridge executives in 2012, followed by conversations with the Prime Minister. Yet there are no communication reports from Enbridge in the lobbying registry about these chats with Duffy. Can the Prime Minister tell the House, is it true that he discussed and requested notes from Mike Duffy about Enbridge or the Northern Gateway pipeline?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I just said, Mr. Duffy is facing some very serious charges that stem from an independent audit and an RCMP investigation, Mr. Speaker. These, of course, are in front of the court, so it would be inappropriate to comment further, Mr. Speaker. But at the same time, I think it's very inappropriate for the NDP to try to make a victim out of Mr. Duffy. Mr. Speaker, he's not a victim. Canadians understand this, Mr. Speaker, that they also understand that the NDP, who utilized $2.7 million worth of taxpayer resources, funneled it to an illegal office in Montreal, that's inappropriate, and they expect that you will pay back that money, the $2.7 million you owe.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mike Duffy's journal shows what his Senate job actually involved. No legislation, but lots of lobbying for the oil patch. Between Enbridge and the Prime Minister's entourage, the energy was flowing, thanks to Mike Duffy. And yet the Registry of Lobbyists makes no mention of these discreet little buddy-buddy get-togethers. Did the Prime Minister discuss any Enbridge projects with Mike Duffy? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Duffy's not a victim here. It's against the rules to use the resources of this House, of Parliament, of taxpayers, for partisan purposes. This member is accused of using more than $20,000 for partisan practices. That's against the rules of this House. And I would encourage the member to make the right choice and reimburse taxpayers. It's very important.
You pay taxpayers what you owe.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. We know why the Prime Minister wanted Mike Duffy on the Hill so badly. One of his best, hardest-working Conservative senators. Only today he's in court. He never should have been appointed as a senator from PEI. Mr. Duffy didn't even live there. His driver's license and health card weren't from PEI. Why was the minister so determined to appoint Mike Duffy as a senator from a province he didn't even live in when the rules were so clear? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I already answered a number of times, the constitutional practice around this matter was quite clear for 150 years. It's also very clear that it's against the rules of this House to use taxpayer resources for partisan purposes. 68 NDP members are accused of doing just that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Leader of the Opposition,
some $400,000. The member for Scarborough Southwest transferred money meant for his riding through Ottawa to an illegal office in Montreal.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Yesterday, the Environment Minister said, quote, "No federal government has done more for the environment than this one." But greenhouse gas emissions keep increasing, and she has no plan. Is the minister that out of touch? Or is she just sticking to her conservative talking points? Let our grandchildren pay for it. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Is the action we are taking to address climate change and protect our environment. We have invested significantly to support initiatives that reduce emissions and improve air quality for Canadians, and we will be investing $1 billion into transit annually. Our government has reduced emissions, lowered taxes for middle-class Canadians, and balanced the budget. And, Mr. Speaker, what does the NDP and the Liberals want to do? They want to raise taxes for middle-class families, throw Canada back into deficit, and pursue job-killing carbon taxes and pricing schemes, Mr. Speaker. Their position is totally irresponsible.
The honourable member for Halifax.
If the minister really thinks this is the most environmentally friendly budget ever, then she obviously hasn't read it.
Here, here.
There is no money for climate change and clean air. There is no money for energy efficiency. There is no money for renewables. And the money that's in there doesn't get rolled out until after the election.
Oh.
The environmental problems that Canada is facing are real, like climate change. Does the minister really think that this government's environmental failure is a problem for our grandchildren to solve?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, our government's record is clear, and we have a plan that's working. We've reduced emissions while growing the economy and creating good-paying, well-paid jobs for Canadians. We'll continue to implement a responsible, sector-by-sector regulatory approach that is aligned with the U.S. to ensure Canada's economic competitiveness is protected. Our government is also the first one in Canadian history to reduce greenhouse gas emissions on a net basis. Compare this, Mr. Speaker, to the NDP and the Liberals. On the other hand, they want higher taxes on the middle-class families, higher taxes on middle-class seniors, and high taxes on middle-class consumers. Mr. Speaker, that's irresponsible. We're not going there.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative budget will put economic and environmental burdens on future generations, including a burden of runaway income inequality. But the Conservative budget is full of measures now to give more money to the wealthy at the expense of the middle class. Income splitting, doubling TFSAs, stock option loopholes, they went all out when it comes to rewarding their wealthy insider pals. Yep. But Toronto families looking for affordable childcare, they get nothing. Shame. So why does the minister believe that working families should pay more to reward the wealthy?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, our low-tax plan for families gives money to 100% of households who have children. Now, it does this through the family tax cut, which will save up to $2,000 for couples, and through the increased universal child care benefit, which will give $2,000 per child under 6 and $720 for each child 6 through 17. The NDP and Liberals would take that money away to spend on endless bureaucracies and wasteful programs that Canadians don't want and don't need.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
But that's not the case, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative government has clearly signaled with its budget that its top priority is giving the rich a boost and supporting CEOs with tax breaks. We in the NDP have other priorities. Instead of helping those who don't need any help, we want to help hard-working middle-class families who are struggling to make ends meet. So, why is the minister so insistent on giving the wealthy preferential treatment? The Honourable Minister. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. According to the Liberals and the NDP, anyone who has a job or a pension or savings is wealthy, because tax-free savings accounts, doubling contribution limits, will benefit people with a salary of $60,000 a year. The NDP think those people are too rich, and the NDP and the Liberals want to hike taxes on those individuals, but we are going to cut taxes for those very same people.
The Conservative budget told millions of Canadians that they simply don't matter. If you're a First Nations person seeking basic equality, to Conservatives, you don't matter. If you're a student struggling to pay for school, to Conservatives, you just don't matter. If you're a family desperately seeking childcare, you just simply must not be in the Conservative target group. But for the well-off and the well-connected, Conservatives are dropping billions of dollars into their lap. How can the finance minister justify burdening our children and our grandchildren with his unfair and expensive election promises?
Mr. Speaker, it's the NDP and Liberals who are telling Canadian taxpayers they don't matter. If you're one of the 11 million Canadians who contribute to the tax-free savings account, the NDP says you don't matter. If you're one of the millions of Canadians with incomes below $60,000 who's maxed out your tax-free savings account, according to the NDP, you don't matter. If you are one of the 4 million families who benefit from the Prime Minister's increase in the universal childcare benefit, the NDP says you don't matter. The NDP wants to take that money away from all of those people because they think that they matter more than taxpayers.
The honourable member for
It seems hard to get the finance minister to actually answer a question. Boy, if we had a nickel for every time we actually try to get the finance minister to answer a question and show up to work, boy, the Conservatives could have actually balanced the budget. It's amazing. Now, on that...
Order. I trust the honourable member wasn't alluding to the presence or absence of a minister, so I encourage him keep that in mind. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley. There's about 20 seconds left to put his question.
Entirely hypothetical, Mr. Speaker. On that side, they believe in a $2.5 billion income-splitting scheme for the wealthy, and tax loopholes for CEOs, and a massive corporate tax giveaway to the largest and wealthiest corporations. But on this side, New Democrats believe in affordable childcare, a livable minimum wage for Canadians, and real action to fight climate change. So how can Conservatives justify making future generations pay for their bad mistakes?
Speaker, they talk about a livable wage and then in the same sentence talk about their plan for a job-killing carbon tax. The reality is, with their $21 billion carbon tax and with the tax increases proposed by their friends in the Liberal Party, they would not only cut the take-home wages of Canadians, they would kill the jobs of those very same Canadians. On this side, we have lowered taxes by the most in 25 years for small businesses who are the engine of job creation. And when they hire those hardworking Canadians, their employees will be able to take more home because taxes are at their lowest level in half a century.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian seniors are speaking out about this against this Conservative budget. Minnie Piercy, president of the North Sydney Senior Citizens and Pensioners Club in Cape Breton, had this to say, quote, "To tell you the truth, there's nothing in it for me, and there's nothing in it for poor seniors. It helps the rich seniors, not the poor, and around here, I don't think there are any rich seniors." Right. What do the Conservatives have to say to Minnie and the thousands of other Canadian seniors who get nothing out of this budget?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Well, what I have to say is this, Mr. Speaker. The budget will bring in a home renovation tax credit so that our seniors can make the adjustments to so that they can stay in their very own homes. That includes wheelchair ramps and elevators that might help someone who's wheelchair-bound stay in their home. It will allow seniors to keep their RIFs tax-free for a longer period of time. And then when they do pull that money out of their RIF, they can put it into a larger tax-free savings account. That is a nest egg that will allow them to keep more of their savings. That's money directly in the pockets of middle-class seniors, money the Liberals would take away with their planned tax increases.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, in answer to a journalist, the cat is now out of the bag because the finance minister said, "Why don't we leave that problem to the Prime Minister's granddaughter?" So we can see the Conservative strategy in the next election, which is to just leave it for future generations and give the rich preferential treatment. We in the Liberal Party are concerned about the economy, the environment, the health care, pensions, Aboriginal women. Does the government think we should leave those problems to our grandchildren too? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, who is going to benefit from the increase in contribution limits to tax-free savings accounts? It's people who already max out those contributions. And it's people with an income of $60,000 or less who are maxing out on their TFSAs. People earning 60 grand or less, they're going to benefit. The Liberals want to increase taxes on those people and the middle class, and we are going to stop them from doing that.
Mr. Speaker, when oil prices fell and middle-class workers lost their jobs, the finance minister froze and went into hiding. Now we've seen his budget, and there's still no plan for jobs. Today we learned that EI claims in Alberta went up by 30% in February, and that's the second month in a row where EI claims in Alberta have grown by more than 20%. People across Canada are losing their jobs. Why won't the Conservatives take action? Why are they failing to give Canadians a real plan for jobs and growth?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, we have a real plan. It's the low-tax plan for jobs and growth. And while the NDP and the Liberals would raise taxes on job creators, our plan is tax cuts, training, and trade. Mr. Speaker, for example, we announced in this budget that we will be bringing in the biggest tax cut in Canadian history for small businesses who create jobs. Mr. Speaker, that means that promising young people will have more opportunities to work for growing small businesses right across the country. The Liberal leader admitted that he would reverse this tax reduction on small businesses. He's wrong.
The Honourable Member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Yesterday, pictures of the rail line belonging to Maine and Quebec Railway were shown, and they are in a very worrisome state, Mr. Speaker. The people of Lake Megantic are worried. And Ms. Laroche asked the government to inspect the lines to make sure that it's safe and, if necessary, to make the necessary repairs. Will the minister accept that request and remedy this situation? Because it's very worrisome, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we value greatly any advice that we receive from the Mayor of Lac Megantic. We do confirm that CMQ owns the track. We have been in touch with the people who own the track, and I have instructed my officials to look into this matter, and I can inform the House the last time this track was inspected was in November of 2014.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, this isn't new. The Conservatives say one thing but do something else, like as is the case for agricultural producers in Quebec. The Minister of State for Agriculture gave dairy producers in Quebec his word. The mandate for Canadian negotiators as part of the discussions on the Trans-Pacific Partnership is, and I quote, to preserve and promote supply management. Will the Minister of International Trade confirm that the Conservatives will keep their word to farmers and to defend supply management?
We've made it very clear for many years we will continue to support farmers, including those in the supply managed sector. At the same time, supply management has never prevented our government from concluding trade agreements. This government understands that trade and investment are the twin engines of economic growth for our country. We're going to continue to seek out opportunities to expand Canada's trade opportunities all around the world, give Canadian businesses, exporters and investors new opportunities.
The Honourable Member for Welling.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister may say that, but actually what the Prime Minister actually said was the negotiations for the Trans-Pacific Partnership will involve difficult decisions. And then they go on to, in the budget, what do they do? Well, they start implementing the changes that the other countries actually want. They don't even wait for negotiations to be concluded. They simply start making the changes, giving stuff away. So is this the kind of difficult decision that the Prime Minister talked about? Are we going to actually see supply management offered up by this Conservative government, or are they finally going to stand up for farmers in this country and make sure they protect supply management?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would caution that member from prejudging the outcome of these negotiations. I just explained that this government has, since its election in 2006, always promoted and defended the interests of our supply management sector. In fact, there is no government that has ever done as much for farmers as this Conservative government. Mr. Speaker, as we continue to negotiate at the Trans-Pacific Partnership table, we will be promoting Canada's interests. We've always made it clear that the standard that we will set and achieve is that we will only sign a trade agreement that is in Canada's best interests.
Honourable Member for Welling.
Well, how ironic this minister says they protect farmers across this country. When it came time to sell the wheat board, would they sell it to the farmers? Did they sell that wheat board to farmers, Mr. Speaker? Not at all. They didn't sell it to farmers. I guess they actually like the Saudis, because that's who they sold it to. Whoa. They sold the wheat board to the Saudis, even though Canadian farmers wanted to buy it. Canadian farmers said, I'll give you more money for it. They said, no, thank you. They said, we'll just give it to the Saudis. So they did. Wow. So at the end of the day, if you really stand up for farmers, you should let farmers buy the wheat board.
The honourable member for Welland was directing his question at a member of the government, not at the Speaker, but I will recognise the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and for the honourable member's benefit, a fully commercialised Canadian wheat board increases competition in the sector by giving farmers another buyer competing for their grain. Now, I know the honourable member doesn't want to hear the answer, but I really would like to deliver the answer. The investors are injecting $250 million into the company and have plans to develop a coast-to-coast grain handling and shipping network. Growing infrastructure and new delivery points means lower delivery costs for who else? Farmers. The new Canadian Wheat Board includes a Farmers Trust, which offers farmers an opportunity to build equity simply through their deliveries of...
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas and South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the Finance Minister tabled our government's balanced budget, a low-tax plan for jobs and growth. And, Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the Liberal leader thinks, it did not balance itself. You know, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe in helping families and giving them back more of their hard-earned money. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if the Minister of Employment could please tell us, this House, what Budget 2015 does for Canadian families.
Here, here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
I'd like to thank the member from Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry for that excellent question. Small businesses make up over 90% of Canadian businesses and employ 2/3 of all Canadians. Since we formed government, we have reduced the small business tax load by almost 50%. We are also providing unprecedented tax relief, such as reducing small business tax rate from 11 to 9%. We won't increase taxes on almost 700,000 small businesses and kill Canadian jobs like the Liberal leader who confirmed he would reverse small tax credits for small businesses. Mr. Speaker, that's their plan. Our government will reduce taxes.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, today the family of Loretta Saunders joined their voices to the thousands of families, leaders and premiers and Canadians who are calling for justice. They are calling for a national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women. To quote the powerful words of Loretta's mother, why are our children, our people, being murdered and killed more? Mr. Speaker, what more is there to say than that? Why is the question? Is this government not calling a national inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women?
Many times in this House, these are terrible crimes against innocent people, just like Loretta Saunders. And the RCMP has said in its own study, they focus and make sure that these cases are addressed and the majority of them solved. But let's be clear. What these people don't need now is another study. What they need is action. Just as Mrs. Saunders has spoken about, making sure that action is taken on behalf of her daughter. And so we are focused on that, protecting, supporting, and preventing, unlike the NDP that have no interest in supporting that initiative.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Canada's aid budget is at an historical low point, and this week's budget won't fix anything about this. And recently, the government got a report on its aid program in Afghanistan, which showed rather mixed results. And now we learn there is also a report on Haiti, on its program in Haiti, but the government is not policing it. What are they hiding?
Exactly.
Why hasn't the minister made this report public as required by law?
Mr. Speaker, Canadian humanitarian assistance increased 62% last year over the previous year, and since 2003, Mr. Speaker, we have nearly doubled the amount of aid to low-income countries over the previous Liberal government. Mr. Speaker, we are at the forefront of crises like Ebola, Syria, Iraq. We are at the forefront, and Canadians can be proud of our actions. And while the NDP wants to increase tax over the middle class, we are lowering the taxes while providing accountable aid and effective aid to people in need.
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, this week on Hamilton Mountain, Canada Post is installing new super mailboxes in flagrant violation of municipal law. They are digging up municipal property and installing concrete pads without any permits or permission from the city. Hamilton's duly elected City Council has been clear. Canada Post can't use municipal land without a permit. Will the government show respect for the people of Hamilton and the council they elected, or will they allow Canada Post to simply bulldoze ahead?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, we know why Canada Post is moving forward on their 5-point plan. That's because they are not in a position to be able to continuously self-sustain their finances. As a result, they have moved from having door-to-door service to having community mailboxes. In citing these community mailboxes, Mr. Speaker, Canada Post must work with the communities and they must follow all rules and regulations. The particular incident is before the courts. As such, it's inappropriate to comment further.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it sounds like the minister's already commented on it, and the fact of the matter is that Canada Post is claiming that they have the right under federal law to march into Hamilton and run roughshod over zoning decisions, land use decisions, and ignore their permit restrictions and regime. So the question is this government prepared to put Canada Post in its place and respect the right of municipalities to decide land use and to bring in permit regimes that will be respected by the federal government?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the appropriate place for this to be debated as to who has what jurisdiction in this matter is before the courts. That's exactly where it is. The decision will be forthcoming, and then we'll all know exactly who had the right to do what.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, it's unconscionable that the Conservative government is playing politics with the future of First Nations children. Last year, the government admitted there was a funding gap for First Nations K-12 students and promised $1.25 billion to help close that gap. This election budget claws back that promised money and then tries to portray woefully inadequate dollars as an increase. How can this government justify denying First Nations students the equality of opportunity they deserve? Where is the promised money for Aboriginal education?
That's right. Here. Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government believes that First Nations students deserve access to the same quality education as all other Canadian students. We've invested over $10 billion to support elementary and secondary education for approximately 120,000 First Nation students living on reserve and about $1.7 billion for 429 education infrastructure projects, including the construction of 36 new schools. Additionally, Economic Action Plan 2015 provides $200 million to improve First Nations education, and that builds on our investment of $500 million over 6 years for First Nations school infrastructure.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul.
The Secretary needs to admit that these deplorable funding gaps for First Nations students are part of a much larger pattern. The Minister's own department confirmed billions of dollars of funding shortfalls for education, housing, water, and other basic needs on reserve like fire protection. This government's budget offers no new money to address these ongoing issues. At the same time, they're giving big tax breaks to rich people. Why is this government's priority help those who need it least and ignore those who need it most?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you much, Mr. Speaker. And there is a disturbing pattern. Every time we invest in Aboriginal communities, the Liberal Party votes against it, Mr. Speaker. In this budget, we have additional funds for key initiatives aimed at First Nations well-being. And let's hear from a stakeholder. Roberta Jameson, President and CEO of Inspire, says, "We thank the Government of Canada for its new commitment through Economic Action Plan 2015 to advancing education for Indigenous youth, the country's fastest-growing demographic. This funding will will enable Inspire to help lift the financial burden faced by thousands of Indigenous students across the country as they strive to complete their education. We're getting the job done, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the western section of the pier of the Port of Rimouski is in such bad condition that Transport Canada told the organization managing the Institute for Ocean Sciences research ship, the Coriolis 2, that it can no longer moor alongside. For Rimouski, closing this down would be a disaster. It would jeopardize the development of scientific research and deprive the Quebec Maritime Institute of the training area for professional diving. Why is Transport Canada, or has Transport Canada, which owns the wharf, neglected it to such an extent, and will it commit to repairing it in order to, as quickly as possible, in order to remedy this problem?
Mr. Speaker, with respect to this particular incident, I'm going to ask the member if he would provide me with some more information. I'll go back and discuss with officials, and I can provide an answer to his question more fulsome way.
Now, we know that the government is currently considering a request for funding to expand the Quebec City port, but the public still doesn't know what these facilities will be used for. Many are concerned about the impact that they'll have, and any project could have a significant impact on the environment. Will the Conservatives reassure the residents of Quebec City and demand transparency from the Port Authority? And can they commit to undertaking a full environmental assessment for any project designed to expand the Quebec City port? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can't comment on projects that are not approved or are under consideration. But what I can say is this. The Canada Marine Act is very clear that the third-party port, which is arm's length from the government, does have obligations to ensure that there are environmental studies undertaken before they take up any act or physical changes on their property and on their land. I expect the Port of Quebec to work with the community in these matters if that is something that's going to be happening there.
The Honourable Member for McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The response I've had from small business owners across McLeod to Economic Action Plan 2015 has been outstanding. But I was really disappointed to see the leader of the Liberal Party turning his back on small business, just as he has done on the manufacturing sector. Why is the leader of the Liberal Party against helping small businesses, who are the backbone of our economy? They create the vast majority of private sector jobs that grow our economy. Would he rather create more jobs for big government rather than helping small business and manufacturers?
It sounded to me like the member was asking the minister to answer on behalf of the Liberal Party, and of course that's not the administrative role of government. That's up to the Liberal Party to answer. So we'll have to move on to the Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Mr. Speaker, next week we will vote on an act to amend the English version of our anthem to make it more inclusive. The government said it would oppose the bill based on the results of a question in a 2013 poll. That question was, and I quote, "It has been suggested that the wording of O Canada be changed from true patriot love in all her sons command to true patriot love in all of us command," end of quote. The current words are true patriot love in all thy sons command, not her sons. How does the government justify basing its position on the results of a question which misrepresented the current lyrics of O Canada?
Great question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Speaker, our Canadian national anthem is a source of national pride, and on July 1st, 1980, O Canada became an official national symbol by royal proclamation and an act of Parliament. Our government has no intention to change the anthem. Our focus is on the economy and jobs. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, when the Liberals talk about jobs and the economy, they strike all the wrong chords.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, there has been 23 shootings in Surrey and Delta in the past 6 weeks. Residents are worried about their safety and the safety of their community. But Budget 2015 does not even mention youth gang prevention, gangs, for that matter, Surrey. Conservatives are more focused on balancing the budgets off the backs of the vulnerable than they are in making our communities safe. Mr. Speaker, would someone over there please tell me why the Conservatives are ignoring gang violence in our communities?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I
appreciate the question, and I sure would invite the member to look carefully into the budget where there are additional resources. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our government has steadily increased the budget of our police forces throughout the years. Unfortunately, the member and the NDP have not supported our initiative, but I invite the member to look at the budget. There is additional funding for the police and for, including the Ottawa Police, Mr. Speaker. We will take whatever is due to keep our Canadians safe. Merci.
Honourable member for Disnette, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prescription drugs abuse remains a growing public health and safety concern, especially in Aboriginal communities. While legal improvement benefits, prescription drugs have a high potential for harm, including addiction, withdrawal, injury, and even death. In 2013, over 146,000 Canadians abused prescription drugs, fostering harmful addictions and pressures on our health care system. Can the Minister of Health please update the House on our Conservative government's latest efforts to treat those suffering from these addictions in Aboriginal communities?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. This Conservative government supports a network of now 44 community-based addiction treatment centres in Aboriginal communities. And just last week, I was at the leading Thunderbird Lodge in Saskatchewan with Chief Kimberly Jonathan to announce further support for addiction treatment on reserve. This includes a $13 million national investment to combat prescription drug abuse that will enhance prevention and treatment, support drug intervention, and create prescription drug abuse crisis intervention teams on First Nations. We'll continue to support treatment and recovery programs to get addicts off of drugs and help them recover a drug-free life.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we were debating in this place the extension of the military mission in Iraq and Syria, we were repeatedly told that there were substantial humanitarian efforts that were part of what Canada would be doing. However, search as I can through this budget, I find no reference to money for humanitarian assistance in Iraq or Syria, but $360 million for military purposes. But it gets worse because I find nothing in here at all about the overseas development budget. Nothing. We know it was cut by over $670 million in the last 2 years. Is it frozen? Is it going up? Is it going down? Where are we on humanitarian assistance?
The Honourable Minister of International Development.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we've been at the forefront in the Middle East in terms of humanitarian assistance, and only last year, humanitarian assistance increased 62% compared to the year before. And Mr. Speaker, the Canadians expect us to deliver aid on an accountable way and effective for people in need, and this is exactly what we're doing. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, the budget created the Development Finance Initiative that will help to crowd in more investment money in the developing countries, helping them to create and sustain an economic growth.
The Honourable Member for Rivière, Les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, I want to take advantage of Autism Month to ask a question that has gone unanswered. Although a tax credit for persons with disabilities is in place, there's nothing that specifically addresses autism and tax deductions. The government must not understand the specific nature of autism for only 2 of 17 products listed by the CRA to be eligible for deductions. As regards medical fees, only 4 out of 117 can be claimed. Despite having announced the creation of a partnership for autism in the budget brought down on Tuesday, does the government intend to change these lists of eligible fees to help people with autism? The Honourable Minister.
I want to underscore the commitment that this government has taken, particularly under the leadership of former Finance Minister Jim Flaherty, to support families that are struggling with this very difficult condition. Budget 2015, just a few days ago, has now put funding together to support a Canadian Autism Partnership, Mr. Speaker. I'll be consulting with stakeholders across the country to support families and support research. And Mr. Speaker, since our government came to office, we've invested now almost $35 million directly into autism research.
That concludes the question period for today. The Honourable Member for Langley is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, when you were addressing the member from Skinner-Buckley Valley, it was the leader of the official opposition, the NDP leader,
that used inappropriate language directed at you. The common swear word, the F word, Mr. Speaker, is inappropriate to use. It's a disrespect shown in this House, and Mr. Speaker, it's not only disrespect to this House, but it's disrespect to you, and I ask the NDP leader to unequivocally remove and apologize for those awful comments.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, I've heard some tall tales from the other side, Mr. Speaker, but this is really unbelievable. I sit beside the member, the leader of the official opposition, who always treats members of Parliament with respect. And what the member from Langley says is absolutely false. And he should just stand up and apologize for having made these accusations.
Not having heard what the member for Langley indicates he heard, I'm in no position to make a ruling on this one. I'm sure no one would have something bad to say about the Speaker, and I think it's best to leave it at that and move on. But good news, it is Thursday, so we do get to listen to the Thursday question. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, we got a budget from this government 2 months later than expected, a few weeks after the beginning of the new fiscal year. Except that, Mr. Speaker, it's not good news, it's bad news for Canadians, because this budget is going to impose an immense tax burden on our grandchildren. Even the Minister of Finance said it himself. He said that the problems created by this budget would be dealt with by the Prime Minister's granddaughter. Mr. Speaker, that's a theme we see from this government. They have created all kinds of tax problems, environmental problems, and they're leaving us with social problems. Problems that are going to affect future generations. So my question is very brief and very simple. What are the Conservatives going to put on the orders of the day next week to clean up the problems created by this government?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you very much, and I thank the Honourable Opposition House Leader for his question. This afternoon we will continue debating Economic Action Plan 2015, our Conservative government's balanced budget, low-tax plan for jobs, growth and security. He was referring to it and its impact on future generations, and that is where this budget is perhaps at its best, because it delivers long-term prosperity. With the tax-free savings account, it will provide benefit for generations to come. It helps families save for their children's university education. We put in additional elements in the budget that allow greater flexibility with student loans, with calculation of income. In fact, it is future generations who stand to benefit the most, and the most important element from which they benefit, something they would never see under an NDP government, a balanced budget, because that means they won't be paying the freight for generations that came before them, for high spending, high debt plans that we see from the opposition parties. And that is the most important long-term benefit for future generations. So we're very proud of the budget in this regard. And of course, we've been hearing from my colleagues this week that it is a prudent and principled plan that will see Canadians more prosperous, more secure, and ever more confident in Canada's place in the world for some time to come. While we're focused on creating jobs and putting money back in the pockets of hardworking Canadians, the opposition parties have both confirmed that they want to see higher spending and higher taxes on middle-class families, high taxes on middle-class seniors, high taxes on middle-class consumers. In fact, any tax they can raise, they'll probably take a shot at it when they get the chance. This budget debate will continue on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Parlons de Boucher, Monsieur le...
While I'm talking about the budget, Mr. Speaker, I can't help but note that when pressed Tuesday night for some detailed insight into the Liberals' economic vision for Canada, and that's something that we've been waiting for since the Honourable Member for Papineau became Liberal leader 2 years ago, well, that member told reporters that he would keep it secret from Canadians for yet more weeks or months to come. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to give him an opportunity next week to be courageous and share an actual proposal with Canadians, something beyond the view that budgets balance themselves. Therefore, Monday shall be the second allotted day. Meanwhile, We will start the report stage debate on Bill C-51, the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015, tomorrow. Through this legislation, the government is taking additional action in line with measures taken by our allies to ensure our law enforcement and national security agencies can counter those who advocate terrorism, prevent terrorist travel, and the efforts of those who seek to use Canada as a recruiting ground and disrupt planned attacks on Canadian soil.
Next Thursday, after we have concluded the budget debate, we will consider report stage at second reading of Bill S-4, the Digital Privacy Act. This legislation aims to protect better and empower consumers, clarify and streamline rules for business, and enable effective investigations by law enforcement and security agencies. In anticipation that Bill C-46, the Pipeline Safety Act, will be reported back from committee soon, we will start report stage and hopefully third reading after question period that day. Then we will round out next week with a debate on Bill C-50, the Citizen Voting Act, at second reading on Friday. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day.
Government orders. Consideration of Ways and Means motion number 18 regarding budgetary policy.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to say that I will be sharing my time with the member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'm anxious to hear what he has to say, but meanwhile, it's a pleasure for me to rise to discuss what will be the final budget from this Conservative government. After a decade under this government, families are working harder than ever, but are still having a very hard time staying afloat. This budget doesn't help families, middle-class families, who are having a hard time making ends meet. Instead of offering a real plan to help those who need it most, this government is imposing measures that largely help the people who least need it, and offer tax presents to the richest Canadians. Debt loads are at record levels, but Conservatives have no proposals to help Canadians make ends meet. For example, nothing to protect Canadians from the unreasonable fees at ATMs or unreasonable credit card fees, which are clearly exaggerated. The balanced budget was accomplished on the backs of Canadians with cuts to social services and in public sector jobs. Household debt is rising, and provincial government debt is at a record level. The Conservatives balanced their budget after deficits they created themselves, but Canada is really in a pitiable state in terms of its finances. Since 2011, the repercussions of the new reality in Canada have had a major effect on my constituents. It's harder to get access to EI, and that's unacceptable. This bill budget doesn't do anything to improve accessibility. In my riding, we've helped hundreds of constituents with access to EI, with immigration papers, with managing their small businesses through the Business Development Bank of Canada. Let's remember, Canadians have a right to these services, and when it comes to their pensions and EI, they've already paid. But meanwhile, the government is busy giving gifts to the richest Canadians. There's nothing to stimulate growth and nothing to help the people of Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. And I will do everything in my power, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that this is really the last Conservative budget, because my constituents deserve much, much better. Because this budget reconfirms the government's commitment to freeze EI premiums, so the government is taking its surplus from EI without making EI more accessible to those who need it. And
while Canadians are facing more and more inequality, instead of tackling the problem, Conservatives are encouraging it with appalling measures like income splitting, which costs which will cost us more than $2 billion per year, while 49% of all qualifying families will receive nothing. And we must also remember that single-parent households, low-income and equal-income parents are not eligible. They won't get a single penny from this measure. In fact, 89% of Canadian households will receive absolutely no benefit from income splitting at all. For those who can receive benefits, though, according to Dr. Kathleen Leahy at the CCPA, 30% of families will receive 78% of the benefits, which leaves less than a total of $500,000 for 70% of the eligible Canadian families to share. These changes give nothing to the families who need the government support and leadership the most, those who bear the brunt of the slashed spending and cuts to services that this government has implemented since it's been in power. And yet, Mr. Speaker, in every single jurisdiction in the world where income splitting has been implemented, women's participation in the workforce has declined. Why this proposal would seem like a good policy measure for a government to have is completely inconceivable to me.
Because the unfair income splitting plan from this government is regressive when it comes to equality for women in this country. And there's nothing in this budget to improve equality for women in this country, nothing for equal pay, and nothing to fight violence against women. This inequality means that women don't have access to full economic security. 59% of minimum wage workers are women. Even with a full-time job, that means they don't have enough money to meet the needs of their families. Women who work full-time, on average, earn 23% less than men.
20 years ago, women earned 80% of what men do, so it will take us many years to catch up.
Income family. So who has to give up work because they can't afford childcare? Women. Who works part-time in unstable jobs as well? That's women. In a country failing to create good jobs and insisting on tax giveaways to corporations and to the highest earners, what demographic receives the least support when they need it the most? It's single moms, senior women, women living in poverty, women living with disabilities, racialized women, Indigenous women. This budget, simply put, this government has left women behind. Rather than providing choices for the most affluent, the federal government could reduce discrimination and inequality, and it should. Few workers saw their wages increase by more than 2 to 3% last year, but 32% of working women actually saw the gap between their wages and those of their male peers widen. Closing the wage gap could boost GDP growth by as much as 10%.
And this is why we need a strategy to help women in the workplace. We need mechanisms to make sure that programs and government spending help women and men.
It is to make a few superficial announcements like supporting women in business through Action Plan for Women Entrepreneurs and changes to the Canada Business Corporations Act to promote gender diversity among public companies. While I do look forward to looking at the details of these proposals, no new funding was announced for these initiatives.
And during this time, we know that we don't have pay equity in Canada. Canada ranks 8th in the OECD. So more women than ever in Canada are in the workplace, but they still don't receive equal pay for equal work. For each dollar that a man earns with the same qualifications, a woman earns 82% in the public sector and even less in the private sector. So the gap is growing. And when we talk about women who are racialized or Aboriginal, the gap is greater still. There are generations of women who have fought for equal pay, but in fact, employers often don't even recognize the problem. We need equal pay legislation to make sure that we do actually make progress. As I mentioned earlier, income splitting will do nothing for 85% of families. It will do nothing to deal with the lack of affordable childcare. We do need to offer childcare spaces for Canadian families. We need high-quality, affordable childcare so that women can achieve equality. After many years, we still don't have proper childcare. Only a few children are in regulated childcare. We've had a report on this many years ago. The NDP wants to provide $15 a day childcare spaces. This is essential for equality for women.
Like never before. And yet, this government is doing nothing to help them.
Worse yet, Mr. Speaker, this government is actually doing nothing to attack and deal with violence against women. This is a huge problem. If the government does not address this issue and carry out an investigation and an inquiry into missing and murdered women, we need to take action. We agree with certain measures like decreasing the small business tax from 11% to 9% and other measures that we have already recommended. But most of what we see in this budget is not to the advantage of Canadians and especially Quebecers. It does not create good jobs. It doesn't help those who are most vulnerable. Therefore, I will not be supporting the budget, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate a number of the comments that the member has put forward, but I just wanted to take this opportunity as to highlight what I believe the Leader of the Liberal Party did in his speech yesterday in addressing the budget, is to point out that there is this basic unfairness about the budget, that in fact what it does is it enriches the rich of Canada more so in an unfair fashion at a substantial cost to the middle class and to those that aspire to get into the middle class, Mr. Speaker. And that is one of the reasons we move forward on that particular amendment. The other issues in regards to it, the budget itself contains no real plan for job growth. And as a result, Mr. Speaker, this is not good for Canada's short-term and long-term economy. And my question to the member is related, I guess, more so to the last point. When we think of economic growth, one of the things that's so critically important is Canada's infrastructure. This is an area in which the government has been grossly negligent on over the last couple of years, where we have seen substantial 80% plus decreases in actual budget dollars being spent at a time in which we should be investing in infrastructure, and that this budget is once again reinforcing that this government does not believe in investing in Canada's infrastructure. Would she not agree by denying that we are actually killing jobs into the future?
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak a little bit more about this budget, which does let down the regions. It lets down Quebecers by not creating jobs where we will need them in order to increase our wealth, our prosperity, and achieve equality. So regions are obviously let down. There will be huge pressure on Quebec, my province, on municipalities, and it is Quebecers that will have to pick up the costs of the services that are needed. We know that there are cuts to Canada Post services, and those are vital services. Seniors and people with mobility issues are quite dependent on these services. We proposed measures to deal with this, but those were opposed, and this has been noted in my riding of Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Now, There are, as my colleague has mentioned, transit services that have been provided with some funding in this budget, but there is not enough. And this is something that is really going to affect the municipalities in my riding across the province as well. So Quebecers are going to pay the price for this Conservative government's actions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I did find it passing strange that the member opposite commented how she believes that this budget does nothing for women. Explicitly outlined in the budget is an action plan for women entrepreneurs, and that is the engine that drives the Canadian economy, creates jobs. In fact, women who lead firms create more jobs for women, and that's what we're focused on. Let alone this builds on the plan that our government has already enacted, in fact, announcing just a few weeks ago a $700 million investment in women-led firms, something that the member opposite, I guess, just didn't hear about. But $700 million, that's actually not no investment. That's a huge investment. I guess what I would say to the member opposite, we're doing a huge number of things to create jobs across the country. We're lowering taxes so that moms and single women that are seniors, have opportunities to either have a job or make sure that they have great savings for the future. My question for the member opposite is very simple. Yes or no? Do you support the budget and therefore the tax cuts and savings for Canadian women and job creation for Canadian women, or no, you don't?
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel.
As I just detailed, there is nothing in this budget for women. There is superficial measures that I'm looking forward to seeing the details of, but that actually don't have any funding attached to them. What we hear time and time again for creation of jobs for women is that we need to up the minimum wage, because it's women who disproportionately work in minimum wage jobs. We need childcare spaces, and by childcare spaces we don't mean, you know, a $500 check that's not even going to pay for a month of childcare. Childcare can cost anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 per month per child. What we've heard is actually that often women have to make the choice not to, or are taken, the choice is taken away from them from being able to work because they can't afford childcare, they can't access childcare, or childcare costs more than they actually earn. And I find it really quite hilarious that the minister said that there were tax breaks for single moms, for single women, because there aren't. The reality is the tax breaks, income splitting that is proposed in this budget doesn't help the majority of families, and it certainly doesn't help women. It helps those who make the most money, who have two salaries where one is much higher than the other. And often those who make less are women. That's still the reality. As I detailed, pay equity is something that we need to address in this country. And income splitting is doing the opposite of addressing it. It's exacerbating it. That's why this budget is completely contrary to something that Canadian women need, and that's why I can't absolutely support it.
Reprise de débat. Resuming
debate. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel, for sharing her precious time. I know she could have certainly spoken for another 10 minutes on various aspects that affect people in her beautiful riding. I have to say that since this book has come out and has been so much a part of my reading the other day, I have spent time with it. I want to concentrate here on two aspects, but I would like my Conservatives to help me a little bit in my research. In the French version, this book is hundreds of pages, but I want to turn to section 4.1. Now, I have looked for income splitting, but I don't find it anywhere in the budget document. So I would like to solve this mystery. a number of our colleagues across the floor have been defending this commitment that they say they made in the last election campaign. So I would ask you and thank you if you could help me find this and tell me what page income splitting as a term is used. But I want to start with the most amusing aspect of the budget. I almost fell over laughing when I saw this in the budget document, and that deals with the budget, the Balancing the Budget Act, this legislation. I can't think of anything worse. It's quite ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to take away from any measure that the government wants to bring in. Obviously, we have the majority government that is supposed to legislate on behalf of the majority. But still, when we look at what that legislation might potentially contain, and I hope in my speech that the Conservatives will take the time to make some careful notes, because there are aspects that are mentioned in connection with that potential legislation that are absolutely unacceptable. Now, all bets are off as to whether the Budget Implementation Act will have more than 400 pages or less. But one of the aspects that the government wants to defend in its budget balancing legislation is that it wants to provide additional tax cuts in the interest of all Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have been cutting taxes for 9 years, giving tax breaks in particular to their rich friends, and this is to the disadvantage of working people. The Bank of Canada was very forthright in saying that working people are at the same level as they were when they came out of the recession. So there's stagnation in terms of prosperity. So this seems to be one of the bases of this new legislation, and it's ill thought out. Now, another aspect that I want to bring out on behalf of the people of my riding is that the government says it wants to help consumers and investors that help create jobs. Well, we know that investors in Canada and those abroad are pretty leery of investing. Unfortunately, companies have a great deal of capital that they are holding on to. They are not investing. And the margin is fairly high. That is the money that corporations have made and have not spent. Now, we've had the oil prices drop. We've had a drop in the value of the Canadian dollar. We are still waiting, though, for the recovery. And we know that it isn't really happening because companies are not prepared to hire and invest, to take advantage of the opportunities that are available right now. Because of the drop in the oil price at the world level, all of the sectors in the Canadian economy are affected. Now, there's another aspect here, and that is an increase in taxes or a drop in services. Now, if you call Revenue Canada and you get voicemail, you may well not get a call back. My colleague has certainly seen this and heard about this in that riding in Saint-Jean. If the Conservatives had introduced this budget balancing legislation 7 years ago, it might have been worthwhile because we would have been able to force them to take their responsibilities. But they didn't do that. They're doing it now when they know they are going to be out of office because we're going to have an NDP government. What is really quite funny, and I'm going to end on that with respect to the budget balancing legislation, we have a whole list of extraordinary circumstances and reasons that one might not balance the budget, like natural disasters and so on. The Minister of Finance would have to appear before the Finance Committee within 30 days of introducing a deficit budget. So we know how hard it is to get the finance minister to come before the committee because he's busier flying across the country, giving wonderful announcements. But no, they don't make announcements on income splitting, for example. It's somewhere there in the weeds of the budget. They talk about tax cuts for families.
Now we're going to move on to another topic, Mr. Speaker. And this is very sad. So investing in infrastructure. There's a public transit fund. And at first blush, that seems like good news because it's a long-term fund for the purposes of public transit. But unfortunately, it's starting quite late. I don't know why. Perhaps it's because the Conservatives don't understand public transit. Perhaps if they were to read the definition, perhaps if they knew what a bus looked like or a shuttle train. What's very sad is that when you try to understand what they're going to be doing in terms of supporting public transit, you find out that the Conservatives, contrary to what the Minister of Infrastructure has said, and that is that the federal government can't decide for municipalities what they're going to do. Well, in this case, Mr. Speaker, the federal government is going to be deciding how the municipalities have to proceed through these public-private partnerships. Well, that's interference, Mr. Speaker. How can the federal government, how can the Conservatives justify imposing their will on municipal infrastructure projects or provincial projects, road construction, etc.? If the municipalities decide that they want to go ahead with a public transit project, for example, a tramway project or a rapid bus system, if they decide to develop that and they want to keep control of that, why would the federal government turn down their request for funding? I mean, it seems that the Conservatives will have the right to turn down any project that doesn't meet their conditions. That is this public-private partnership. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have some answers to give to some serious questions about their interference with other levels of government throughout the country. Thank you.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Honourable member.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's many aspects of the budget that one can talk about. I've attempted as much as possible to emphasize the importance of just how unfair the budget is. And maybe it's to give an example. We all know the late Jim Flaherty is the former Minister of Finance here, and his positioning in regards to the income split. believing, and he argued while he was a Conservative Minister of Finance, saying that the income split was not a good idea. And the reason why it was not a good idea is because only a few, the select few of Canada's wealthiest, would actually benefit by literally hundreds of millions of dollars in breaks, Mr. Speaker, of tax dollar breaks going to that 15% or less. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Flaherty indicated that this is something that he would not accept. Yet, when Mr. Flaherty left government, ultimately the Conservative government, which is becoming more of a reform government, Mr. Speaker, is now bringing in these unfair tax policies that are going to hurt Canada's middle class. And I'm wondering if the member would agree with me that the people that are going to be paying for this tax that's going to be going to the rich is going to be the hardworking middle class and those that are aspiring to be a part of Canada's middle class. And in that, in its very nature, is what makes this budget so unfair. That type of an attitude. Even Mr. Flaherty acknowledged that.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I agree with the member for Winnipeg North in that there is a lot of unfairness with respect to most of the population in Canada, in particular the middle class. The middle class ends up bearing most of the fiscal burden, the federal fiscal burden, and that's very sad. Mr. Speaker, there's been a massive tax cuts for businesses over the past 20 years. Now, large corporations have seen their taxes cut in half. And what that means is that there is fiscal unfairness. It's scandalous because there's this lack of balance then between the big businesses and the small businesses, for example, my hairdresser or convenience stores, etc. So we have been hammering this message home over the past 9 years, and finally the government decided to do something for small businesses. They are slowly reducing from 11% to 9% the tax rate for small businesses, and that reflects what the NDP has been calling for years.
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to ask a question of my colleague from Beauport-Limoilou. One thing he didn't speak about, and I'd like to hear him speak about, is the Minister of Finance's comments with respect to the expanded TSFA. He said that it didn't matter, really, if that would increase costs exponentially in future years. In the end, it would be up to future generations, to the grandchildren, for example, of the Prime Minister, to deal with that, because there will be an unmanageable situation by then. Could he comment on those comments made by the Minister of Finance? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, I imagine my colleague for Sherbrooke is referring to this new balanced approach. He arrived with his new balance. And, Mr. Speaker, in fact, the problems are just being passed on to future generations. The Minister of Finance was very, very clear on his agenda. Let's just sweep these problems into the future. We'll just take the money for now and we'll use it. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening very closely to my colleague opposite's opening remarks. And he seems to be a little confused about public transit. I would ask him to look at the graph in the budget that shows the unprecedented spending that will take place on infrastructure, about 100, 200 million over several years, and a huge increase there was a huge increase in 2006. That's when the Conservatives came to power. and $5 billion a year have been invested. There were several Canada Works programs that were continued over the years, and I'd like him then to speak to us, because the Public Transit Fund is going above and beyond to what has been done under the Build Canada plan, for example. So municipalities have received unprecedented amounts in order to invest in infrastructure, and I'd suggest that everyone look at this graph so that they can see what has happened with the federal government's investments in infrastructure and public transit. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for having pointed us to the right page, but I would tell him to look at another page, actually, because what he'll see is that the Public Transit Fund only takes into effect quite late in the future. It starts very slowly, and then way in the future it goes up. So the Conservatives seem to want to have time now to think about what they've done. By then, actually, they will have had even more time to think about what they will have imposed on municipalities and provinces.
Reprise the débat. The Honourable Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address the Chamber on strong leadership, a balanced budget, low-tax plan for jobs, growth, and security. I will be splitting my time, I would say at the outset, with the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, a great champion of taxpayers and her constituents. Mr. Speaker, my job is called Minister of Employment and Social Development. I'm very blessed with the opportunity to serve in this capacity. Sometimes our terminology, though, in government is too technical when really things can be said much more simply. My role is to focus on jobs, families, and communities. And those will be the three cornerstones of my address today. So let's start with jobs. How can we create them? The plan of this government is the 3 T's. Trade, tax cuts, and training. Trade, tax cuts, and training have helped us create 1.2 million net new jobs. That's 1.2 million people who got a phone call and someone on the other line said, "Congratulations, you got the job." We want more people to get phone calls like that. One way to do it is to promote trade. Our government came to office and there were 6 free trade agreements in place for Canada. Now, there are about 44. We've added almost 40 new free trade agreements. In fact, about 97% of Canada's free trade access was secured by Conservative governments. The only 3% remaining was done by Liberals. Let's, though, make this practical, because trade might seem a little bit abstract to some people. We signed a free trade agreement with Europe, for example, which is the largest combined economy in the world in terms of GDP, even bigger than the United States or China. This free trade agreement, according to economists, will create 80,000 net new jobs. Some of them are right here in Ontario, and we're already learning about them. Prime Minister just 3 weeks ago visited a Honda Canada plant where that company announced that for the first time in its history, it will export Canadian-built Honda vehicles directly to Europe. Mr. Speaker, that's 400 net new jobs. We've also signed free trade with South Korea, a fast-growing, free enterprise democratic economy. And just recently, the Prime Minister announced a deal that will allow Canada to export its uranium to India, the second largest country in the world, population terms, and the country with one of the fastest growing middle-class populations on Earth. That uranium will help India power its economy, literally power its economy, and it will create jobs for hardworking employees for companies like Cameco and others in Saskatchewan, which has one of the richest reserves of uranium on planet Earth. Trade. Trade creates jobs. Tax cuts do too, the second T of our job plan. And in our recent budget, our finance minister announced that we will be bringing in the biggest tax cut in 25 years for small business. You know, Mr. Speaker, 90% of businesses in this country are small. And 2/3 of Canadians who are employed work for them. In other words, small business is the engine of job creation. And whether it's Sonny's gas station on Main Street in Manotick or any other neighborhood business that all members know, meet with, and can trust, these are the people that lift up our communities. And these are the people who will benefit from this massive tax reduction. And you know what? It'll mean that they'll have more money in their pockets to hire promising employees. And when those employees are hired, they will pay lower taxes. This budget also announced that in 2017 we will be lowering EI payroll taxes by 21%. That means it will be less expensive to hire, and that the employees who are working will pay less of their salary into the EI fund and keep more of it in their own pocket. That, too, creates jobs. Mr. Speaker, this follows on the EI hiring credit, which we announced in the fall, which saves small businesses money. It's specifically targeted to small businesses for additional hiring by reducing the EI tax burden that small businesses bear when they employ additional people. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business confirmed this tax cut will create jobs. Mr. Speaker, tax relief, lower taxes, allows businesses to have more money to hire, families to have more money to save, and consumers to have more money to spend, all of which generate more jobs. So tax cuts create jobs. So does training, the third T in our job creation plan. You know, we made a mistake in this country. We told our kids for 40 years that there was only one way to get a job when they got older, and that was to go to university and get a white-collar job wearing dress shoes. And you know what? We're now suffering the consequences. Over the next 7 years, we're going to need 1 million skilled workers, most of them in the skilled trades. We're going to need 300,000 people, Mr. Speaker, in construction alone. I see my honourable colleague from the NDP who is a carpenter, and I think he plans to go back into carpentry, where I think he would do some great work, literally building our economy. The truth is he does great work here as well, but I think he would be even more useful out on a work site as a journeyman with a whole group of apprentices. I just hope he doesn't teach them anything about politics. But I do have a great deal of respect for the career that he had before he came here, as I do for all tradespeople. We ought to send the message, and I think my colleague across the way in the NDP, who is a carpenter, would agree with this message, that colleges and polytechnics deserve the same respect as universities, blue collars deserve the same respect as white collars, and trades deserve the same respect as professions. And that has been the nature of the Prime Minister's shift in training resources. You know, it used to be that if you wanted to go into a short-duration training program and you were a low-income student, you couldn't get a grant, because that money was just set aside for university-style education. Well, what about people who want to do short-duration technical training? They didn't qualify. And that left a whole group of low-income students from disadvantaged backgrounds unable to have access to training money. So the Prime Minister announced 3 weeks ago that we would reduce the duration, the minimum duration required in order to access the Canada Student Grant to 34 weeks, down from 60 weeks. So 42,000 young people will have a chance to go and get trained up and skilled up and into the workforce. But some of the best training, Mr. Speaker, is on-the-job training. And that's what we're promoting with the Canada Apprenticeship Grants and Loans, and the Canada Job Grant. Let me start with apprentices. As you know, Mr. Speaker, apprentices spend most of their time on on-the-job training, but about 20% of their time they have to go to classroom to study theory and to learn more about from the books and from the instructors. And during those times, they find it often hard to pay the bills, especially if they come from a family that is of limited means. So the Canada Apprenticeship Grant has has given 500,000 grants to over 250,000 promising young people so that they can get over that financial hurdle and use their training to have high-skilled, high-paying jobs in the high-demand sector, Mr. Speaker. So our plan for jobs is tax cuts, trade, and training. It has helped us create 1.2 million net new jobs for Canadians. We're going to keep cutting taxes, keep signing trade deals, and keep training the next generation that will build our country and take us into the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Hyde Park. Parkdale Hyde Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parkdale Hyde Park, very proudly representing my community in Toronto. And, of course, as many Canadians know, public transit is a big concern in many of our communities across Canada. In Toronto, the Board of Trade has attributed a loss of about $6 billion annually to our GDP to our lack of investment in transit infrastructure. We have some key infrastructure plans that the city and the province are desperate to introduce, and yet this government has no new immediate spending on transit. Their first transit spending will be delayed for 2 long years and then roll out very slowly for a very long period after that, and much of it will be bundled up in red tape and delays. So my question to the member opposite, to the minister opposite, is why has he ignored Canada's cities, these economic powerhouses of our country, by not providing any immediate upfront funding, but waiting until, fortunately, long after they will no longer be the Government of Canada? Thank you.
Well, Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, the Building Canada Fund is available right now, as are the gas tax transfers that our government increased and that go directly to projects like transit. But there was something else in the budget, and that is that we are increasing the universal child care benefit to $2,000 for kids under 6 and $720 for kids 6 through 17. And this is where I need some help from the honourable member. There are about 200,000 people who have yet to register for the universal child care benefit, 200,000 families. We need them to register so that they can get those funds. Over 30,000 of them are in her hometown of Toronto. I'm wondering if she will join with me in helping us find these people, register them so that they can get their funding. Mr. Speaker, they have only 1 week to reach the deadline in order to get their July payment. And the member, I would be willing to work with that member and all members to find those 200,000 people who are deserving of the money. These are moms and dads, the real child care experts. Let's work together to get them the money they deserve.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Westmount.
The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
I'd like to ask my honourable colleague if he's so concerned about creating jobs, which we all are. In fact, last year we proposed an EI holiday for employers that would hire young people in particular. Then why is this government keeping the EI premium level artificially high until 2017? There's a job killer.
Well, Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, in fact, we're cutting the EI. We already brought in an EI hiring credit, which cuts premiums for small businesses, and in 2 years the budget will reduce EI payroll taxes by 21%. But on budget day, the Liberal leader said that he opposed our reductions in income taxes for small businesses. Prime Minister Harper is bringing in the largest reduction in small business taxes in 25 years.
Long enough to know that he's not allowed to use the name of one of the members of Parliament, whether he is Prime Minister or a Minister or a member. Continue.
The Prime Minister is bringing in the largest reduction in small business taxes in 25 years, reducing it from 11 to 9%. The Liberal leader ran outside and said he would reverse that tax cut for small businesses. He's now said that he's just going to adjust it. Mr. Speaker, small businesses cannot trust this Liberal leader who thinks budgets balance themselves. Small businesses know that hard work and low taxes help them balance their budgets, and we're going to continue to deliver them the tax relief that will permit them to succeed.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate my colleague's speech. He's a great colleague here in the House, and appreciate the leadership that he's shown. I know he spoke passionately about some of the benefits that we have for students. I know that one of the things that I suffered when I was going to university, I worked part-time while I went to university, and I came from a relatively poor family. Even though the gross income that we had on the farm was high, the net income was low, and it created threshold barriers for qualifications for student loans, and it also created a situation where I needed to work, and when I did work, a portion, I had a cap on how much I could earn in every month, otherwise it was clawed back from the federal government, from the federal student loan program. I'm wondering if my honourable colleague could enlighten Canadians about some of the fantastic things in Budget 2015 that end that practice.
We had to wait for them to come forward. Right.
Mr. Speaker, a message from His Excellency the Governor General, Monsieur le Président, un message de Son Excellence le Gouverneur Général.
Admit the messenger, faire entrer le messager.
Mr. Speaker, it is the pleasure of His Excellency the Governor General that this Honourable House attend him immediately in the chamber of the Senate. Monsieur le Président, c'est le plaisir de Son Excellence le Gouverneur Général que cette honorable Chambre se rende immédiatement auprès de lui dans la salle du Sénat.
Order. À l'ordre. J'ai l'honneur de faire savoir.
I have the honor to inform the House that when the House attended the Senate chamber before His Excellency the Governor General gave royal assent to the following bills.
Non, j'ai vérifié 3 fois.
Orders of the day. Resuming debate.
I'll look into that.
We were in the midst of the minister, I think, responding to a question from the member from Wetaskiwin. The minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Wetaskiwin for his excellent question and good work. And I'm so nimble, I was able to find the page to answer his question in the budget. The member asked about people like himself who he was a young student and he tried to do some in-study paid work, get a part-time job. And as a result, his Canada Student Loan Program was clawed back. This discouraged work among our young people. In fact, I think we all agree we want to encourage our young people who are going to school to get on-the-job training and earn more money to limit their debt levels. So I'm very pleased to announce to the House, Mr. Speaker, that our budget, strong leadership, a balanced budget, a low-tax plan, removes the penalties for in-study work for students who are seeking a loan under the Canada Student Loan Program. So from now on, when young people go to work, get a job as they're studying, they will not see their Canada Student Loan clawed back. They'll be able to keep that money, focus on working, and focus on learning.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure on behalf of the people of the great riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke to rise in my place and speak to the many benefits contained in the 2015 federal budget and the importance of having our Conservative government directing the Canadian economy. First, I congratulate the Minister of Finance, the best member of Parliament the voters of Eglinton Lawrence could ever have, and the tremendous job he's doing on behalf of all Canadians. Canada's Minister of Finance comes to the job with real financial expertise. He's an example of how deep the Conservative bench is when it comes to talent and experience. He has been the observation of more thoughtful political commentators. The opposite is the case on their benches. As noted, the former part-time drama teacher, the last great hope of the third party in this place, Richie Rich, to his closest trust fund skiing buddies, would not understand the importance of balancing the finances of Canada. The balanced budget that's being brought forward by my Conservative colleague is a signature achievement. On behalf of the almost 3,000 employees working at Chalk River Laboratories, I personally thank our government for the continued ongoing support that we give to Atomic Energy of Canada Limited, Canada's premier centre for science, research and development. Economic Action Plan 2015 proposes to provide up to $72.3 million in 2015-16 on a cash basis to Atomic Energy of Canada Limited to maintain safe and reliable operations at the Chalk River Laboratories. Canada is the world's leader in the peaceful use of nuclear technology. Nuclear power is recognized as environmentally sound, producing no greenhouse gas emissions in the generation of electricity at an affordable price. And I invite the opposition parties to get their heads out of the sand when it comes to nuclear and join the 21st century. There's some exciting research, science and development occurring in the nuclear field in Canada. I was proud to participate in the opening of a new $60 million laboratory, a hydrogen laboratory at Chalk River. Our government recognizes that you must do the science, and nowhere is it more promising for the environment in the future than in the hydrogen economy. Mr. Speaker, this budget is all about balance, avoiding the type of extreme ideological opposition policies, the same as the ones that are bankrupting Ontario. Canadians are looking for balance in their personal lives, when they balance the family checkbook, and balance in how our nation is governed. What we have today in Canada is a fiscal position which is the envy of the world. Ours is a balanced approach to complement our balanced budget. An important example that differs from our balanced approach to jobs and economy with the extreme approach of the opposition is our Conservative government's support for manufacturers. Federal Budget 2015 contains a number of important measures to support manufacturing jobs. Among specific examples is a beneficial change for manufacturers to the 10-year, which is a 10-year extension of the Accelerated Capital Cost Allowance, ACCA provisions, which were set to expire this year. The ACCA allows manufacturing companies to depreciate, for tax purposes, the value of newly purchased equipment and machinery at the accelerated rate of 50% per year, reducing their taxable income in the first few years of owning the asset. This, in turn, allows the business to keep more of its income to pay down the debt that was incurred upon purchasing the new asset. And new assets are necessary to enhance productivity, which allows a business to remain competitive and, in the long run, hire more employees. Manufacturers in my riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke tell me they appreciate the 10-year extension that replaces the previous 2-year time period. By providing predictability for an extended period, business has a more suitable time horizon to plan with. The tax savings and the regulatory certainty that comes with the 10-year time period prompts business to make new investment plans. Growth means new employment, and Canadians know that jobs in the economy are our priority because taxpayers have told us it is their priority. Smaller companies will benefit from reductions in the small business tax rate that begins in 2016. Our Conservative government understands and supports small business, unlike the opposition that is calling for additional payroll taxes on small businesses and employees. Payroll taxes, as any business person will tell you, are job killers. Our support for the Canadian manufacturing sector is very different from what we hear from the opposition, who believe Canada should be, and I quote the leader of the third party, transitioning away from manufacturing-based employment as a driver in the economy. for the opposition in Ottawa, clearly it was a moment of weakness in that interview with the London Free Press to reveal to Canadians how the Liberal Party really feels about the many hardworking families who rely on manufacturing to put food on their tables. The decision by that party not to support manufacturing jobs is based on its extremist version of the so-called green ideology, the kind practiced in Toronto that is bankrupting the province of Ontario. The person who helped write the Green Energy Act in Toronto is now the principal advisor to the Green leader of the third party in Ottawa. His filthy green fingerprints are all over this and many other of the extreme left-wing policies that will throw our economy out of balance. It's all about balance. Canadians should not be forced to lose good, well-paying manufacturing jobs on the altar of environmental extremists. With the right balance and the balanced approach of our Conservative federal government, we will have an efficient economy and a healthy environment. While the trust fund child would like to talk a mean game about the middle class, who are defined by the member for Regina Wascana as someone earning almost $140,000 per year, the truth of the matter is that manufacturing jobs are the middle class, the middle income jobs that sustain Ontario. Instead of defending those jobs as we have done in our balanced federal budget, he would rather campaign with the Ontario Liberal Premier, who he makes excuses for ignoring the loss of 350,000 manufacturing jobs in Ontario thanks to high electricity prices and a hostile provincial employment environment. The junior opposition even directed its provincial wing in Toronto to bring in a carbon tax, and that job killer is aimed at manufacturing jobs in Canada, particularly in the automotive sector. The so-called green jobs are a myth that only exist with huge taxpayer subsidies. The industrial wind turbines that blight the landscape in Ontario are a prime example of that. Take away the government handout and nothing is left behind. The high electricity rate policy of the Toronto Liberal Party has led to the exodus of tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs to American border states like Michigan and Ohio. Those American states are paid. And yes, I know it's hard to believe for anyone listening to this debate who does not live in Ontario. They are paid to take subsidized electricity from Ontario. So Ontario used to have the most vibrant automotive manufacturing sector in North America, but not anymore, thanks to the ideologically driven policies of the Liberal Party and the Green Energy Act. If you want to see what would happen if the opposition were in power, all you have to do is look to Ontario. And what you see there is what you would get out of them.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. Honorable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to have my colleague talk about table 4.1.1, which deals with the Canadian forces. Now, the member is on the Defense Committee and has been for years. In her riding, she has the Petawawa Forces Base. So I would like her to talk about this item that says that $330 million is going to be put into fighting ISIL in 2015-16, but zero from 2017 to 2020. So can she tell us how the Minister of Finance can conclude that at the end of 2015-16, not a single dollar will have to be spent, and that the problem with ISIL in Syria and Iraq will be done with?
Canberra.
I thank my colleague from across the way for raising the issue of Canadian Armed Forces, and we are very proud of the women and men in the military fighting not only in Iraq and on exercise in Eastern Europe. We're proud of wherever they are deployed. Now, the member makes reference to the funding for the deployment against ISIL, but that only goes up. We're only covering the budget for 2015 to 2016, and we've only approved we debated and approved the mission for so long. Should there be a decision by Parliament to extend it, we can look at that particular aspect of funding that mission at that time. But next to the $72.3 million going to ACL, certainly the injection into the military was the second best news for our community. Not only does it mean better equipment for the forces who do the tasks we ask them to do, but it also means improvements to infrastructure when they're in garrison at home. And that means construction jobs locally in the civilian force as well. And when people have more construction, more jobs, it's better for the entire community. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say I was glad to be here because I've seldom heard such an amusing speech. Totally unconstrained by the facts, hyperbolic in every sense of the word. And let me start with the first comment where my colleague, spoke eloquently about the finance minister, starting off and talking about him in glowing terms, and yet the other night I heard the finance minister on CBC's The National being asked about what this budget contained in terms of climate change measures. And he said, well, you know, there are some measures with respect to public transit, and you know that more than 60% of greenhouse gases in this country are produced by transportation. Well, I have to tell you, more than 60% is not the right figure, so I'm wondering whether my honourable colleague might set the record straight and tell this House how much, in fact, transportation is responsible for greenhouse gases in this country, because I think it's important for Canadians to know. It's the basis of some of the measures taken in this budget. We should speak from the facts. Perhaps my colleague can tell us what percentage of greenhouse gases are created here due to transportation. Thank you.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, you have 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, and when that party was government, emissions just went up. In fact, it was our government who was the first government to actually lower emissions. Not only greenhouse gases, but pollution. In addition to clean water, clean air, we're also cleaning up the soil in different sites. But with respect to transportation, if my honourable member was listening, I was talking about the hydrogen economy. And what we're gearing for there is using hydrogen as a fuel. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, what the emission from a hydrogen-fueled battery is? It's water.
Actually, there's other emissions. But, resuming debate. For the approuves the débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before starting my speech, I would like to indicate that I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Parkdale High Park. I'm very pleased to take part in this debate on Budget 2015 presented by the Conservative government. In the time that I have, I'm going to talk about some of the aspects that are most important for my riding in Laval. I first have to mention the negative effects of the cuts to Canada Post services in Laval and the lack of commitment by the Conservatives to help and insist that Canada Post provide proper services across the country. In the western part of the island, we find that there has been a lack of consultation as these boxes start to go in that will serve communities. I have certainly written to Canada Post, as have many of my colleagues. There are a lot of concerns, and I'm hearing from people about these. I would have liked to see something in this budget about Canada Post, to see that the Conservatives are willing to do something to help people in the ridings with these problems, especially seniors and those with reduced mobility. We need to ensure the future of Canada Post. From what I can see, this is being done in a poorly organized way. So I wanted to mention that off the top. Second, there is a point that I wanted to make about pensions and the well-being of our seniors. The government has finally listened to the NDP and decided to reduce the minimum amounts that need to be withdrawn from RIFs. We should not prevent people from having some control. They're going to live longer. We need to make sure they can manage their money as they like. So regardless of party affiliation, we all believe that seniors should be able to live well, and therefore we think this is a good measure. We're pleased that the Conservative government has adopted this measure proposed by the NDP. I also want to mention the very good work that has been done for seniors in Laval by the seniors associations there. They do very good work every day to make sure that seniors receive the services they need regardless of where they live on the island, and that they have true well-being. The government needs to respect seniors. They need to carry out their commitments when it comes to seniors, and they've not done this. The government has increased the age of eligibility for the OAS from 65 to 67, and we know that many seniors live below the poverty line across Canada. So they need to deal with this vital issue of seniors' well-being. These are the people who have built the society we live in today. The government called on the government to reduce the amount that people have to withdraw from RIFs, starting at the 29% level, and we're pleased to see that they have followed up on this. The federal government also needs to look at the assistance for people who are dying. Seniors that I represent in my riding often say to me that they hope sincerely that future generations will have a greener economy, a healthier environment. This is something I've been hearing about since I was elected. Climate change has always been a very significant issue for seniors. They're thinking of future generations, their children and their grandchildren. So I have to say that, unfortunately, in this 2015 budget, there is absolutely nothing that addresses climate change. And this is very disappointing, because the Conservative government is the federal government. It should have a leadership role to play in tackling climate change. This is extremely disappointing.
What I've also seen is that Canadians won't participate in things such as the assessment of new projects. In my riding, people have always been involved in protecting their land. in Montreal, there are huge green spaces. There are many islands as well, whether it be in the Des Prairies River or in other rivers. So there are many organizations that attempt to protect these areas. There's a group called Sauvons les Trois Îles, Let's Save the Three Islands. They do amazing work to protect parks, forests. They try to make sure that we can visit these areas and enjoy these green spaces. So it really is sad to see that Conservatives do not support the residents of Laval to protect their environment, and I'm very disappointed to see that. Now, with respect to stable funding, just to move on to another company, stable funding for organizations that are so important to our communities. Well, the only thing I would say is that at least the small businesses are seeing their tax rate going from 11 to 9%. That's what the NDP wanted. Now, they are proposing to do it in 4 years. We said 2, but at least it's a step. Much of my time has been spent visiting small businesses in my riding. A bakery, for example, in Saint-François, small butchers in Saint-François. There's a small restaurant that opened up recently. They're doing amazing work. So there are many small businesses that we're hoping to see federal initiatives that would help them make ends meet. Because, you know, these are the ones who create jobs. They're creating jobs throughout the country. And so we have to support our small businesses and their good ideas and their good initiatives. So I will acknowledge that this is a good step for small businesses. It's less than what the NDP put forward, but at least it's a step. What I am disappointed with is this, and I have to point it out. There's no stable funding for organizations that are so important to communities. I mean, I could speak for a long time about community organizations. There is no stable funding for community organizations. They need that kind of funding, and it really would have been a display of good leadership to help these organizations and to make their funding stable, Mr. Speaker. There are many organizations that work so hard, and I'm going to list a few. For example, the Centre Petit Espoir in Saint-François, La Parle. There's a historical society as well. I worked with them on their calendar in 2014. There's a Patrimoine en Tête in Saint-Vincent-de-Paul, Jeunes au Travail as well. There's also a neighborhood association. There are volunteer associations that help seniors. There are so many, Mr. Speaker. Now, again, with respect to stable funding, I'm going to have to move on to infrastructure and public transit. I have very little time left, but this is a very important issue in my riding. The Laval mayor responded to the federal budget in saying that he was disappointed to see that they'd have to wait for investments. It's all very well to have good intentions, he said, but major investments have to be made now, and they're not in the 2015 federal budget, especially with respect to public transit. They're going to have to wait at least 1 year for the start of this, and that is going to lead to delays in improving public transit infrastructure. So I can only agree with him. Now, I see that unfortunately my time is up. I would have had a lot more to say, Mr. Speaker, if my colleagues would like to ask me any questions on families, the middle class, infrastructure, water treatment, go ahead. I'm here for that. Thank you.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to pick up on the member's comments when she was making reference to seniors, Canada's seniors. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, what we have witnessed in this government's budget is a continuation of applying taxation policy to the detriment of our seniors. And a good example of that, Mr. Speaker, is on the one hand we're telling our 55-plus that they're going to have to work a lot longer, an additional 2 years. They're increasing the age of retirement from 65 to 67, when in fact we know that there is no real crisis situation. There is no justification. We've had independent sources that have told us that. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, and I must say as a direct result, we will have thousands of additional seniors into the future that will be living in poverty because of that policy decision. And it's a decision in which we have committed in the Liberal Party to reverse, I must also say, Mr. Speaker. The other policies that we have seen in the recent months has been dealing with, whether it's in this particular budget, the TFSA announcements, or the income split, where once again we're seeing an enrichment of those that are wealthy in Canada at a substantial cost to Canada's middle class, and it will affect our seniors more than any other sector. And I'm wondering if she might want to just kind of expand on how this government has not done its job in protecting the best interests of our seniors.
Deputy Delfred.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for Winnipeg North for raising the issue of the lack of commitment on the part of the federal government towards seniors. He spoke about the age of retirement moving from 65 to 67. That's one part of the problem. One part of the problem of the federal government and its attitude towards seniors. But he also raised the issue of income splitting. I think he's absolutely right. The NDP has been doing a lot of work in this area, and we are absolutely opposed to income splitting as proposed by the Conservative government. It's unfair. It will support the richest families. It will cost billions of dollars to Canadian taxpayers. And it really is sad to see that we are setting out on this path rather than helping our seniors who, unfortunately, many of whom live in poverty in all ridings throughout Canada. Unfortunately, there are seniors who are living in very poor conditions, and it's so unfortunate that a clear commitment wasn't taken towards our seniors and that they weren't helped. Instead, all we're doing is increasing the TSFA that will benefit the wealthiest. Or we're putting everyone in the same basket with income splitting, which again is giving more gifts to the wealthiest. So I'm very, very saddened to see the direction this government has taken.
Some comments. L'honorable député de Saint-Bruno.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm asking a question like the previous one. Once again, we have an election budget. And all the measures taken in this budget are mainly measures that will only start in 2015-2016. So what is it doing in a 2014-2015 budget? My question for my colleague is this: why are all these measures being backloaded, whereas the income splitting measure is being implemented as of this year? So is this just an election budget? If it's not just an election budget, then what is it, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelon. You have 1 minute. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, yes. It really is sad to see that there are these measures in the 2015 budget that will only start in 2017. And when you look at, for example, public safety, I'm just going to give you one example amongst many. So we're talking about $290 million, but in the first year, less than $20 million will be granted for example, the fight against terrorism. So I'm talking about the RCMP, for example, the Border Services Agency. So it may look like a lot of money, but unfortunately, a lot of this money, most of this money, is going to happen much later. That's only one example amongst many other. The same applies to many other areas, Mr. Speaker. And what this does is it has an effect on infrastructure, it affects communities, it affects municipalities, it affects public transit, it affects homelessness throughout the country. And so, unfortunately, there isn't really much in there for our cities and our communities. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be able to speak in this House representing my constituency at Parkdale High Park, and I'm very happy to talk about the priorities of my community, because budgets are about priorities. They are about making decisions, making choices, and I think that Canadians were hoping that this budget would reflect their priorities. They want to see measures that will help their kids get further ahead. They want to see measures that would create good quality families supporting jobs. And sadly, what we see in this budget is a government, after a decade in power, how woefully out of touch they are with the priorities of Canadians. Middle-class families are working longer and harder and are falling further and further behind, and this government does not reach out and help them and their families do better. We've seen, after so many years of Conservative government, 7 years of deficit budgets, and all of the cuts that they have made, cuts to veteran services, cuts to Coast Guard facilities, meat and railway inspectors, EI processing, many other services that put Canadians' quality of life and safety at risk. They've reduced health transfers to the provinces. They did it unilaterally without consultation. That will begin in 2017 and will cut health care funding by $36 billion over a decade. Shameful, our most important social program, and they're turning their backs on it, Mr. Speaker. They will also force Canadians to work 2 years longer, to age 67, before they can collect OAS for their retirement. So while this budget has plenty of giveaways for Canadians who are already doing very well, the people at the top end of the income scale, sadly, average Canadians will find very little relief. And while these tax cuts and tax benefits to the wealthy, some are actually retroactive, they're so immediate, when it comes to infrastructure, to relieve the gridlock in our major cities, the lack of public transportation investment, sadly we have to wait yet another 2 years for a very small amount of money, and then it will be tied up in so much red tape it will be difficult to access. It's frankly too little, too late, and a very sad commentary on this government. And yet the costs of what they're doing, the financial and the ecological costs of their failures in this budget, will be paid for years and, in fact, decades to come. And that's a very sad commentary on a government that is supposed to be looking out for the best interests of Canadians. Canadians work very hard every day. They expect their government to have a bit broader vision, to look out to the future in order to ensure that their interests are protected. And yet, Canadians today, they're working harder than ever, having trouble making ends meet. Far too many are working a number of part-time jobs, 2 or 3 part-time jobs, trying to cobble together a decent income. And sadly, far too many of them are in jobs that are part-time, temporary, lower paid, and they're not getting the kind of benefits and the retirement income security of generations earlier. There are over 200,000 young Canadians who are graduating with record levels of debt and are desperate to find work. There are families with young children. I know in my community, I've talked to families who are paying $2,000 and $3,000 each month for childcare. It's a disgrace. And that's if they're lucky enough to find childcare spaces. There are seniors
whose retirement income doesn't keep up with the cost of living. So in the short time allowed to me today, Mr. Speaker, I do want to use my time to address the priorities of Canadians in our community, in Parkdale High Park, those who have been left out of this government's agenda, left out once again of a budget that's supposed to benefit the country as a whole. Let me talk about rail safety. Few issues have generated as much concern in my community as the government's slow pace of modernizing our country's rail safety regime. 2 years after the tragedy of Lac-Mégantic and dozens of announcements from the minister, the very same volatile crude oil is rolling through downtown Toronto in the very same tank cars, the same type of tank cars that exploded at Lac-Mégantic in Quebec. The budget contains nothing to ensure a safer rail system, and the cuts to rail safety programs at Transport Canada remain in place. They haven't even reversed those cuts. It's absolutely outrageous after that horrific accident at Lac-Mégantic. The other rail in my community is the new Union Pearson Express Link, which will be operated beginning next month, powered by outdated diesel engines with no confirmed date for electrification. This budget could have made a big difference for transit and the environment by investing in this significant infrastructure project and helping with the electrification. But the money isn't there. There's nothing in this budget for rail safety. That is shocking, and it's frankly a disgrace. Now, speaking of public transit, the most obvious half measure in the budget is the proposed public transit fund. First of all, the funding's delayed 2 years, and at $250 million, as I said, it's too little, too late. In order to access it, municipalities have to navigate the red tape of risky P3s through P3 Canada. And as we recall, the Auditor General of Ontario revealed in December of last year that the Liberal government had wasted nearly $8 billion on the extra costs associated with public-private partnerships. Now, that doesn't have to be the case, I suppose, with every P3, but that's certainly been our experience in Ontario. With this overwhelming evidence, the Conservatives insist on taking a page from the Ontario Liberal notebook that'll put our urgently needed transit funding at risk. Municipalities like Toronto, where gridlock costs the City of Toronto $6 billion a year, need stable, long-term direct funding for transit and infrastructure projects. They need predictable funding to allow municipalities to plan ahead for population growth and density changes and to move to greener transit vehicles and improve services for the residents. And on that point, I want to talk about climate change, because somehow the government forgot about climate change in this budget. Unbelievably, the words climate change do not appear in this budget. A budget supposed to be a blueprint for the future, about the direction of our country. And sadly, there is nothing to address climate change. The budget has nothing for roads or bridges, nothing for upgrading infrastructure to adapt to climate change. In fact, the word climate change, as I said, doesn't appear in the budget. For a Prime Minister who called climate change the biggest threat to confront the future of humanity today, and that's a direct quote, this omission in the government's fiscal blueprint is truly stunning and horribly disappointing. Now, I also want to talk about jobs. The proportion of Canadians without a job in Canada today is at the lowest point, with a job in Canada today, the proportion of Canadians with a job in Canada today is at the lowest point in a decade. Now, there are some measures that the NDP had proposed that make a lot of sense, things like reducing the small business tax cut, and we're glad to see that the government has agreed with us and has put this measure in the budget. Although it doesn't happen as quickly as we would have liked, we're glad to see that they're supporting our approach in creating jobs. But they really missed the boat when it comes to capping credit card fees, and they've missed the boat in showing leadership in making Canada an advanced manufacturing power. They have stood by while we've lost over 400,000 jobs over their term in office, and between 2011 and 2014, Canada has received 0.2% of all global dollars for the auto industry. So this government has been missing in action, and we can see the result in the hollowing out of the middle class in Canada. Nothing for long-term stable funding for the CBC, NFB, Telefilm Canada, and the Canada Media Fund to demonstrate the government's commitment to strengthening Canada's place in the world as a creative and innovative country. Nothing for housing to help take the pressure off Canadians for housing. We've seen federal funding agreements expire. Mr. Speaker, I could go on about the priorities in my community. Rather than spending money on a major tax credit that 9 out of 10 families won't get through income splitting, they could have invested in Canadians' priorities. The NDP has a practical plan to make life better for the middle class. That's why I'll be voting for the NDP amendment to this bill and for a positive and hopeful alternative that will build a fairer, stronger Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as the member was making reference to the Ontario Liberal government, she does bring up one valid point, and that is that there is a responsibility for the federal government to do and take actions that are necessary in order to address issues even within provinces. Let me give you an example. The NDP government in the province of Manitoba today has kids that are in jails that should not be in jail. But because of poor NDP government management, we see that taking place. And there is a role for the federal government to properly finance, for example, education. And the government has refused to do that, Mr. Speaker. And as a result, it's putting pressure on issues such as child and family services. So there are many different issues that we could be talking about in regards to the budget, and there's no doubt about that. But the underlying theme of what I believe, and the Liberal Party believes of this budget, is that there's a high sense of unfairness. And we see that in the taxation policy that is being put on Canadians, where we are enriching some of Canada's wealthiest, at the same time taxing Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be in the middle class. Would the member not agree that the government needs to refocus its taxation policy so that Canada's middle class is being treated more fairly and being given the opportunity to be able to create the jobs that are so critically important to Canada today?
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, you know, it is true that with the abandonment of a national housing strategy under the former Liberal governments and then the continued squeeze on the middle class under the Conservatives, Canada's housing crisis is definitely getting worse. I absolutely agree with that. Now, in my riding of Parkdale High Park, people are facing unaffordable rent increases and decade-long wait lists for affordable housing. The affordable housing options that we do have are at risk of being lost entirely as federal funding agreements expire, and an estimated $1.7 billion will be lost in the next 2 decades. So I agree, these facts seem to be lost on the federal government, and the budget contains no new money for affordable housing. It is a crisis already in the city of Toronto, and this government is turning its back on the needs for affordable housing for people across Canada.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Parkdale High Park, who day after day defends workers and middle-class Canadians. In this budget, there's not much to support agriculture, and the budget will cut 25% from Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, when we know that 1 out of 8 jobs in Canada is in the agricultural sector. And in Beauharnois-Salaberry, there are many businesses in the agriculture and agri-food field, and many communities that live off of agriculture. The breadbasket of Quebec is in my riding. I'm asking what I'd like to ask my colleague what she thinks about this, given that everyone needs to eat, And the Conservatives voted against a bill that had unanimous support, the Eat Local bill that I proposed that would have encouraged local producers. So this is an area that is not being encouraged. Jobs are being lost, and here the Conservatives are going to cut again in that sector. What does my colleague think of that? The honourable member for Parkdale High Park, 1 minute. Well, it's the same in big cities like Toronto. We know that we need to protect agricultural land, that it's very important to have safe food for the whole country. And we want to help farmers and the agricultural sector. And cutting money from that sector makes no sense. And maybe, well, for the Conservative Party, they take it for granted that there are certain rural ridings that will vote for them. But people really need to look at what the government is doing here, because they're not working in the best interests of rural Canadians. Here they have a budget for the richest Canadians and not those working in the agricultural sector.
Please, the débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today in support of Economic Action Plan 2015 that continues its strong focus on jobs, economic growth and prosperity. And Mr. Speaker, before I go any further, I need to tell you that I will be splitting my time. I congratulate the Minister of Finance for tabling this balanced budget, a great accomplishment and another promise kept by this government. As the Finance Minister said, and I quote, he said on Tuesday, "This budget is written in black ink." Black ink, Mr. Speaker, from the standard accounting practice of using black ink as opposed to red ink to denote positive values, especially a net income. Mr. Speaker, contrary to what the leader of the Liberal Party believes, that, and I quote, "a budget will balance itself," it takes work, it takes thoughtful, careful consideration, and it takes a great deal of discipline to balance a budget. Ask any family in Newmarket Aurora about budgeting, and they will tell you what discipline it takes to ensure that the mortgage is paid, that there is money for gas in the car, and that there's money for food on the table. It is important to note that the budget was balanced not on the backs of others, as has been done by past governments, but through a consistent, low-tax, well-thought-out plan that puts Canadians first. Not only is the budget balanced, Mr. Speaker, but it cuts taxes and it increases transfers to the provinces and territories to record levels. I am happy to note that Ontario will be receiving a record $20.4 billion this fiscal year, including $2.4 billion in equalization transfers. This is a level that is 88% higher than under the former government. Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight just a few of the items in Economic Action Plan 2015 that are of particular helpful to my riding of Newmarket Aurora. And the first is our help for hardworking families. Our government, under the leadership of this Prime Minister, believes that those who work hard to earn their dollars deserve to keep them. That's why we have cut taxes over and over again. Canadians at all income levels are benefiting from our 180 tax relief measures, including our cut to the GST of nearly 30%. As a result of these tax cuts, individuals will be receiving $37 billion in tax relief and increased benefits this year alone. Low and middle income Canadians are receiving proportionately greater relief. By putting more money in the pockets of people, we are helping them make ends meet, thereby enabling them to spend more on their priorities. For example, Mr. Speaker, the typical two-earner family of 4 is saving over $6,000 on their tax bills this year compared to when we came into office. This is incredible, Mr. Speaker, and I know that thousands of families in my riding of Newmarket-Aurora appreciate this. They appreciate, for example, the tremendous increase in the universal child care benefit. Under our announced improvements, parents will receive $1,920 per year per child under the age of 6. And we're delivering a new benefit of $720 per year for each child aged 6 through 17. These are funds that parents can choose to decide for themselves the best way to spend on their family. We've also introduced the family tax cut, allowing up to $50,000 of taxable income to be transferred to a spouse in a lower income bracket. This is important, Mr. Speaker, because it makes the tax system more fair. We recognize that two families with the same income can pay vastly different amounts of tax, and this new federal tax credit will help fix this imbalance. For families who pay for child care services, we have increased the child care expense deduction dollar limit by $1,000. And finally, we are enhancing the child's fitness tax credit. We've doubled the amount parents can claim for enrolling their children in sports activities to $1,000. And as of the 2015 tax year, the credit is refundable, increasing the benefits to low-income families. Mr. Speaker, let me draw your attention to our strong support for seniors. Since coming into office, the financial security and well-being of Canada's seniors has been a priority for our government. In all, we are providing almost $2.8 billion in annual tax relief to seniors and pensioners through landmark tax-saving initiatives like pension income splitting. We're building on this support through our Economic Action Plan in a number of ways. Firstly, we are doubling the annual contribution of the tax-free savings account to $10,000. We heard yesterday from CARP on how pleased their members are with this initiative. Secondly, we are reducing the minimum withdrawal requirements for registered retirement income funds. By permitting more capital preservation, we are helping to reduce the risk of one outliving their savings. Thirdly, we are supporting seniors and persons with disabilities by introducing the Home Accessibility Tax Credit. This is a new 15% non-refundable income tax credit that would apply on up to $10,000 of eligible home renovation expenditures per year. This will provide up to $1,500 in tax relief for individuals to renovate their home to allow a senior or someone who is eligible for the disability tax credit to maintain their mobility and their independence. And, Mr. Speaker, on a personal note, having had to renovate my home to accommodate a wheelchair-bound parent, I know that the costs associated with this are huge, and this is going to be an enormous help to people who want to stay in their own home. We are also supporting families caring for gravely ill seniors or other family members by extending employment insurance compassionate care benefits. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we are providing $42 million to help establish the Canadian Centre for Aging and Brain Health Innovation. Research on aging and dementia can lead to better diagnostic tools and treatments, thereby increasing the quality of life for aging adults. Mr. Speaker, again, as a person who lived through 19 years of caring for a parent who had a catastrophic brain injury from a motor vehicle accident, I know the kind of impact that that has on family and caregivers. And I know that the work that we are doing through organizations like the Baycrest Geriatric Centre in Toronto, an organization that is doing an enormous amount of research into brain aging and the effects of acquired brain injury. This is an organization that is going to help to diagnose the kinds of things that we need to do to assist people with dementia as they go into their elder years. And, Mr. Speaker, all of these initiatives that I've just spoken about are initiatives that are going to be welcomed by seniors who are living in my riding of Newmarket Aurora. Mr. Speaker, let me turn just for a moment to another important aspect of this budget, and that is regarding small businesses. Because we know that small businesses are the backbone of the economy, both in Newmarket Aurora and across our country. Our government believes that entrepreneurs should focus on growing their businesses and creating jobs, not dealing with the unnecessary red tape of choking on high taxes. And Economic Action Plan 2015 continues our strong support for these job creators, first of all by reducing the small business tax rate to 9% by 2019, improving access to financing through the Canada Small Business Financing Program, and expanding the services offered through the Business Development Bank of Canada and Export Development Canada. Mr. Speaker, I know you've given me notice that my time is about to finish, but I want to say that I believe that this budget is going to help Canadians from coast to coast. It's going to help seniors. It's going to help families. It's going to help people across this country in the middle class, and it's going to, most importantly, help our businesses grow jobs and opportunity for our young people. So I look forward to the questions from my colleagues, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak.
Order à l'ordre, comme elle est 17.
It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt deliberations, to put to a vote all questions concerning the sub-amendment. The question is as follows.
First, Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. The amendment,
Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Cote, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House not approve the budgetary policy of the government as it, A, gives billions of dollars in handouts to the wealthy few through income splitting, doubling tax-free savings accounts, and tax loopholes for CEOs. B, fails to help middle-class families by creating affordable, quality childcare spaces.
D, contains no plan to make life more affordable by tackling unfair ATM fees or high credit card rates. D, fails to restore the age of retirement to 65 by reversing cuts to old age security. E, does nothing to help workers by reinstating the federal minimum wage and raising it to $15 an hour. F, fails to fight climate change or grow the economy while protecting the environment. And G, relies on one-time asset sales and accounting sleight of hand to achieve a balance. Sub-amendment, sous-amendement, Mr. Trudeau,
Mr. Trudeau, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following.
Unfairly benefits the rich instead of helping the middle class and those working hard to join it. And I, contains no plans for jobs and growth. The question is on the sub-amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the sub-amendment? Producer.
All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please say yay.
Producer.
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Pursuant to order made on Monday, April 20th, 2015, the division stands deferred until Monday, April 27th, 2015, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. I understand there's a motion by the member from Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
I believe if you seek, you'll find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30.
Does the member have unanimous consent? So ordered. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private member's business. Resuming debate on the motion of Mr. Dussault, M553, Canadian Air Transport Security Authority. Resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Watson.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak today in the House to support this motion, which, in my opinion, respects the government's commitment and its priority to promote economic development and job creation throughout Canada in a fiscally responsible manner. The motion also respects the government's risk-based approach to air security, where funding is given to sectors that present the highest level of risk.
Opportunity to speak about the work that this government is already doing on this issue and what we intend to do in the future to help support the initiatives of these airports. Permettez-moi de vous dire
Allow me to tell you, first off, that job creation and economic growth are the main priority of this government. We firmly believe that the aviation industry represents one of the basic pillars of our economic success. The industry provides goods and services to Canadians throughout the country, from small cities to the biggest cities. It contributes to our quality of life, to our economy, and to our relationship with others and the entire world. Canada's vast geographic area has given birth to one of the largest civilian air transport networks in the world, with over 200 airports with commercial flights.
To develop new markets for our industries. It also allows people from outside to discover the beauty of this great land of ours. 100 million passengers benefit from commercial services in this country on an annual basis. Aviation is truly an economic enabler for Canada. It is very understandable, therefore, that smaller airports are exploring ways of maximizing the economic benefits they get from being part of our aviation network. Our National Civil Aviation Security Program is also one of the strongest in the world, and we are committed to maintaining a high level of safety and security for the traveling public.
Among the 200 commercial airports in Canada, 89 are regulated and provide required screening services for baggage and passengers. These 89 airports deal with approximately 99% of all air passengers in Canada. The list of regulated airports that have required screening was developed in 2002 after the September 11th attacks and reflects the airports where screening was already carried out before the creation of the Canadian Transportation Security Authority. From a safety standpoint and a risk reduction standpoint, we do not require CATSA to ensure its services in all 200 airports.
CATSA is the only body authorized to carry out security screening at Canadian airports. While CATSA contracts with service providers to carry out this function, it is CATSA that ensures a consistent screening process from coast to coast through the training, certification, and oversight of all screening personnel. This is why we ask that the proposed motion be amended, so it is clear that only CATSA is authorized to provide screening services. Many smaller airports believe that the sole obstacle to establishing new commercial services out of their airports is the absence of passenger screening. If these routes are economically viable for the air carriers, then they may, in fact, be right, as Canada's major airports require that passengers be screened before they can transfer to other flights within their airport. Passengers departing from smaller airports must therefore be screened at the large airports before they can continue their trips. Mr. Speaker, we strongly believe that security is and should remain the key consideration when allocating government-funded resources to prevent or mitigate threats to the transportation system. Nevertheless, we also believe our aviation security system must support rather than hinder economic opportunities. Nous visons
We are always working to achieve our objectives with respect to security while supporting competitiveness in the airline sector and reducing the effects of this support on Canadian taxpayers and our resources. This is why the changes to the list of designated airports for screening purposes that would be funded by the government are based on risk assessments.
The airports interested in receiving screening services currently meet the risk threshold that would warrant mandatory screening. Nonetheless, we believe it is important that these smaller airports have the opportunity to explore all avenues for economic growth, including those that may come with the establishment of new commercial routes. As you have heard, last June, the Minister of Transport sent a letter to the airports that had expressed an interest in obtaining screening services to inform them that departmental officials would be exploring and assessing various mechanisms that would allow them to obtain these services on a cost recovery basis. Since then, Transport Canada officials have been in contact with the interested airports to confirm their willingness to proceed down this path and to gather additional information on their anticipated commercial operations. Several airports have confirmed their desire to move forward. Transport Canada has also begun to receive projections and plans that will help determine the level of service and equipment these airports would require. The department is continuing to work with both the interested airports and CATSA to assess the cost of having security screening at these airports. Much of this will depend on the number of flights they expect to attract, as well as other factors such as passenger load and the frequency and destination of flights. Transport
Canada will work closely with each airport to ensure that the costs and screening requirements are well understood and to ensure that the potential advantages of screening services outweigh the costs of these services. Despite the progress that we have achieved, there are a number of challenges on the legal and financial front connected with this.
Regulatory changes that would best support this initiative. All parties recognize that these changes will take a certain amount of time. Beyond this, we also want to make sure that any solution takes a long-term view of how CATSA operates, so that it is able to respond to this and other industry needs as they arise in the future. Transport Canada will be working closely with our industry partners to make available all the necessary tools to provide a safe, secure, and efficient transportation system to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I rise to speak on what I believe is an important motion, because when we take a look at all regions of our country, there is, a desire from communities, both large and small, in terms of how it is that they can best develop their communities. In the previous speaker, we heard a lot about the economics. I, too, would like to contribute to the economic side of things in regards to airports, but also to, at the very beginning here, make some brief comment in regards to just the importance of just passenger, the social component to an airport and the difference that it actually makes, Mr. Speaker. There are many communities that have a desire to ultimately try to provide passenger travel through the air, and many of these communities are relatively small in their nature and size, but still feel that they have the opportunity to grow into the future, and by enabling an expansion of some of these smaller airports, the hope is that their airport will grow and ultimately be able to provide a better service to the constituents of that catchment area, if I can put it that way. So whether it is the smaller communities scattered throughout our country, or it is the larger municipalities, Mr. Speaker, airports really do matter. They matter a great deal to our communities. And I like to think that that governments at all different levels, whether it's the federal, municipal, or provincial, recognize the true value of an airport facility, and it does go beyond the economics. Having said that, I do want to spend some time talking about the security issue, and then going on to the economics. When you think of an airport, and we all, especially inside this chamber, Mr. Speaker, travel a great deal. So we have had the good fortune of being able to travel, in most part, by air, which means that we will go through the CATSA and the screening that passengers are obligated. It doesn't matter who you are having to be obligated to go through the screening process, and that is just a reality of today's world. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, as we move forward, there will be new technologies that will be brought on, and this is where Transport Canada and organizations like CATSA play a very important role. Because the security factor is ever so important when we talk about airport development, because it doesn't take much, Mr. Speaker, to cause a disruption, and a disruption can have a very long, permanent impact on a community, let alone, Mr. Speaker, the aviation industry as a whole. So it is important that we keep up on the technology that is being used out there, the manner in which people will try to bring things that they shouldn't be bringing across the security lines. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, many of us have seen ample examples of things in which have been pulled out of luggage. For example, Mr. Speaker, whether it's a sharp object or a questionable product, some product even of an illegal nature, Mr. Speaker. And so it is an absolute necessity that we have this process in place in order to protect the long-term and short-term integrity of our airports. As many members will know, I've had the good fortune of being a parliamentarian for a number of years. And I can recall during the 90s, and I'll focus some attention on my own province of Manitoba, Mr. Speaker, where at the time it was Premier Gary Filmon, and they came up with the Windport Plan, which was to try to take Winnipeg's geographical location being the center of America or North America, and using us as a port where we can use our airport as a way to facilitate economic growth. And the hype was considerable, I must say, back then, Mr. Speaker. The idea was wonderful. Imagine what we were talking about back in the 90s, of being able to have fresh pork being brought in from our rural communities, loaded on a potential 747, and then flying over into Asia as a potential market for fresh, unfrozen pork, Mr. Speaker. An idea that was being talked about because of an experience that was taking place in Atlantic Canada with live lobster, Mr. Speaker. This is the type of things that generate a great deal of enthusiasm in our communities when you start talking about the potential. Well, Windport didn't quite get off the ground, Mr. Speaker, but a number of years later, Centerport was developed, and the concept behind Centerport, and that has gotten off the ground, and it is located and attached to our Winnipeg International Airport, Mr. Speaker. And there is a sense that our airport is going to be a driving force into the future growth of not only the city of Winnipeg, but our province, Mr. Speaker. And I say that with a great sense of pride. We have developed a new airport. The old terminal that was built a number of decades ago has now been replaced with a modern terminal, Mr. Speaker, with the upper level departures, lower level arrival. The expectation is that we are going to have a growing market as a direct result of some of the modernizations that we have seen around not only of our airport facility, but also, Mr. Speaker, right on the premises in terms of new hotels that have been developed. Even in the immediate area, as an industrial area, we have seen growth. We have seen now Canada Way being brought through the centre port. The potential is truly amazing. And the reason why I say that, Mr. Speaker, is as much as I am very proud of what's taking place in the city of Winnipeg today, Mr. Speaker, and it's being driven by the community. It's not a government. What government can do is enable and support ways that they can add that support is through, for example, infrastructure spending. I'll reserve my criticisms of the government on that file, Mr. Speaker, for now. But there are things that the government can do, but it's most important that that comes, and the driving force comes from within the community, and we have seen that. Now, when you take a look at the benefits to the city of Winnipeg, one can understand why communities like Brandon, Portage-La Prairie, and other communities, even some communities that are thinking about it that might not have thought about it in the past, Mr. Speaker, that are now thinking about how it is that they can bring in some cases, an airport, or at the very least expand what they currently have. As we know, we've got 200-plus airports scattered across Canada, all at many different levels, from the small community to the Toronto International Airport and everything in between, Mr. Speaker. But I think that no matter where you go in Canada, what you will find is that there is a big push to try to move an airport forward, no matter what the size might be. Even the Toronto International Airport is looking at ways it can enhance the community by developing the airport. Well, whether it's that community or it's Thompson, Manitoba, or Winnipeg or any other airport, no matter what coast they might be in proximity, close proximity to, Mr. Speaker. That is the reality, and a major part of that reality is dealing with the issue of security and the important role that Transport Canada has to play with that, and organizations like CADSA, and keeping up on technology and recognizing that there are many airports that are hoping to be able to tap into that technology in order to be able to advance their cause, if I can put it that way, Mr. Speaker, because if they can tap into that, and it's a fairly expensive question, Mr. Speaker, but if they can tap into that, it does allow that facility the opportunity to possibly go in a direction that will be of great benefit for the community in which that facility is actually located. So I appreciate the opportunity. I see my time has expired, Mr. Speaker, to be able to share a few thoughts and say a few words. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with conviction and determination to move forward on security in non-designated airports that I rise to speak to this today. This motion is aimed at providing a solution to the many airports that are hoping to obtain CATSA-recognized security screening. The proposed mechanism will be useful to all airports in Canada that are not designated. I would like to provide a few statistics, Mr. Speaker. In 2004, only 2 airports had authorization. Since 2004, 10 or so airports have had their applications for designation rejected by Transport Canada. There was not even any explanation given. The government can decide to reject an airport without even saying why. Like all the decisions that this government makes, these refusals make no sense and once again show how incompetent this government is. But everyone can understand that there is an advantage to having a designated airport in our communities. Airports are important economic drivers for our communities. We have a responsibility to support them. Economic growth has slowed. We have increasing uncertainty in our economy. We know that airports can create jobs and stimulate tourism and trade. We know that business in regions will certainly benefit. We know that Conservatives are doing little to help our community's development, and they give little thought to the needs of companies. Look at the 2015 budget. Since 2006, the Conservative government has reduced the rate of taxation for major corporations more than 25%, from 22 to 15%. But the government has only reduced small business taxation from 11 to 9%. But in fact, this will only happen 0.5% a year beginning in 2016. So not only is the government not taking care of the needs of small business, it is actually neglecting them totally. The NDP wants to take concrete and effective action. Making promises that will begin to be implemented only in 2016 has no place in the 2015 budget.
I don't know what members are doing on the other side, but I personally have met with my constituents, I've listened to them, and I've spoken to them. And they've all told me that they can't make ends meet, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are tired of seeing that the government is not listening to them. They want results, and they want results now, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives are disconnected from the daily reality of Canadians. They're only concerned about the welfare of big business. They only are concerned with the bigger airports. However, Mr. Speaker, we have local and regional small airports that are also part of our heritage, and they also contribute to the development of our regions. Today, I learned that Pascan, based in Saint-Hubert, will be getting rid of 240 jobs out of the 340 jobs that it has. Without the support of the government, regional air transportation is no longer profitable, and it leads to layoffs like that. What we're witnessing is an exodus from our provinces. Travelers will no longer be able to travel between our cities within the same day, and that is another problem that our communities have to deal with, Mr. Speaker. Now, I'd like to come back to this issue in our regions. My constituents write me on a daily basis asking me to strengthen public transit. There is a lack of infrastructure, and to go from Saint-Bruno to Saint-Hubert, it really is an obstacle course for the average citizen. And what does the Conservative government respond? Well, it comes up with measures that aren't particularly effective and whose provisions are so complicated that, in fact, that funding cannot even get to the municipalities. Investing in our infrastructure is absolutely essential for our local economy. And if the government does not understand that, then they should let us do the job, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to conclude in saying that the NDP is proud of this motion and supports the initiatives of these airports that will improve both the safety and regional economy, as well as the economy of the whole country. Mr. Speaker, in the globalized world that we live in today, increased mobility for individuals is absolutely essential. We need to be able to travel quickly. That has become a necessity, Mr. Speaker. The government should not be preventing the freedom to move of individuals and the economic development of these airports. At least it should not do so without reasonable grounds, Mr. Speaker. That is why we will continue to stand up for this motion so that the Conservative government will commit to the regions and so that finally it will walk the talk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Speaker. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak to the bill, and I just I don't know if the previous speaker, my colleague from the NDP party, knows that we were actually with an amendment supporting the motion. So wasn't quite sure, and to understand that she would so vehemently criticize the government when the folks on this side of the House have the intention of supporting the private member's bill. So I guess sometimes you should actually perhaps engage in the process that happens in this House where we actually do try to work together. We try to come up with solutions. I see the nod of my head. My good friend from the NDP, the critic at Heritage Committee, who oftentimes, while we may disagree, there are times that we do and understand when we need to work together. So disappointed very much in the language from the previous speaker in terms of the tone. But I'm certainly pleased to rise in the House to support the motion M553, which advocates the development of a mechanism which would allow small airports to receive security screening services from the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority, commonly known, Mr. Speaker, as you know and have been through, CATSA. The Government of Canada supports this motion as it highlights an issue of which the government is well aware and on which it would be working for a number of years and has been, that is to promote a safe and economically sustainable aviation industry. Indeed, this motion seeks to give small, non-designated airports all the necessary tools to draw commercial flights to their airports and connect their passengers to larger airports. Over the past several years, a number of small airports have expressed their belief that the establishment of screening services will help them attract more airlines, encourage commercial growth, and improve their economic development opportunities in general. Mr. Speaker, I want to add the Niagara Regional Airport from the region of Niagara, the part of the area of which I represent, is certainly interested and has advanced this thought through the Commission in a very strong way and is working with the Ministry of Transportation at this very time to become one of those smaller airports that could potentially receive the services of CATSA. From an economic development perspective, having a link to the main air transportation network can have an important impact on a local economy. It brings visitors and potential investors closer and makes the local attractions and resources more accessible. The potential economic spin-offs can be significant in terms of economic investment and growth. Travel by air also provides an important service to local residents by better connecting them to the rest of Canada. Our government certainly supports those objectives. And while security is a key consideration when the time comes to allocate resources for the protection of our transportation system, other factors should also be taken into consideration to ensure that our aviation security system supports rather than hinders economic opportunities for smaller communities. Canada has one of the largest and strongest civil aviation systems in the world, with over 200 commercial airports and millions of passengers traveling through or within the country daily. It would make little sense to require government-mandated security screenings at all of these airports, as it would be insufficient and ineffective use of security dollars, both from a security and from a financial perspective. Instead, security screening in Canada is limited to 89 airports currently designated for mandatory screening. The security designation of those airports was first established following the tragic events of September 11, 2001. And it included Canada's 29 largest airports, as well as the 60 smaller airports who were already screening at that time, and was conducted either by the air carriers or the airport operators themselves. Together, these airports represent almost 99% of all air passengers in Canada. The screening provided at these airports is currently government-funded and offset through the passenger-paid air traveller security charge. Several small Canadian airports, including my own, Mr. Speaker, the Niagara District Airport, have recently written to Transport Canada asking that the department explore the possibility of providing screening services at their facilities, not for security reasons necessarily, but rather to promote commercial growth and economic development. As I mentioned earlier, the primary rationale for passenger and baggage screening is risk. Accordingly, any changes to the current list of designated airports would have to be assessed against the risk threshold that would warrant mandatory screening. Currently, none of the airports requesting screening services from CATSA meet that threshold. My colleague, the Minister of Transport, advised these airports that if screening was to be provided at non-designated airports where screening is not required for security purposes, an alternative source of funding would need to be identified. In response, a number of airports, including the Niagara District Airport, indicated that they would consider paying for this screening themselves, depending on the economic viability of assuming these costs. Transport Canada is currently holding discussions with all of these airports in order to present them with as much information as possible and to better understand their specific needs. Nevertheless, Canada's high security standards must be upheld. Therefore, the security screening services requested by these smaller airports, which will allow their passengers to connect seamlessly to larger airports, will need to be delivered by the officially designated CATSA. In addition, the annual operating cost for screening at small airports will depend on a number of factors, such as the number and frequency of flights, passenger volumes, size of planes, and a number of other factors. But once a solution is in place, Mr. Speaker, the decision as to whether it is financially viable will ultimately rest with each individual airport. Efforts to increase air service from small airports must take into account both market realities and airline objectives. Cities and regions want easy access and price-competitive options for inbound visitors as well as for outbound residents. Airlines will need to determine for themselves what routes are worth pursuing. It is also important that the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority remain the sole screening authority for delivering screening services at Canadian airports. Having a single, centralized organization responsible for screening services allows for greater consistency in meeting security requirements and managing security incidents. As such, we have asked that the original version of the motion be amended, as it could incorrectly imply that an entity other than the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority could carry out screening services. In short, Mr. Speaker, small airports' requests for CATSA screening reflect a desire to further economic and commercial growth. The Government of Canada shares these objectives and will do what it can to accommodate these requests. The Government continues to be open to exploring mechanisms that will assist in finding ways to drive economic development at smaller airports and in those communities. Should they choose to invest in these services, and I must be clear, Mr. Speaker, should they choose to invest in those services means that those individual airport commissions or boards are going to take on responsibility for the cost. Nonetheless, developing such a mechanism will take a bit of time, as there are still legal and financial challenges to be addressed. But our aim, Mr. Speaker, going forward will be to ensure that the aviation security system continues to be effective, efficient, and responsive to the rapidly evolving industry. It's about getting it right for both air travelers and for taxpayers. As such, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada will continue its efforts to meet the needs of the small airports and is grateful to the honourable member for Sherbrooke for his support on this issue. And Mr. Speaker, I know there are a number of members of Parliament on this side of the House that have smaller airports in their regions, in their ridings and in their districts. And I'm one of those. And I know that on this side of the House we have worked closely with the Minister of Transport to help to try to effectively move forward on the security screening that will allow the type of development, the type of economic development, the type of travel, the type of options that really present smaller airports with an option to land people in their region, at their airport, to be able to use the great areas upon which they will travel to. And it also allows those that live in those communities to access larger communities, larger airports, both within Canada and potentially outside of Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, I think what we have is a situation that, while a piece of legislation in its original intent was meant to drive at that issue of safety and security at airports, but at the same time it did leave out some of the smaller airports across our country that could be very viable in terms of delivering, whether it be charter, whether it be larger airlines, into their regions. And, Mr. Speaker, I think the motion speaks to that issue and actually enhances and moves us forward. And I would like to comment too, Mr. Speaker, in closing. Minister of Transport has been extremely open to looking at these options, and I know that she understands the direction, the intent of this bill, and certainly supports it as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to join in the discussion. Given that it's about flying in airports and planes, I'm particularly delighted because I like that stuff and don't mind sharing that when I was a young boy, my goal was to be an airline pilot, a commercial airline pilot. Hard to feel like I failed, given that I got to have a seat in the House of Commons, but nonetheless, every time I get on a plane, I glance over at the pilot and go, yeah, that's the place to be. Let me just, first of all, of course, I'm supportive of this, my colleague's bill. And may I just say, too, while I have the floor, just how impressed I have been with the work that the member from Sherbrooke has done on this and every other file. And I've mentioned to him, yeah, he deserves it. I've mentioned to him in the past just how unusual it must be to be walking around here and you're already a historical figure and you're not even 20. And that's not easy. It's tough to be here at all. It's tough to be here when you're young. It's tough to have that designation. And yet I just want to say through you, Speaker, that I think the member from Sherbrooke has just done an outstanding job, and I have no doubt that he's going to be here for a very, very long time and make major contributions to our country, as he's doing right now today with this private member's bill, doing the first primary work of every member, and that is take care of home base, take care of the riding. And that's why this is here, and it's a good thing. I have to say, though, I realize it's not controversial at all if everybody's supporting it, so there won't be the usual heckles, which I enjoy listening to and responding to. So it's a different kind of speech today. I see my leader at PROC commenting, if you heckle just a little louder so I can hear, I gladly engage. And it doesn't have to be bad, or anything. It's just more fun that way, I find. But let me say that the importance of local airports really can't be overstated. In Hamilton, we have the Hamilton Airport. When I was a kid, it used to be the Mount Hope Airport. Now it's formerly the John C. Munro International Airport. We're very fortunate. It is an international airport. It has everything you need except flights from Hamilton to Ottawa, which would be nice. We've had them, but they keep claiming that there's not enough passengers, and yet the strange thing is, and I digress a bit, but the strange thing was that every time I phoned to book flights, I was always told they're already booked. I had to call 2 weeks ahead to get a seat, and yet these airlines would inevitably fold up and say, well, we just didn't have the clientele, we didn't have the passengers, so I don't know. Otherwise, though, it's a great airport. It's fantastic, beautiful, very incredibly reasonable prices all around. Cargo is the area actually that is sustaining our international airport, and it's a very viable entity and continues to grow. So the airport is an absolute plus in our community. And one of the things I love about my hometown of Hamilton is that given that we have an international airport, we have a world-class port, we have world-class train system all throughout, because Hamilton, of course, has been around so long, was part of the original planning, and we have great infrastructure. Our highway infrastructure is excellent. We have more farmland than we do anything else. And then we have our beautiful city itself, our beautiful downtown. Quite frankly, if this was Europe, Hamilton could easily be a standalone country. And I'm always enthusiastic talking about all that my hometown has to offer, mostly because it surprises people. We know the reputation. I mean, we get it. But the fact remains that virtually anybody that comes to Hamilton, even if they came eyes rolling saying, well, it wasn't my first choice, find that in a very short period of time, they find out that this is a community to love and to get engaged in, and they end up staying, and they're glad they stayed. And so we're talking about airports, and an important part. I see my friend and colleague from Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Hamilton West to be. Anyway, I know he feels the same kind of pride that I do in our airport. I'm not sure if the member represents the airport right now. A little bit of it. There's going to be some changes, but I know that how much pride he has. A couple of questions, though. I realize we're not into partisan debate as usual, but I do have a couple of just questions kind of hanging. The first one being, if it's such a great idea, and the government's all for it, praising our member from Sherbrooke as they should, why did it take an opposition member's motion to force the government to do something that they think is a great idea and would help? I mean, they're all about economic activity and going on and on. To them, that's more important than anything. Anything. And so I would think that given the importance we all see and are speaking of tonight of airports in our area and having the proper designation so they can be used to their maximum should have been a priority. And for the life of me, I don't understand why the member for Sherbrooke's hometown was denied. Now, I listened carefully. I was glad that the member for St. Catharines spoke first to give a little more background to it, but I really didn't hear anything that sort of made common sense as to why the government, if they think this is a good idea and they're going to support the member for Sherbrooke's motion, why on earth did they say no to the city of Sherbrooke in the first place? Why are we going through all this? Why isn't the government out in front? It's not like this is some obscure little piece of our country. It's airports. And given the size of Canada, it's an important part of Canadians' day-to-day life, part of our economy, part of our hometowns. It's all those things. So why on earth did it take a member whose request for his home community was denied, who brought it back here, turned it into a motion to get it fixed? Why did all that have to happen? That's the part I don't get, is if it's such a great idea and the government's so supportive, you'd think one of their backbenchers would have grabbed on this. So, I mean, you could argue maybe they were asleep at the switch, but, you know, at the ministerial level, they received the request, they would have evaluated it, and now they're all gung-ho for it. Not only that, here's the thing about the proposal that came in from the city of Sherbrooke. As best I understand it, they not only offered to pay, so there's no cost to the federal government, because that's usually the first, I've been in government, first thing that usually stops you is, look at the price tag. And then you got to come to grips with that one way or another. Well, that's not an issue here, because the airport, the city, was quite willing to pay all the costs. And you think, well, what else could it be? I don't know. And then you realize that the airport infrastructure is owned by the city. So again, you know, the city wants to do something with their airport to help with their local economic activity and all the benefits that come from that. They own it all, the whole thing, the whole kit and caboodle, they own. They're prepared to pay the cost. Just 2 minutes, Speaker, left, really? I was just getting warmed up. And they offered to pay all the costs, and the government says no. Then the honourable member does what he should do, is come back here, he brings in a motion, puts it on the floor of the House of Commons, and the government goes, oh, well, yeah, okay, well, in that case, yes. Well, how did we get here? Just there's a piece of this that's missing, and it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So the last thing I want to pose, what will be interesting, Speaker, and I know that the member for St. Catharines and his Niagara District Airport really want this. So even if our desire on our side is not enough to cause the government to do this right away, I would hope and think they would want to do it for their own members, for their own re-election. So the last point I leave, Speaker, is one would hope, having gone all the way around on this issue, only to come right back to where the city of Sherbrooke wanted the government in the first place, which is, yes, of course, we're going to support you doing this. The question now becomes, is this bill going to pass before the election? And most importantly, will the government implement the direction that's contained in the motion? That'll be the test. The first test of whether they're going to support it or not, we seem to have passed. A little bit of a crazy way to get here, but we seem to be there on that. So the one that's left is, are they prepared to make sure that this bill not only passes, but that the direction that it gives is followed and it's implemented? And it'll be interesting, not just for the benefit of my colleague, the member for Sherbrooke, but I know that the member from St. Catharines, I would hope, would put whatever political effort he can into making sure the bill is passed and implemented to benefit Niagara, Sherbrooke, and every other community that needs this. Thank you, Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. En conséquence,
As such, I would like to ask the member for Sherbrooke to rise for his right of reply. 5 minutes. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank all of my colleagues who have spoken on this issue in the first hour of debate on March 9th of this year, including the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Transport, the member for Ottawa South, the member for Compton Stansted in my region, also the member for Etobicoke Centre, and the member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine, who all rose to speak on motion M553. And also those who spoke today, the Parliamentary Secretary for Veterans Affairs, the member for Winnipeg North, the member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert, the Parliamentary Secretary for Canadian Heritage, and the member for Hamilton Centre, who just gave a passionate speech on this motion. So I'd like to thank all those who participated in this debate and who expressed their opinions concerning this issue, and those from the government side who have attempted to explain why we are at this point today, and I'm very proud to sponsor this motion, which will be put to a vote next week, according to parliamentary procedure. So I would like to thank the government for its contribution and the amendment that it has moved, and for its cooperation throughout this debate on this file. They've proposed a technical change to the motion, which I am happy to see, and I'm happy to see that we will have the support of most members of this House. All the members who rose to spoke to this motion have indicated that they will support it, and I hope that those who did not have a chance to speak to this motion will also support it, and that they've followed the 2 hours of debate that we've had on this motion. And to reply to some of the questions raised by my colleague from Hamilton Centre concerning why we are at this point today, well, it's because, well, yes, indeed, I would have preferred to have not had to table such a motion to force the government to act on this file. I would have preferred that as soon as this issue was raised, and this goes back quite a long ways, back to 2009, and the airport in Trois-Rivières, which had asked for to become a designated airport. That was in 2009, so this goes back quite a long way. So there are a number of airports that are not designated under the Canadian Air Transport Security Act. So, yes, I've been asking myself why we're at this point today, given that these requests have been made many times over the last several years. And the mechanism to make these airports designated or offer security screenings was proposed in a document dated 2012, to the best of my knowledge. So why, since 2012, has nothing been done on this file? Has the government not moved forward with this mechanism? But, well, anyway, we're here today. We're talking about this mechanism. We're talking about passing motion M553, which calls on the government to install as soon as possible, and that's important, this mechanism, And it's important that this be done as soon as possible. So I would hope that as soon as Motion 553 is passed, I don't want to presume the result of a vote before it happens. That having been said, I have the impression that there's a good chance that it will be passed. But if this motion is passed, I hope that the government will truly act as soon as possible, because time is running out before we leave for summer, and there's very little chance that we'll come back before the next election. So I hope that the government will act truly as soon as possible so that we can have a solution that will be presented here in this House as soon as possible after and if this motion is passed. And I've seen good signs. Just today, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Veterans Affairs suggested that the government was indeed working on this issue, and CATSA has met with the airports concerned by this. So there have been meetings. Steps are being taken to ensure that this happens. So I'm happy to hear that, and I'm happy to know that the government is finally taking this seriously after so many years. If the NDP had been in power, obviously, we would have dealt with this a long time ago. But because that's not the case, we're doing what we can. We're doing what we can, and we hope that this will be dealt with as soon as possible for the good of the communities, for the good of Sherbrooke, for the good of the Estrie region, and for the economic benefit of the entire region, the entire Sherbrooke region. So I would ask all colleagues to join me in supporting motion M553, which will offer a solution to smaller airports, such as the airport in Sherbrooke, which need these security screening processes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The question is as follows. Mr. Dussault, seconded by Mr. Rousseau, moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should present, as soon as possible, a mechanism that would allow non-designated airports, that is, airports that are not on the 2004 list of airports designated under the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority Act, the CATSA Act, to provide at their expense CATSA-recognized security screening in a manner that would not compromise the health and safety of passengers and would uphold existing CATSA standards.
Mr. Watson, seconded by Mr. Opitz, moved that the motion be amended by A, deleting the word 2004, and B, replacing the words CATSA recognized with the word CATSA.
The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment?
Oui?
Yes. Yes. Agreed.
Adopté.
Carried.
Adopté.
Carried.
The next question, order. The next question is therefore, there's another step here now. The next question is on the main motion as amended. The question is as follows. Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Dussault, seconded by Mr. Rousseau, moved that, in the opinion of the House, the government should... May I dispense?
Shall I dispense? No. Dispense? Oui? No.
That in the opinion of the House, the government should present as soon as possible a mechanism that would allow non-designated airports, that is, airports that are not on the list of airports designated under the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority Act, to provide, or CATSA rather, to provide at their expense CATSA security screening in a manner that would not compromise the health and safety of passengers and would uphold existing CATSA standards.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion as amended? No?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 29th, 2015, at the beginning of private members' business.
And it being 6:15 p.m., this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.